Me here continues, as it's such kind of a writing that Moody's comment about hating a Death Eater who walked free are true for both Moody and Crouch, which is part of why he was able to play him so well. That's actually so true, but you get, well, I mean, I still fully believe that is Junior being completely kayfabe, yes, to give a wrestling term, as in it's still, he's not, okay, because he's saying that to Dumbledore, isn't he? Dumbledore's the last person that you want to say, like, a half-true to, because then he's going to think, oh, okay, so you're... So, I don't hang it wasn't him, though. When did he say about walk free? The ones who walk free? Because I thought that was in Carcroft's trial, but maybe it wasn't. Okay, I might be getting a little bit confused there, but yeah, if that is Barty Crouch Jr. saying that in the guise of Moody, he is really asking for trouble saying that. So I think that he is playing that purely from Moody's standpoint. I don't think he's actually talking about his own hatred of the ones who went free. I genuinely don't. But you know, maybe it is. Maybe it's his James Bond moment. But I would feel like that would take a lot of bottle. Dumbledore fetching Winky before the reveal means he knew either Crouch Jr. or Crouch Sr. was involved. I did bring this up. Okay, let's finish the sentence. I think the following clues helped him. Okay, before we get to the clues, I'm really looking forward to what you say. I think he heard Crouch before he blew the doors off, to quote Michael Caine. So I feel like it was like a last minute thing where he realised it was. Because Dumbledore said it was when he saw Moody taking Harry away, and Moody just wouldn't do that under Dumbledore's command of Harry to stay. And so that's when he first was sus about it. But I also feel like he had it confirmed when he blew the doors off. Because he said about Moody said about we both had we both had the name of our useless fathers or something like that, you know, and we both killed our fathers, you know, and so that was the final piece of the puzzle for Dumbledore there. But let's read your theory, so because I'll be very interested if there was previous, but if there is, it means that kind of Dumbledore really was letting it play out, to put it one way, because in the movie he actually apologises to Harry about him being put in so much danger over the year, whereas I don't think Dumbledore apologised to Harry in Goblet of Fire, at least, about him being in so much danger. I don't think that happens. Okay, number one, Crouch's trial scene in the Pensive, and of course, and Senior being ill and missing. That is a very good point. One, yeah, but so was Carcroft's and so was Bagman's. So he was definitely on the shortlist, wasn't he? So yeah, that's a fair point. Two, when Crouch Senior appeared in the school grounds to Crumb and Harry, he mentioned Bertha and his own son, which Harry relayed to Dumbledore. Oh, okay, that's very interesting. So that could be where the penny dropped for yeah, well, at least when the Pensive dropped. If that's the right term. 3. Dumbledore should know about the stolen Polyjuice ingredients through Snape, and about the Winky Crouch incident at the World Cup through Sirius. Would he know about it through Sirius? I guess he would have been, because they have been in talks, haven't they? Yes, he would have done. Okay, that's a fair point. Which is kind of cool, because it's kind of like Dumbledore still getting fed information, even though Harry isn't confiding in him. Interesting. The Polyjuice potions from Snape. I guess so. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to think if there's any part of Snape where he'd think his pride is such that he doesn't want to tell the headmaster that he's been stolen from. But he is Dumbledore's ears, though, so he probably would have done. But there's one bit in the movie where Dumbledore says, "Oh, this is where the ingredients from your larder have been going missing," and Snape immediately looks at Harry, and it's kind of keeping up that whole that whole thing of Snape is, the bad guy here, and whereas in the book, I do really feel like we are starting to really get the sense that there is a lot more to him in the books in the final couple of chapters. Because quite frankly, he has a baller moment in it, guys, which we will get to. Yes, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But that little bit where he like looks at Harry, it's like, oh, okay, you're. It wasn't you, sort of thing. It's like, with everything that's going on, book Snape would not give a. I was gonna swear then. Would not care. There we go. That's the PG way of putting it. But anyway, very, very interesting clues there. But even with all these clues, the Crouches being involved must have only been in an educated guess, right? Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I feel like when he blew the blooming doors off, that's when Dumbledore actually worked it out. Completely. Because obviously he also knew that Moody was not Moody. And so I feel like he did overhear what Junior was saying about killing his father and having his father's name. And hence why Winky was then brought. Although I admit, when I was reading the chapter, I was wondering why is he asking for Winky before we've even had it confirmed. Do you remember that during the World Cup, the book description, Winky moving in the woods as though someone invisible were trying to hold her back? No, I mean, I would have never remembered that, but that's amazing. That's the sort of line which, upon second reading, is incredible. It's a cool detail on rereads, since it actually was Crouch Jr. under the invisibility cloak. Overall, I think getting this backstory to the messy Crouch... Overall, I think getting this backstory to the messy Crouch family is more satisfying. I feel like the reveal doesn't mean as much in the movie. Oh my god, no! I still really like the scene where Senior, where the penny drops for Senior, and he like looks at Moody, he's like, oh my god, and like he like turns around and like walks off. I really like that moment because knowing what's coming, it's actually bone chilling. That moment. Oh god, that's the wrong blooming term, isn't it? Oh dear me, guys, that still upsets me. It really upsets me, that aspect of it. I feel like the reveal doesn't mean as much in the movie. Even the Crouches side, it's nice we get to know how Dumbledore realised Moody was an imposter. Absolutely, great comment, me here. Thank you so much for making it. Up to both Tessa Rosso and the other one. Up to both Piscaboo and Tessa Rosso, guys. Welcome to the final part of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire book review. This book has been fantastic, guys. It has absolutely been the... Should I just say it now? I think it's pretty obvious, guys. This is my favourite book from the series so far. It's so freaking good. And you know what, guys? When I was doing the movies and everything, and even when I was doing the early books, you guys were saying, hey, Veggie, get darker as they go on, a lot more adult and everything, not like that. And I did, part of me think, okay, well, in that case, I'm probably not going to enjoy the later ones as much. But I really enjoyed this book, guys, you know. I do feel like Goblet of Fire, the movie, if I was to rank all the movies, I don't think it'd be bottom. For some reason, Chamber of Secrets always sticks out as the bottom one. But then again, I love Gilderoy on it, so maybe I need to rewatch them all. Because the thing is, I like to try kind of avoid rewatching them, just so when I rewatch the scenes before doing these book reviews, it's like a real refresher. Like there's things which I don't remember happening at all in movies. The fact that the last line in this movie, I'm pretty sure the last line in this movie is Harry sarcastically saying, "Oh yeah, I'll write you every week, Hermione." Finn. That's the end of the movie. Although the shot of them walking up to the balcony and the ship sailing in the night is absolutely gorgeous. And as I remember, I burst into tears when I first watched it. Oh my goodness, guys. And so, yeah. So this book has been absolutely brilliant. It really, really has. It surpassed all expectations. We have a lot of things wrapped up in these chapters, some of which I was like looking at the time on the audiobook thinking, well, there's 5 minutes left and there's at least 2 or 3 huge things that need to be explained. and then they just get explained. One of them Hermione, I ain't messing with her. I ain't messing with Hermione. She's a freaking sadist, guys. She really Hermione the sadist. She's brilliant. Hermione is freaking brilliant, guys. Book by Hermione is amazing. I never want to take anything away from Emma Watson. I always get it the wrong way around, don't I? Emma Watson and the writers of the movies, guys. I really don't, because I really enjoy Hermione. I really enjoyed her when I was first watching the movies. I still enjoy her now. I genuinely do. I think her scenes are brilliant in the movies. There is no comparison. Book Hermione, for one, goes through the absolute mill. Oh, poor Harry seeing Cedric dying, having his arm cut and everything, and having Voldemort come back and the scar going off and everything, thinking he's going to die and everything, and seeing his parents. Compare that to Hermione. Hermione has a much worse time. Yes, I am joking. Before you click the dislike and jump onto this video, I am joking, guys. I'm quite a sarcastic person sometimes. And quite often, I'm quite dry with it, I admit, guys. That's something which, like, newcomers to the channel had to basically be told by the long-term viewers of the channel. It's like, he's doing a bit. Because sometimes I am, like, ultra dry with it. You know, so, but Hermione, she has such a horrible time. Prisoner of Azkaban, she had the worst time of everyone. I don't care if Sirius Black had done his waiting 13 years of it in Azkaban. He had it. The Dementors must have thought the sunshine out of his egg. To quote Life of Brian. Life of Brian? Yes. I love that scene. Anyway, Hermione just, and the thing is, she fights on. She freaking fights on. She is a Gryffindor, guys. And I go to it every single time, guys. In fact, it may have even been voted the best left out moment from the last book. Hermione basically come to Harry and say, no, we're not exactly friends right now, and everything. If you use that broom, I will tell McGonagall and she will take it from you. I love her. Absolutely love her. Now, that granted, I didn't expect sadist Hermione to come out. And we still got three more... books to go, guys. Imagine what she's going to be doing by the last one. She's probably going to rip Voldemort's face off. Okay, calm down. What am I talking about? Oh yeah, because of what happens in the final chapter. Which I did not see going at all, guys. I really did not see going. I thought it was something to do with hair. I mean, it was kind of something to do with hair, because she has her old bushy hair. Which, again, wouldn't make any sense in the movie. That's the real reason why the Rita Skeeter storyline was cut from the movie, guys. Because Hermione doesn't have the bush. But, yeah. Like I say, that and the other twist, or the reveal, I should say, left so late in this book. But you know what? I really like it. And what I really like about it, I will get into it in my notes. It'll be one of my final notes for this book. I really like the way that this book, like the last 5 minutes of it, or like the last 10 minutes of it, it's an absolute release. It's an absolute release for Harry. I don't want to go into too much, guys, but I loved the end of this book. Now, I think I have my favourite character for this book down, guys. And it is so good, and Bennett, I don't know. There's one that would make a lot of sense, and a lot of you would be like, yes, that is good that Veggie has done that. Especially after things I've said in the past. But there is another one where there is a surprising one. And I'd be fascinated to see if any of you, without watching this first, would have chosen this character as well. So you know what I'm going to do now, guys, is that I'm going to say, if you leave a comment on this video, please include who your favourite character of Goblet of Fire is. So I don't want to say who mine is yet, because it might skew people's voting, so I don't want to do that. But there's an obvious one. But I think the one which I actually am more tempted to go for is one which I think that some people might choose them, but maybe not. Yeah, let me know in the comments, because it might surprise you guys. That's right, it's the giant spider. It's not. Let me know in the comments. But without further ado, guys, long intro, you may have noticed. I should explain my waffle at the start, guys. Me here pointed out that I only read out 20% of their comments last time, and so that was just catching up. And so I'm sure that some of you were thinking, Veggie screwed up with the edit again. I had. Guys, if you are new here, hello, I'm Veggie. We are now 4 books complete into the Harry Potter book review. It's been an absolute total joy. It really has. We are going to be doing the same in Order of the Phoenix, guys. And if you want to be a part of the discussion in the second half of the book reviews, I read out comments from you guys that are part of the book club, which is something over on the Patreon, guys. You can back the Patreon for as little as $1 and get access to everything on there. All full-length movie reactions, TV series, the Harry Potter movie reactions, the Harry Potter book club, which is where you can... where I post a blog and you give your thoughts on the chapters that we're covering for that video. I read them out at the end. They give me opinions, thoughts, theories, jokes, anything. Obviously to do with Harry Potter. And then you get featured in the video, guys. And it's the best part of doing these book reviews is reading your thoughts and opinions on the books. You also get 2 full episodes of the book review as well. So if you're up to the latest one that's out on YouTube, there are already 2 more full episodes waiting if you're on Patreon, guys, which tends to be around 10 hours. And so if you want 10 more hours for $1, it's there for you guys, and you can also be a part of the discussion. Very often, I'll get comments from people like saying, "Hi, this is my first entry into the book club. I just got some thoughts about it." And then in a few episodes' time, they got so many thoughts, and they're like really engaging and talking with the other commenters as well. And so it's a wonderful community that we have over there, guys. And so if you want to be a part of the discussion, you can be. So that is there if you want it. Without further ado, guys, let us complete Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire by covering, yes, chapter 36, The Parting of the Ways. So thank you so much, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels. I was instructed to not look at them until I'd finished the covering the chapters themselves, and so I appreciate for that as always. Normally, Radamax does the summaries, guys, but today I'm going to be doing them. It's completely my fault, guys, because I'm so behind when it comes to posting these book reviews. I completely forgot to give him, like, you know, the heads up, like saying, hey, is there any chance you can get them up by this time? Because I completely forgot about it. He was then on holiday, and on vacation, and so I would absolutely not want him to be interrupting that to do these book summaries. That would be insane. So I hope you had a lovely time, Max. But yes, for this one, I will be doing them, guys. I try to keep it nice and succinct, and so anything that doesn't get mentioned in them will still be mentioned in our discussion. One thing I'm going to bring up right now, guys, and I got a few comments on it, and I'm so sorry about this. In fact, was there anything else? I made a couple of notes about some stuff which I wanted to bring up. Oh, well, another thing is, when it comes to the best scene from Goblet of Fire book that should have been in the movie, what I think I'll do is in the coming days over in the Patreon, I will post another post asking for your feedback on the scenes there. I know I've asked you to do them previously, guys. I'm so sorry about that. But if you're on the Patreon, if you could keep an eye out for that post and then list all the scenes that you would have wanted to be in the book. If it's seen in the movie, sorry. If it's a scene that was left out in the movie, but you're not really that bothered about it, you don't need to mention it, guys. So just the ones that you'd actually really want to have been on there. Then by the next book review, we will do a poll and find out what's the most wanted scene from Goblet of Fire, the book, that wasn't in the movie will be. I'll be honest, guys. I think I know what it's going to be, and I think we're about to cover it. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong, you know. I mean, all the tasks are definitely going to be on there, guys. And they're more accurate tasks, I should say. Either way. Keep an eye out for that on there. But the other thing that I want to mention, guys, and I'm sorry about this, guys. The thing is, I can only, for one, I don't want to moan on about your health and everything, guys, but I wasn't when. The last book review, I was pretty exhausted doing, and you know, in like a certain place mentally, and so there were certain things that I may have missed out. To be honest, guys, I got a lot wrong in the last book review, you know, guys, as I always do. But I really, I picked up slightly on the fact that Dumbledore was acting out of character. I think to you book readers in particular. And to people who've watched the movies as well, that is a much bigger moment than I really gave it credit for in my retelling. I do feel like the Dumbledore said quietly moment may have softened my reaction to that a little bit, but that still doesn't excuse, guys, the fact that I really didn't pick up on the fact that this isn't Dumbledore, or at least this person that we know is Dumbledore, that in Dumbledore. That's more what I feel from it, you know. You know, this is Batman rather than Bruce Wayne. And so I apologize about not putting that moment over, because to a lot of you, you're saying that's not only your favorite bit of the book, but also your favorite bit of the series, you know. And so yeah, I didn't really put over that moment as much as some people were expecting, so I do apologize about that. But either way, enough waffle, guys. Let's go over to the summary for chapter 36. And we're nearly done, guys. Oh, we're nearly done with the first book. Oh, I don't know, guys. The rest of the books might be even better. After giving Snape and McGonagall duties, Dumbledore leads Harry to his office, where a very concerned Sirius Black is waiting. Against Black's wishes, Dumbledore convinces Harry to retell everything that had happened in detail. I've got questions about that little bit. They are both alarmed by Harry when Harry mentions the injury Wormtail had taken the blood from. After finishing reliving the horror of the evening and Fawkes finishing healing his wounds, Harry is led to the hospital wing where Molly, Bill, Ron and Hermione await. Now, they are instructed to not question Harry and to allow him to rest. After a short stint under the sleeping potion, Harry is awoken to the sound of McGonagall and Fudge having a pitched argument. Dumbledore and Snape also arrive, and it is revealed that Fudge led a Dementor into Hogwarts that kissed Barty Crouch. At that moment, guys, I gotta admit, I actually out loud said, "Oh, S." And not S. I did say S, but I also said four other letters in quick succession. Genuine. I was like, whoa! Okay, that was a big moment. There's a couple of big moments in this chapter, guys. The other one, much more positive, and I think the book, I feel like certain people, particularly in the book club, will be discussing that, because there's a shocking moment in this coming up. But a great moment. I'm interrupting my own summary. This is amazing. Dumbledore and Snape also arrive, and it is revealed that Fudge led... In case... After more shouting, Dumbledore insists Fudge takes actions to combat the return of Voldemort. Sadly, Fudge refuses to take the threats of his return seriously, even questioning how much Harry could be trusted based on the Daily Prophet articles. Dumbledore draws a line in the sand between the two, not literally. And Fudge leaves. Fudge leaves. It's a weird sentence. Anyway, Dumbledore insists Black Dumbledore instructs Black to rally a group of loyal wizards and witches in preparation to fight Voldemort. As Snape goes, and Snape to go and do what he knows what he must. Hermione does something sus near the window. Which I've got to admit, guys, because upon re-listening to the chapter, because I basically, usually the second chapter I only listen to once, generally, when I'm making my notes, but the first one I always do twice, just to refresh my memory. I didn't pick up on the Hermione bit. And I'm so glad that I did on the second listen. I'm so glad that I did. Harry is told, which is an insane moment, considering it's just like one sentence. Harry is told to finish the rest of his sleeping potion. So there we go. There's my summary, guys. Let's get over to the points. I gotta admit, guys, the final chapter, my notes are relatively limited, despite the fact that it's such a good chapter. But we got a lot of notes to get through on Parting of the Ways. Dumbledore is disgusted at Junior, and it's visible on his face, the fact that he is so. It's not even disappointment. The word he uses is disgust, and so it is this obviously his opinion of Death Eaters in general is this whole disgust towards them, you know. Which, to be honest, I'd like to hear more of. You know, we hear about it a bit, and there's a great sentence from Dumbledore. In this chapter about Fudge always putting wizards above muggles and everything. I want to hear more about the opinions of Arthur and Dumbledore about those kind of wizards, because I feel like we hear the other way around a lot from Draco and others. Fudge here. But yeah, I would like to hear more about that. Oh yes, that's my little note about me missing out the fact that Dumbledore was quite so visibly different in the previous chapter. So yes, he binds Junior. McGonagall is instructed to stand guard. She is looking visibly nervous. I'm wondering. It looks like I feel like it says that she looks ill. In fact, I'm wondering if that is because of what happened to Cedric, what happened to Harry, or is there a chance it's because of what's happened to Junior and she knew him? I don't think they would have been the same age, would they? But no, definitely not. But I'm not exactly sure how old Junior was. I think he is still meant to be considered to look quite young in these chapters, because this is the only time we ever blooming see him. Not in the blooming movie though. God. But yeah, I wonder if that's part of it, you know, because I feel like the first person to recognise, like, okay, when the Polyjuice wears off, or he's at least revealed to be Barty Crouch Jr., Snape is the first one to say, that's Barty Crouch. I'm sure of that, in fact. So maybe they have history as well, which I feel like was maybe brought up in the last book club, possibly. This is all theory, of course, guys. It's all theory. Pomfrey comes to get Moody. Well, obviously, to get yes, to get Moody. I was going to say to get Junior. No, she's there to get Moody. Doesn't take much for Pomfrey to get Moody. Whoa! Arcade Stickhead. That is literally what this is, by the way. Or it looks like something out of the Wizarding World. It's like Neville's shenanigans, the most subtle joke in movie history, where he's forgotten his robe. Did they really expect anyone? Okay, without lying, because I know what you guys are like. Without lying, did you genuinely pick up on that joke first time round? That was in Chamber, wasn't it? Where Neville's like saying, oh, I don't know what it is I'm missing. You never guess what it is, guys. It's his robe. How the heck? I don't believe anyone picked up on that first time round. Maybe some reactors do, but you know, some reactors are. Oh, I put that in the wrong place. But some reactors are, you know. So some reactors, I feel, guys, and it's a tiny minority. A tiny minority are lying. I feel like they have seen stuff before and everything like that. But that's just an opinion. And that's very rare. It's very, very rare. But, you know, there's certain reactions where I don't want to use the example, because if I use the example, then you'll know who you may, because they're not particularly well channeled. Then they'll know who I'm talking about. I don't want to, like, you know, slander anyone. But yeah, some people know about things or predict things
just before they happen in some reactions, you know, and I just feel like it's like, come on. That's why when I was doing my Buffy, well, I still am doing my Buffy reactions. When I started my Buffy reactions at the start, I said, I know this thing, I've heard about this thing. Now both of those things I've now experienced in the series, and they're both amazing. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just pat myself on the back now, aren't I? But you know, why am I even talking about reactors? Oh yeah, because of the Neville thing. Okay, maybe, okay, Woods wants in already. Okay, let's put it another way. Am I the only reactor on YouTube who didn't pick up on the fact that Neville's robe was missing in that scene? Go on, in again. Sorry, Monkey, I'm shouting for some reason. My sanctuary! Sorry guys, I've just had a cold mocha thing. That's probably why I'm acting a bit weird. Are you alright, Monkey? It is about that time already. God, we're late, aren't we? Are you going to be okay to lay there for a bit? I need to at least get through this chapter. Wah. You right, Monkey Doodle? Yeah, I'm not going to give you anything right now. You can wait. I need to get back to this. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a long video, guys. It feels like already it's going to be a long video, doesn't it? Snape goes to get Fudge, which turns out to be a bloomin' mistake in my opinion. Dumbledore says Snape is going to get Fudge to bring him to Barty Crouch Jr. to interrogate him. Dumbledore says Fudge will want to question Junior. I've got down here, would he? And I wrote this before knowing what was gonna happen, and so I was thinking, would Fudge be a little bit worried about? Well, actually, in a weird way, I was actually blooming on the money, wasn't I? But I was thinking, would Fudge at this point want to interrogate Junior? Oh, they should have got him out of the blooming. Oh, they should have got him out of Hogwarts first. Oh, well, anyway. I guess so. I can't really imagine the conversation. Yeah, I can't imagine Fudge interrogating Junior. I really can't. But, you know, and, you know, we see such a different side of Fudge in this chapter, guys. It's absolutely fascinating. It really is. I wonder if Snape was worried people think he put his name in. Oh, yeah. So, Snape in this book has been so interesting because he's kind of like, but particularly, well, really only the stuff with Karkaroff, where he's basically very dismissive of, well, kind of dismissive of Karkaroff. I don't even know if that's the right term, but sort of like not panicking like Karkaroff was about, you know, the dark marks burning and everything like that. If at any point Snape was worried at all that he would be accused of being the one who put the name in, because we don't get that at all. I don't feel like there's, we have Ron and Harry and maybe Hermione. I'm not even sure Hermione. I feel like Hermione sees Snape in a different light, despite what happened in this blooming book, which was a turning point. I don't think anyone justified what Snape did in that scene, guys. That was in this book, wasn't it, with Hermione's teeth and everything. The I can't see any difference thing. But I do feel like Hermione's a lot more logical. Obviously, she is than Ron and Harry, and a psychopath as well, according to this chapter. The next chapter, I should say. But yeah, if Snape, because we never really get any idea that he's worried about people thinking it, and also he must feel some sort of vindication when it is revealed that he didn't. Or at least, you know, Junior saying that he didn't. Dumbledore and Harry leave to see B. Oh, Black. There we go. Yeah. Harry's thinking about what happened. And everything. One thing that I love about this chapter, guys, is that it doesn't like on paper say this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened. During the nightmare of what was the trip to Muggletown. Muggletown, that'd be amazing.
But so yeah, it doesn't straight up just say what happened again, but the way that this chapter is written, it does just keep going around in your mind, you know, because it keeps on bringing up all the different stages of it, but in like a different order, I could say. So it does feel like Harry, despite the fact that he only says it out loud once to Dumbledore and Black, throughout this entire chapter, we are being retold it over and over again. So the whole thing is just going round and round in his mind, and so that's beautifully written in this chapter. I've got again, guys, and I feel like some of you did get back to me on the last video about how some of you did stop reading the books for a while after this one because it is so dark, and so I feel like some of you waited a few years, or in fact I think there's at least one person who said that they actually waited until they're an adult to read the rest. And I can see it, guys. I can absolutely see it. Imagine going from Philosopher's Stone to Goblet of Fire, and that specifically that scene. Sprout is with the Diggories. It's mentioned how she was obviously Cedric's house leader and knew him the best. It's very interesting. I can't imagine Sprout going into that role, but I'm sure she would be very good at it. Because she's quite a forthcoming, to the point person, whereas she has to be quite, subtle. Obviously not subtle, but she has to be, understanding with the Diggories. I'm sure she'd be able to do it though. Dumbledore's voice shakes when he says this, which is very interesting, guys. I wonder if that is because of Sprout, just thinking, oh, poor Sprout's gonna be doing this, and also poor Diggories, and of course poor Cedric and everything. So yeah, it's very interesting that Dumbledore's voice shakes here, which has to be the first time we've ever had that. I got down here. Is this the first death on his watch as him as headmaster? Because obviously, Moaning Myrtle, he wasn't headmaster at the time. And so I wonder if this actually is the first student death. Now, Hogwarts being as it is, you'd think not, but then again, who actually died in chamber? No one actually... No students died, definitely not. No one died in chamber, did they? As in, from the basilisk, from seeing the basilisk. They were all revived, I'm pretty certain. If I'm forgetting someone, apart from Moaning Myrtle, obviously. But if I'm forgetting someone, I apologise. But yeah, I'm wondering if this is the first student death on his watch. Because obviously we hear about professors retiring with, bits missing of them and stuff like that. You'd imagine it probably is. And so it must be very difficult for Dumbledore, not that he let it show. I got down here Snape new see best. Oh, Sprout new. Sorry, guys. So I'm starting to do like a little bit of shorthand thing, and sometimes I get confused, and so I'm saying that Sprout knew Cedric the best, which obviously makes sense. Black's face is white, with worry for Harry. He's like saying, "I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen." Instantly asks if Harry's okay and what happened. He almost seems angry the way that he's saying what happened. But that's Sirius Black for you guys. He's like this very, very. He wants to put things right, and it's quite a. From what he does. He wants to comfort Harry, but more than comfort Harry, he wants to put things right for Harry. So he wants to try and fix the pain that Harry's gone through, rather than help him through it. If that makes any sense, I don't know. Hence why he would rather Harry not retell the story, but Dumbledore, basically says, we need to do it now. We got a line, so tired every bone in his body was aching. He just wanted to sit there for hours and hours until he fell asleep and wouldn't need to think or feel anymore.
What a line. What a freaking line, guys. Seriously. And obviously that's Harry. Fawkes flies onto... Harry doesn't notice, but Fawkes has flown onto his knee. Oh, no, he does notice because he says hello to him. He doesn't notice that he flies off, I think. Dumbledore looked over to Harry, and as soon as this is in Dumbledore's office, and as soon as he does, Harry thinks Dumbledore is going to question him. He's going to make Harry relive everything. This scene is unbelievably good, guys. As is the next scene, but my goodness. Black insists that Harry should rest, but Dumbledore essentially ignores him. He just basically turns to Harry, and this is what I was saying in my summary, guys. Am I being unfair here on Dumbledore? So there's a really nice quote here about putting Harry into an enchanted spell. That numbing the pain for a while will make it worse when you finally feel it. Now I get that is probably kind of true. Is this unfair of me, guys? Because I've always felt like lovely gobbledygook Dumbledore and everything is a front to what Dumbledore actually is underneath, and I feel like we are seeing more of what Dumbledore actually is underneath. And so I wonder, and shoot me down in flames if you disagree with this, guys, I wonder if there is a chance here that Dumbledore is kind of lying to Harry, and it's basically Dumbledore's main concern right now, even more than Harry's mental health or not his well-being, but you know, to Harry, more than Harry's trauma, and to like try and calm him and to reassure him and everything, Dumbledore's main task right now is to find out what happened. And so I wonder if he said that to basically convince Harry to tell him what happened there and then. With it being true, but actually not being the reason why Dumbledore's saying it, if that makes any sense. He then, is it true, or does he just want Harry to tell him what happened? Yeah, that's a more sharp way of putting it. But he then says to Harry, "You had shown bravery beyond anything I could have expected of you." Now, this is going to sound so horrible, guys, and I'm wondering, because this is... very often I completely misread a moment. The Molly sending Harry food and everything is one of my worst moments. Obviously the Quidditch stuff in Prisoner of Azkaban was horrendous, guys. I'm so sorry about my attitude during that book. But I wonder if Dumbledore, if there's a small part, the reason why Dumbledore is saying this is because he knows how much Gryffindor House means to Harry, and so if he, and I'm using this word, I'm misusing this term, guys, because it's going to sound a lot harsher than I actually mean it, but if he is in a weird way maybe guilting or stroking Harry's Gryffindor ego to convince him to say what happened there and then. Like I say, Harry's well-being and his mental health and everything, and and him being able to rest after the horrors that have gone on, is number 2 in Dumbledore's priority of thousands of priorities. So it's right up there. It is right up there with its absolute main priorities to make sure that Harry is okay. But number 1 is finding out what happened. So I feel like that might be why he's saying about the bravery thing. Shoot me down in flames, guys, because that might come off as being really cold, but quite frankly, the way that Dumbledore was in the previous scene, in this scene, and the next scene, I feel like there might be a small bead of truth in what I said there. Let me know your opinions on that, guys, because they're probably going to be different from what I just said, and if they are, I look forward to reading them, because this is why we do the book club, And also, you can just leave it in the YouTube comments as well, guys. Don't worry about that. But yeah, I wonder if there's a tiny part of it, like maybe even just 5%, where he's thinking, "I need this information now, Harry, and I will say whatever I need to convince you to tell me. Oh, jeez, guys, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, Junior was knocked out. I'm sure this is true, guys. Junior was knocked out. No, he was. Junior was knocked out when Dumbledore used the potion to get the truth out of him. But no, it's illegal to use it against students. So you couldn't do that against to Harry, because then Harry could recoup, but also be retelling it. But then again, also Harry saying it all, I think, does help to an extent to get him on the path of healing, which is something that Dumbledore does say here. So I wonder if I come off as being extremely harsh, guys. And if I do, I apologise. It certainly is not my intention. I just wonder if it's a tiny part of Dumbledore's motive being, I actually need to find out now, Harry. You know? Harry starts, and he does feel it as a relief. Fawkes lets out a song, and and Harry starts to feel better immediately, and so it does start to go on. As he is retelling it, Black, there's many moments where he wants to interrupt and to let Harry, I guess, because he's very, very concerned for Harry, guys. There's no questioning it. Harry is Black's main priority. Yes, you see what I mean? But Dumbledore keeps on, stopping Black from interrupting. Black, vocally exclaims when hearing of Wormtail cutting Harry. And they both, including Dumbledore, they both immediately want to see where the injury is. And so I wonder if that's why we had that whole "you show me yours if I show you mine" moment in the movie, which we covered in the last book review. Harry says about how Voldemort can now touch him. Thinks he sees a moment of triumph in Dumbledore's face. So interesting, yeah. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. I mean, I think it's fascinating. But when Harry says about the fact that Voldemort can now touch him, there is a little glimmer of triumph in Dumbledore's face, which is so interesting. And then Dumbledore says, okay, so he's now able to get past that hurdle. So yeah, it's very, very interesting that. I'm sure that will come back. What is wrong with you? Can you see her? Not really. She's going. You are a gorgeous girl, Woozy. She gets so many compliments when we're walking about. Unfortunately, she is very spooked by strangers, and so as soon as people are saying, "Oh, you're gorgeous, your dog is gorgeous," Woozle's immediately like that. She's had trauma, guys. Obviously, she had some very, very bad experiences with humans early on. And so it just takes a little while for her to get confident enough to bite my hand. This violent dog. You're so violent. Should I get you something to eat? I'm not even sure if you got anything, monkey. Oh, you got loads. It's fine. It's fine. She likes these. What a sweet little mongoose. She's gotten very good as well. I purposely take her into shops every week and everything. Oh my! Do not be sick on my bed. Right, we're good. Yeah, a lot of charity shops and everything, because most of them let dogs in and everything all the time, and give her treats and everything, and just try to get her used to people. She's brilliant. She can walk past people fine. It's just as soon as they look at her, she gets all spooky nookied. Right, are you gonna... Do not be sick on my bed. Can I continue? This is going to be a long enough book review as it is, Woozle. Right, I'm going to continue. Harry struggles to retell the golden light and what came out of their wands. Because he obviously doesn't understand what it is, and says how Cedric, Fred, Bertha, Lily, and James,
came from the wand. Is that the right order? That's the order that it says at this point. I'm just trying to think if that is the right order. That isn't the right order, is it? So I feel like you know what? Go listen or look in the book, guys. I can't remember. But I think in this retelling, that is the order that he says the people came out. No, he doesn't. He doesn't, because he says Cedric, Fred, old man, Bertha, and then pauses, and then Dumbledore says, and your parents. And so yeah, that order is irrelevant, because I'm pretty certain Harry actually doesn't say it at that point. Anyway, Harry and Voldemort share cause, which I think we have just come up before. This is the first time. I swear this is the first time, guys, I've heard that it is actually Fawkes. Now, I've always assumed it's been Fawkes. I don't know why, but I always have. I guess it's because it's the only Phoenix that we have. But in the story, but yeah, it's that was a very interesting revelation, and the fact that's certainly never said in the movies, right? I'm pretty certain it's never said in the movies. But I have always assumed that it has been, though. Ollivander apparently wrote immediately to Dumbledore after Harry left the one shop, saying that that's what happened. It turns out that that what had happened was the two wands hit each other, and a reveal spell happened. When brother wands fight, I think it was Black who refers to it as brother wands. You'd think that it must be very rare for that to happen, for two people with the same animal or creature, I should say, beast, I should say, from the same actual individual unit of beast to duel, and so it must be very, very rare. But they can still fight each other, can't they? It's not like they literally can't. I'm not sure. Maybe they can't. Maybe it is basically saying like nope, you're not gonna happen. I mean, the way that Dumbledore puts it is that they don't work properly. So I'm guessing that they can actually duel. Could have been less dramatic. I've got down here. I don't know why I put that, but oh, could have been less dramatic. Yeah, I guess if oh, that's right. Yeah, so if it had been like maybe Harry had used a spell to scratch his bum or something, and Harry was the one whose wand was spewing like this stuff, it would have showed Harry's bum or something. I don't know. Ignore me, guys. I don't even know what I'm talking about now. But yeah, it could have showed some, like, you know, less interesting things, like, you know, turn the kettle on for a cup of tea. You know. Obviously, Voldemort's been unable to hold his wand all this time, so. So Dumbledore says it is an echo, that it was echoes of them. And Dumbledore asks if other victims appeared. Ah, okay. So now, so previously in my notes, what I'd written down was what Harry was thinking about, whereas this is actually where Harry actually says it, and Harry says, Cedric, Frank, Bertha, and then pauses, and that's when Dumbledore fills in the blank. He doesn't mention a hand. But it's irrelevant. Harry says how James told him what to do, you know, during the duel and everything, and he looks to Black, and the Black has his face in his hands. I'll admit, guys, that bit made me really sad. That really did. I really like Black as a character. That is my favourite Black moment so far, because that is such a, like I say, he's a fixer. Sirius Black is a fixer. He's not great at, you know, doing the whole comfort thing. He wants to defeat the comfort. No, he wants to defeat the trauma, but there's no defeating the trauma of James dying. And so that was a powerful moment, guys. I'm getting emotional. That I feel like that little moment is my favourite moment from Sirius Black so far. I really appreciate that. There's nothing you can do. Completely powerless. For Fawkes, he heals Harry. You're shown. Dumbledore says you're shouldered a grown wizard's burden and shown you are equal to it, which is a pretty amazing praise. It really, really is. there's one bit which I didn't get down in my notes, but there's a bit in this chapter which is coming up where Harry is clearly fighting the urge to cry, but it doesn't say that. I think it says something like Harry is finding it more difficult to fight the urge to do something that he doesn't want to do, and he wishes that Ron would look away. I really like the way that it doesn't actually say it. You know? As if anyone would, you know, judge him at all if he was to cry in this situation. But I like the way that the chapter actually doesn't say to cry. It like says that the corner of his eyes are burning and stuff like that, you know? I mean, considering I just nearly bawled when talking about Black with his face in his hands. Yeah. But, you know, that's one way some people live their lives, guys. So Harry does take some of the potion and falls asleep. Dumbledore asks Black if he wants to stay with him. Black nods, doesn't speak. I got to admit, at this point, I don't really realise that Black is now a dog, but that you know, that makes sense. Actually, no, I feel like that's before they get to hospital wing. So this is Black as human Black. Yeah, of course it is. Molly, Bill, Ron, and Hermione demanding information from Pomfrey, as if Pomfrey knows what the heck's going on. But, you know, they're desperate, aren't they? Molly screams at seeing Harry and tries to run to him. Dumbledore is basically, like, really, like, saying, you need to let him rest now. Molly really sees Harry as her responsibility. She really does, which is so freaking cool, guys. It really is. And quite frankly, it's too much for Harry to bear. It really is. It actually hurts Harry in this scene later on. But she is absolutely... Is it that boring? Has we got many an hour to go yet, Woozle? We're still in the first chapter of the video. Horrible noodle. Horrible noodle. Hey, okay, baby. We'll go out soon, Bubba. I do want to try and finish this chapter, but we still have a lot of notes to go through, so I might break this up into two. You won't notice it though. I'm wondering if there's any moment where we get such on-the-nose Molly concerned for Harry. Obviously, she's concerned for Harry. I'll reword it. The way that Molly really sees Harry as her responsibility and almost as one of her children, I don't think that ever comes to the forefront in the movies. I would have to rewatch them, but I don't think it does. But my God, it happens a lot in the books, guys, and it's powerful stuff. And the fact that it's actually making Harry feel worse in this scene really is heartbreaking. But bless her, she's doing what she thinks is right. You know, she's the opposite from Black. She wants to comfort Harry, whereas Black wants to fix the problem. You know. So Dumbledore tells, oh no, that's like, you know, Molly. Dumbledore like says he needs rest. Molly like turns to Bill, Ron, and Hermione as if they're talking and says, yes, you need to be quiet. They're not even talking. Yeah, that's got a Molly moment there. I quite like. It's weird because Molly, in a weird way, is actually quite a funny character in this scene because it like says how she goes to straighten out Harry's bedding, even though it doesn't need doing. So it like says it unnecessarily. So in a weird way, it is meant to be kind of. There's meant to be a scattiness which is almost humorous in this scene regarding Molly, but you know, it's understandable, guys. She's really stressed out. I don't want to say traumatized because Harry's traumatized, but she is not coping well with with what's happening at this point. Pomfrey's not happy about Black being there, but Dumbledore says that you know, Dumbledore. Black being dog form right now says how Black is very well trained. And I wonder what Sirius's reaction was like. I was like, what are you talking about? Eh? It almost sounds like an insult, you know? It really does, you know? But, God, oh, man. like if Dumbledore like says, "Don't worry, he won't start to lick his bum around," thing or something like that. You know, it's like it almost feels like almost an insult to Black. You know, like almost like a playful joke. But you know, this is not a playful moment at all. Harry will remain in the hospital wing until Dumbledore has spoken with the school, which does happen. I got down here, it's at this film scene, but it's not though, guys. We do get that moment in the book as well, you know, when he addresses the school. Gotta say, the book version is much better because Dumbledore is really showing his sadness and his rage at what happened in front of the students, who are all lined up, you know, with the table pushed to the side, guys, in the movie. Which is very unusual. You never see that, do you? It's always people. They're always at their desks. Up to this point, definitely. They've not their desks, sorry. They're at their tables. I'm pretty certain that has always been the case. So it's very interesting that they are lined up like a proper assembly. And I'm pretty certain that they are not in houses as well. I wonder if that is a subtle thing of saying that Dumbledore wanted them to be mixed up. I feel like they're mixed up, guys. I could be wrong, because obviously Bo Bartons and Drumstrang are definitely mixed up between them. They're not all in one place, you know. And so I wonder if that was a sort of thing of like saying we are one. You know, the really cool line in Game of Thrones saying how what Robert is it? King Robert's has you know, he holds dominion over like 5 different armies, and yet there's this other army which is coming at them, and they're like saying, well, yeah, you have 5 armies, you know, and they're only one, and he goes, oh yeah, I got 5, they've got 1. It's a really cool moment. First series of Game of Thrones, guys, the dialogue and the acting in the first series is fantastic, and it all very slowly starts to peter away as the show goes on, but the first series is by far the best in my opinion. You're right, Monkey. Though I loved it until right near the end. Either way. But yes, I'm wondering if that was basically a subtle thing of like saying that, you know, they're all one. They're not these segregated things. And that's essentially what Dumbledore is doing in the book. It's like saying they're raising a toast to them as a group, you know. And, you know, it doesn't work out exactly well when it does it for Harry, but that is in the next chapter, so we will get to it. But I'm wondering if that's what they were going for in the movie, because I liked it, guys. But I do feel like Dumbledore's, you know, speech is certainly less professional than it is in the book, but you know, it showed on screen Dumbledore's heartache, which is, you know, I feel like important. Wizzle, come up here. I'll take you on a bit, Monkey. You know, she's getting restless. It is her time actually, so I'll get to it. So yeah, Molly's still here. Pomfrey says he'll be fine and hands Harry some pajamas. I do like that when it's an absolutely consistent thing with Pomfrey. Sometimes we do see her emotions and everything, but it is sort of like, you know, her role is to kick in when there is calamity going on or chaos. And so when everyone's like, you know, Molly is like desperately trying to dote on Harry, that's a good word for it, dote on Harry. Sirius Black is unable to fix Harry's problems, which he's just so clearly wants to do. Ron and Hermione really want to know what happened, but also just want to be there for Harry. Bill's cool. Dumbledore demanding information and everything, and you know, and Fudge screwing up big time. But Pomfrey is, yep, okay, get into bed, here's your pajamas and everything. It's just like, still, just doing her job to the button, still. I really like that about Pomfrey, guys. And like I say, we do see her emotions every now and then, but she is very good at her job. She really is, because she's no nonsense. There's no sort of like, you know, there's no doting. There is, okay, you're in my wing, you're going to do what I tell you. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that dog, make sure it doesn't lick its bum. And this one. I really like Pomfrey. And I like the fact that this is probably, you know, the worst. This is definitely the worst. This has got to be the worst situation that we have seen her deal in, and she is still that professional. I really like that about her. Okay, guys, we are around halfway through my notes of this chapter. I'm gonna go get this one walked. I won't say the word yet because I'll take a few minutes to get ready, but then we will get on with the rest of the notes. Okay, we are all exercised and fed. Well, I'm not fed, she is. Anyway, Molly smooths the bed covers unnecessarily, which is amazing. Again, it goes back to this whole Neville thing, guys, which we brought up last time, where I sense that there is meant to be a tinge of humour where other people don't. I do feel like that we are meant to find Molly's behaviour here slightly funny, but also just very, very understandable. You know, I mean, again, she is doting on Harry. She is trying to comfort him through this time, but there just is there's just no comforting him in this time at all. He has the potion of dreamless sleep. I've got to say, I thought that when you actually, I don't know, guys, rapid eye movement is when you're actually REM is when you are actually properly asleep, isn't it? Now I thought that that was twinned with dreaming, and so I would have thought that you have to dream to actually properly rest, or maybe not. I thought that was the way around it is, but you know, either way, that's what it's called. Harry wakes to shouting. It's Fudge and McGonagall arguing. At this point during the book review, I was like, when listening to the audiobook, I was like, okay, I have literally no idea where this is going. But my goodness, guys, McGonagall said you should never have brought it into the castle. Crazy. Snape is also with them as well. Fudge is after Dumbledore, says that he needs to speak with him and everything. Dumbledore does turn up right there. There was a thing where him and Fudge were going to be meeting in the hospital wing anyway, and so that's presumably why Dumbledore has arrived, unless he heard him being called. Harry's never seen a McGonagall losing control like she is. She is absolutely spitting feathers. Is that the right term? I'm not sure, but she is absolutely incensed, and for good blowing reason, guys. Fudge brought a blowing Dementor into the school. Now it's very interesting that he says that he summoned it, so I presume that is a very, very quick thing that you can do, just like summon a Dementor like that. You know, maybe you had to have a license for it, but maybe it's only Fudge that can do it. Well, probably not. But it's very interesting that he has the ability to do that, because this is not long after Harry has not been asleep for long. He really has not, and so it's kind of crazy that that Fudge has been able to screw things up so quickly, you know. So McGonagall is like furious, saying that Dumbledore would never have allowed this, which is literally true, guys. We know his opinion about Dementors being on school ground. Fudge shouts, "My dear woman," like in the most condescending way possible. And it turns out that Fudge led a Dementor to Barty Crouch, and Barty Crouch has now been kissed and is now worse than dead. Insane, guys. Now Fudge, clearly I feel like Fudge must think that, know how stupid his next sentence is. He says, at all accounts, he is no loss. I'll go down here. What? He who knows the most about Voldemort more than anyone. He's no loss. But then again, Fudge doesn't believe that Voldemort's back, though, does he? Or doesn't want to believe it. Insane. And Dumbledore then does say, well, he was the person who knew the most about Voldemort, you know. As soon as Fudge says that Junior was a raving lunatic, because he believed it was under Junior's instruction. Fudge said that Junior was a raving lunatic because believed it was under Junior's instruction. I'm not sure what I meant by that. But either way, yeah, he thinks that Fudge was a lunatic, and so it's fine, I guess, to do that. It makes it very interesting because you must have the criminally insane in the Wizarding World. You must do, because you know, in the movies you certainly do, because you have Gilderoy Lockhart in Straitjacket for some reason. At the end, in the extended version of the Chamber of Secrets, very short little post-credit scene if you haven't seen it. And so yeah, criminally insane. That's a subject which I would like to know more about, because well, the thing is that Bellatrix Lestrange is obviously kind of insane in the movies, but I don't know how she was before she went in, because obviously the Dementors drive you mad, guys, and so Yes, God. Anyway, Fudge is an absolute idiot. That's all we need to go by here. My God. So stupid, and this really backs up what I was saying earlier on about, like, saying not really understanding, not being able to imagine what a scene between Fudge and Barty Crouch Jr. would be like. I guess it'd be like this. It just wouldn't happen because Fudge is Fudge. We learned so much about his character in this chapter, guys. We really do. It's fascinating. Dumbledore explains that Voldemort is back in a very, very flat and direct way. He's literally, he's basically summarizing the book in the most succinct, to the point way. He really is. Like, Voldemort is back. Harry was there. Cedric was killed, and he like really explained it in the most flat way to Fudge as he can. And Fudge is already not having any of it, and he, you know, he even starts to smirk, which you just imagine how everyone in that room must feel with him smirking at what Dumbledore is saying. They must be freaking furious. I mean, they are, guys. We have a lot kicking off in this scene. So yes, he has a slight smile of disbelief on his face. Dumbledore's still explaining what happened in a very steady but very forceful and very straightforward. This is what happens. We need to do this. You are preparing. Oh yeah. So yeah, after Dumbledore explaining everything that happened, Fudge said, "Jeez, this drives me mad. You're prepared to take Harry's word on this, are you?" And he still has the smirk on his face. Everything that Harry's gone through, Harry must be. I mean, obviously he's got a lot on his mind at the moment, but my God, what an insult! What an insult! This is the first time we've ever had Fudge. I don't think Fudge has ever really condescended to Harry before, even. I feel like that's debatable, but I wouldn't call what he's done up to this point as being condescending. This is unbelievable. This is such a different side of Fudge. And you know that he must have been feeling this for a while, guys. These articles are not brand new things. And so, jeez, for him to say that in front of Harry as well. And he knows that Harry's awake as well. Yeah, even though the visitors don't. So upon this, Black starts snarling at Fudge. I've actually got Snape down here, but no, that's not right. So he starts snarling at Fudge, still in dog form. And Fudge says, "You're willing to trust a lunatic murderer and a boy who, well," and Harry instantly says, "You've been reading Rita Skeeter, haven't you?" Which is such an awesome line, guys. And that's when the visitors oh, he's awake. But my goodness, I mean, to be honest, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, that is definitely what Fudge. I mean, Fudge confirms it. He says, "Oh, why shouldn't I?" And everything, you know, it's insane. Fudge says how he discovered Harry was parcel mouth and has scar pains and hallucinations and everything through the Deadly Prophet, and he's using this as justification to not believe Harry. Even if all that's true, I'm like, my God. They must have known the spell that killed Cedric. That must be immediately obvious. It must be immediately obvious to anyone in the Wizarding world that it was Avada Kedavra. Yeah. And also, they would have seen Cedric and Harry appear back again with Moody still in the vicinity, and so it wasn't like Moody was with them wherever they went. So, So yes, Fudge had heard of a cursed scar acting. Oh yeah, so he said it's very interesting. So Dumbledore says, you know, that the scar reacts to Voldemort being nearby or in a particular mood and everything. And Fudge says, well, Fudge says that he's heard of cursed scars acting as alarm bells before. Now I want context for that because I presume that means that he thinks that Harry is insane. Alarm bells, you know, like, oh, he's clearly not mentally stable, you know. That's what I believe it is. Unless he's talking about a situation where it was considered an alarm bell and then didn't turn out to be true. But I really want context for that line, because that was fascinating. And I don't think it's anything that we've
I'm sure it's not anything that we've covered before, but I wonder if that's ever going to pay off, because I want to know exactly what Fudge meant by that. That's intriguing to me. Harry starts naming the Death Eaters. Snape looks immediately nervous, but then looks straight back to Fudge as Harry starts to do it, which is very interesting, because even if Harry had said, and Snape, Fudge would have been said, well, he was acquitted and everything, you know? Which is interesting. I wonder how well known that is. That Snape was acquitted. Well, not acquitted, but no, yeah, not acquitted. In fact, yeah, I wonder how well that is known. I'm guessing not very. You'd imagine not very. I don't know. With the powers that be and everything. Anyway, I mean, I've never heard an adult criticise Snape. Actually, have I ever heard an adult, as in like another professor? We probably heard I don't think Molly's ever spoken about Snape. Or Arthur. Adults that have criticised Snape. Obviously, Sirius Black. I would say not Lupin. I freaking love Lupin, guys. I can't wait for him to be back. And Book Lupin is so cool. He really is cool. But yeah, other professors like criticising Snape's ways and everything. We've heard McGonagall talk about Snape, you know, talking about Quidditch and stuff in like a very cocky way. Shouldn't say that word on YouTube. Well, you can do, but I remember when I first started YouTube, I posted a Cloud Built video, which is a great game, guys. It's awesome, very difficult, but it's a great game. And I said Veggie gets too cocky in the title, something like that, and it got age restricted. So, yeah, interesting. I mean, it's a reference to Cockerel, obviously, you know, rather than, you know, anything sordid. Woozle, know what you're thinking? No, baby, you're gonna have a sleep. Played a bit of fetch just now. She's very good. But yeah, people like other professors' opinions of Snape being there has never come up, which makes sense, guys. I mean, he's part of the furniture by now, isn't he? This Fudge I've got down here, guys. I mean, sometimes I just make like little notes, like mid notes and everything, guys, just saying this scene really should have been in the film. It really should have. I get the impression that, because the thing is, Harry in the movie is nowhere near as traumatized as he is in the book. He just isn't. Like, even when like Dumbledore's like saying that Cedric's name should be kept in honor rather than, you know, lies being it being used for lies and everything, and like Harry like nods his head in the assembly and everything, whereas this Harry ain't going to be doing that. You know, he feels the same thing, but he's not going to be going, yes, that is right. He's just stunned, just stunned, you know. Oh, so good. The short, angry wizard stood before him, refusing point blank to accept the prospect of disruption in his comfortable and ordered world. Beautiful. I mean, that's inside Harry's head, and I really like that line. I really, really do. Dumbledore says to remove Azkaban from the control of the Dementors, which is fascinating to me, guys. How the Dementors will be a lot more fruitful if they were to join Voldemort. So they're just going to, because they are, you know, they're not evil creatures, guys. They are they are just hungry. It's like you know, Warhammer 40,000, and all the armies in it have like a negative side to what they're doing and everything. Tau not so much, but they're a late addition. But Tyranids are like the most moral out of everyone. And so you have Chaos Space Marines, who are like basically demons. You have like the Space Marines, who are, you know, nationalist, you know, fascist, you know. The humans in 40k, guys, particularly the Space Marines, are not good, guys. They're not, guys. They are very imperialistic. To an emperor who doesn't want to be known as a god, but they all see him as their god. But, you know, he is not in exactly a position to argue anymore, you know. The 40k history is fascinating, guys. It really is, absolutely. I've never played 40k the tabletop, but I find the story and the history behind it fascinating. So you've got the Eldar, who were all about excess and everything, and then that turned out to go very, very wrong. You have Dark Eldar, who are just sadists. You have all these different armies, orcs who are just after, you know, after a fight and everything. You have all these immoral armies and everything. And then you have the Tyranids, who are insects. Or like, you know, they're like dinosaur-style insects, you know, who are basically traveling across the galaxy to get some grub. That's it. There's no moral quandary there. They are just doing what's completely natural to them. So Dementors, in my mind, it makes sense, guys. They're going to be, oh, you can get me some juicy souls? I'm going to follow you. It makes sense, guys. You know, these are not... You can't judge a Dementor by its morality. You just can't, because it's just doing what's natural to it. Unless they were created. Has that come up before? Were they created? I don't think they were. So I feel like they are just... they're as good or bad as a bowtruckle, you know? The bowtruckle just does what it does, you know, and Dementors do what they do. And so this whole thing of, like, you know, Voldemort being able to haggle these different groups, like the Giants and everything, Dumbledore says that you need to send an envoy to the Giants as a friend of hand of friendship, because Voldemort will be able to persuade the Giants to join him a lot quicker, because, you know, you look how the general wizarding folk treat the Giants, or perceive Giants, and obviously, you know, they're all, again, I would say that you can judge Giants a bit more, because you do have friendly Giants, but you also then have Giants who are very bloodthirsty, from what I gather. But, you know, I'm just going on what Ron says, really, you know. Fudge brings up the fact that his job would be in danger. The whole thing of turkeys don't vote for Christmas thing, guys. Jeez. Horrendous thing for a politician to say. I didn't make a note, guys, but I'm going to bring it up now. Going on the books, I assume that, and this could be very wrong, but this is just where my mind has assumed, that the Dementors were brought to Azkaban during the last Wizarding War. So, like, say, 13, 14 years ago. Or maybe a little bit before then, you know, when the war was starting, you know, because they are a very extreme solution to the problem, which Barty Crouch Sr. was doing. He was doing these very, very extreme things of, you know, even his son he would be able to send to Azkaban and everything. And it's clear that, you know, the good guys are stretching their morality into bad just to control the bad, you know. And so in the books, I assume that the Dementors are a relatively new thing at Azkaban. But in Hogwarts Legacy, Dementors are in Azkaban there if you play the Hufflepuff storyline. Apparently Hufflepuff landed on their feet, guys. Apparently Hufflepuff landed on the feet when it came to Legacy, Hogwarts Legacy, because there's one storyline which is different for whichever house you're in. And apparently Hufflepuff are the best, and I've experienced it, guys. It is a great scene. I'll just counter my theory about Dementors here. So yes, Fudge brings up his bloomin' job security. Ugh. Anyway, great character, guys. Very well written character. By the love of the office you hold, Cornelius, you place too much importance, and you always have done, in the so-called purity of blood. You fail to recognize that it matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. What about... Oh, sorry. sorry, that, yeah, the next bit's my note. so that is a fantastic line, and I really like it. I really like it, guys, and that's something which, you know, I feel like, you know, is something which a lot of people nowadays really need to see as well, you know, that you know, we're not all each other's enemies and everything, but, you know, the powers that be want us to all believe that we're all enemies, you know. Now, I had got down here, what I was about to read out next is, what about Slytherins? It's like what Dumbledore's saying is absolutely on the button about people, apart from Slytherins, who tend to turn out to be evil. So yeah, amazing. Yeah, they no, that's not true. Slytherins don't tend to be Death Eaters. I guess it's like the SS in a way with in the Second World War, where they are the ones who are acting on what a lot of people believe but aren't actually acting themselves. So a lot of Slytherin families obviously agree with their Death Eaters, but you know, they're keeping it hush hush and it's on the low down and everything. But yeah, it does. I mean, a lot of Slytherins do get up for Harry in the next chapter, and so but there are everyone in the room is standing up apart from some Slytherins. So I got it on here. It's mad that they're having this conversation in front of students. It really is insane that they are having this conversation in front of students. In fact, to the point where I'm surprised that Fudge doesn't say, "Can these get these students out of here?" Apart from Harry, obviously, or even just say, "I'm not willing to discuss it in front of students because these students will go and panic everyone and tell everyone that Voldemort's back and everything, and that's not true. And so can we go and talk about this somewhere else?" But you know, I feel like it's because he's on the ropes so much because of the stupid thing that he did with the Dementor that he doesn't think about that. Oh, guys, my blood's pumping. My blood's pumping. And Dumbledore says that you could be the one who saw the signs and made a change, or as Dumbledore puts it, you'd be known as the one who stepped aside for Voldemort. It's a scary concept, guys. And you know what? I was thinking about how you know, understanding the Dumbledore said calmly moment now, because it reflects on how Dumbledore is here. Dumbledore isn't like that at all. Dumbledore is basically listing out. He's basically giving Fudge very, very straightforward ultimatums, like saying this is what we need to do. If you don't do it, something else is going to happen. So he's not screaming and shouting. He's not like running down steps or anything. But yeah, I do feel like that's what they were trying to reflect in that moment in the movie. But what a strange point it to do. So yes, the chapter title refers to Dumbledore and Fudge, guys. Now I thought it was going to be the schools departing, but no, that takes place in the next chapter, and I like how that's done here. I'm not sure if I got it in my notes here. I think I got it at the end of this chapter, but I'm going to say it now anyway. I got to admit, guys, going into Goblet of Fire, the book, I actually expected a lot more student interaction, as in between schools. You know, Bo Barton's interacting with Hogwarts, and Drumstrang interacting with Bo Barton, and you know, I thought there would be a lot more, and I thought we would hear about all these different characters and everything, but they really kind of were segregated, like a lot, and that makes what Dumbledore says in the next chapter even more powerful. But yeah, I was actually expecting there to be more intermingling. I actually did. Not that it's a problem. In fact, that was literally my next note. That what a time to bring that up. We're getting through this, Woozle. We're getting through this. Look, long first chapter, guys. But like I say, the notes for the second chapter are definitely shorter. And then I've got to announce who my favourite character is. Oh, there are two, guys. It is level pegging. Because it was Hermione Philosopher's Stone. I'm sure it was Hermione Philosopher's Stone. It was obviously going to be Lockhart in Chamber. And then Lupin was... I'm pretty sure it must have been Lupin, guys, for Prisoner of Azkaban. Whereas this one, it is so tight, guys. The more I read these chapters in particular... The thing is, I feel like I might be a bit biased because it's these chapters. Spoiler alerts, it's not Fudge. The fact that I'm covering these chapters after the last few chapters that we're doing, it's making it very difficult to not make an emotional on the spot decision. But it is so close. It is so close. So yeah, Fudge says how he's been very lenient to Dumbledore, and says how he let Dumbledore hire werewolves and keep Hagrid. Ugh, you know that conversation happened, guys, and that must have been a blooming horrible conversation. I hope Hagrid wasn't there for it. Oh, God, I hope Hagrid wasn't there for it. Really nice to hear Fudge's fear of getting it wrong here. It's true. So, I can... let me explain myself, guys, but I can understand Fudge's fear. Because it is huge. It's a huge decision that he's having to make. That being said, these are the decisions that he has been appointed for. He's been put into that position to make these decisions, and he is freaking out. And so, yeah, it's not great, guys. It's not great, but it's very nice to hear his fear of, you know, getting it wrong. And, you know, the thing is, no, because the thing is, he's not saying, and then what will happen to the country? He's not saying that at all. He's like saying, what will happen to my reputation? So no, it's, oh my goodness, it's a good chapter, guys. And then this is it, guys. And I got down here, what a moment, because it's kind of out of nowhere. And he basically like says, like, you're doing all this with basically no evidence. And then freaking Snape gets for it, go boop, and shows his dark mark. Which sounds like a euphemism. He shows his dark mark to Fudge. It doesn't sound like a euphemism at all. My note is, what a moment! Exclamation mark. Because this is huge. This is like a... And he's doing it in front of... I mean, screw it, guys. He's doing it in front of Molly. But he's doing it in front of, like, you know, like students and everything, and and other professors who you would imagine McGonagall would have known that he would have had it. Definitely. Obviously, Dumbledore did. Fudge would have. I don't know if Fudge was in Snape's trial. Do we ever see Snape's trial? I'm honestly not sure. Would it have been Barty that would have dealt with Snape? That's very interesting. I think it would have been Barty who dealt with Snape. Huh? Let me know. If it comes up in the books, guys, obviously don't let me know. But that's very interesting. I just can't think of us seeing his trial at any point. I'm sure we don't. If there was a trial, I think there was, wasn't he? Oh, I'm all over the place, guys. I'm all over the place. But yeah, if anything, if the answer to my question would be any sort of spoiler, then obviously avoid it. But yeah, but what a moment this is. This is a powerful moment for Snape to do this in front of Harry Potter. He's doing it. Again, Molly is my go-to. Is like, oh my god, ah! No. But it depends how well known it was that he was one. But this is such a great moment, and it basically shuts Fudge up. It kind of this is basically, you know, Fudge is like deluded. Snape does this, and it's basically the end of the conversation because there's no denying it after Snape says this. Because what's Fudge going to say? It's like, oh, you were Dave here. I can't believe you. What me? What? Yeah, again. This was a great moment, guys. It really was. I feel like this was another OS moment for me. Seriously. OHS. Oh, but actually that's true, because Fudge then says, I don't know what you and your staff are playing at Dumbledore. So he's still trying to imagine that it's some sort of conspiracy that's going on, that Dumbledore's cooked up, which is insane. But again, he has nothing to stand on after, he hasn't got a leg to stand on, I should say, after Snape doing this. Fudge wouldn't believe Snape if he had told him earlier. Yeah, so I was saying that it's possible that Snape could have come forward earlier on, but, you know, I feel that Dumbledore knew that this would be Fudge's reaction to this news that Voldemort's back and everything, and the mark burning and everything, and so it would have been the case of keep it on the lowdown, let me know about it whenever it's happening, but Fudge will not accept it, and he may actually screw things up even more than he has today. I got down here. Is what Fudge did technically manslaughter? I mean, I know that Barty's not dead, but, you know, he's worse than dead, so there has to be some sort of legal ramification. Because it depends how difficult it is to summon a Dementor, sorry. But if like a very good wizard who's not a part of the ministry can do it,
No, screw it. If you're a part of the Ministry, if, like, say, Arthur did it by accident somehow, and it ended up killing a student, there would have to be repercussions for that, right? You can't have repercussions for the Dementor, because, again, the Dementor's just feeding. And so Arthur would absolutely have repercussions there, right? And so surely what Fudge did is manslaughter. Or, you know, man worse than slaughter. Again, legal aspect of the Wizarding World fascinates me, guys. It really does. Imagine a book which just goes through all the laws of the land. I think that'd be amazing. Fudge says your winnings to Harry and you know gives him puts on desk like his the money that he won. And yeah, that's the end of the conversation. That's it. After Snape did what he did, there's nothing that Fudge can say anymore. So he's going to go and, I guess, process it or ignore everything. I guess that's it. You know, just get out of Dodge so he doesn't have to think about it, maybe. And so he goes out and he slams the hospital wing doors. Now, I've got down here, guys. Am I being one of these pedantic idiots here? I feel like I probably am. And I feel like it's been a while since I've been like a real pedantic idiot. Because I feel like I used to be a pedantic idiot a lot. It is a hospital wing. Can you really slam hospital wing doors? My notes are so freaking stupid, guys. They really are. Hospital wings need the doors to go both ways for obvious reasons, right? So you can get like people in wheelchairs. Maybe there aren't wheelchairs in the Wizarding World, but you know, people like okay, better example, Snape being carried by Sirius. It was, yes, because he was banging his head off the walls as well, wasn't he? If someone is in that sort of state and you need to get them to the hospital wing, you need the doors to be able to push over from pressure from either direction, just so you know it's easy to get through. And also, people aren't going to hurt themselves as well if they don't realise the door's going to go away. But hospital wings doors tend to go both ways. So the image of this scene that I have in my head is that Fudge like goes storming out, goes to slam the doors and everything, and he's out. But it's just like Molly, Bill, Harry, Hermione, Ron, McGonagall. I was going to say Sans then, but Snape, Sirius Black, and Dumbledore just watching as the doors just go. And then they carry on talking. That is so clear in my mind. That scene. If that's in the TV series, for one, I want credit for coming up with the idea. If you're watching this, people who are making the series, which obviously you're not. But two, that would be such a great comedy moment in what is one of the most serious scenes in Harry Potter so far. I'm such an idiot, guys. But yeah, that is absolutely what I thought when reading that part of the book. That'd be amazing. I'd absolutely love it. And I've got to say, guys, if you're just listening to this, I know a lot of you just listen, I should explain. And if I ever do put these out as podcasts, which I know that a lot of you have asked me to, what I just did was have my hands as like two doors which open both ways, just slowly opening both ways until they come to a stop. There you go. That's my audio version of that. Oh, so Molly like basically brings up Arthur straight away, basically saying how and it's cool that she's looking out for Arthur so quickly. It like says how Arthur isn't trusted by Fudge because he doesn't have the proper wizarding pride because he is interested in Muggles, which is so interesting, guys. Because obviously we've heard about this rivalry, not rivalry, but this resentment towards Muggles and everything a lot throughout the books. It's the first time we've heard it from Fudge. I'm pretty certain it's the first time we've heard it from Fudge. But also in this, to that level, to say that Arthur isn't a proud wizard. Oh god, guys, it's not right. It's not right, and it's manipulation, and you see it all the time, and like everywhere now, unfortunately. You really do. It's like everywhere, all the time. You're either with us or against us, and that's it. And it's all orchestrated, guys. It's all orchestrated. Life was not like this, not that long ago. It really wasn't. But,
recent decade, I'd say like the last 10 years or something, it's been orchestrated to make us hate each other. I'm sick of it. I really am. And sometimes it comes up in YouTube videos, guys. It really does. Like I'll say something in a video and like people will take it from like an ultra extreme standpoint. Was it in Angel or was it in Harry Potter? I mean, I really appreciated the person's comment and everything, but they really suggested that I was like, oh. And we had a nice discussion about it, and I think that we all that it ended all friendly and everything. But you know, I mean what I say on the channel, guys. I do, and you know, if I choose to not say something, it doesn't mean that it's part of some massive agenda or anything. It's because I feel like it was something that I chose to not say something which may have come off as being unpleasant about somebody, and that's how I was raised, guys. It's not because my parents were massive, you know, but like either way politically leaning or anything. They really weren't. They really weren't. It's just the way that my parents decided to bring me up to try and be polite and not to be nasty and everything. No, I know, sue me, right? But nowadays it's seen as like this big freaking agenda and everything. The word agenda is used so much blooming nowadays, and it's sickening. It really is. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Anyway, that was a little rant about nothing. But this line completely reminds me of what life is like nowadays, guys. Like the fact that Arthur is interested in muggles means that you know that Fudge doesn't trust him. Insane. Anyway, like I say, I really appreciate that person's comment, and you know I mean, back in the day, I don't get them nowadays, guys, but back in the day, I would get like quite angry comments on my channel. Not this is before Harry Potter and everything, about certain things and everything, and I would always appreciate the feedback, you know, even if it has swear words and everything like that. And very often I'll say thanks for the feedback, I appreciate that, I'll take it on board and everything. And very often the next comment that I get back on is a reply from that person saying, oh, by the way, sorry if that came off as being a bit rude. Yeah, it's just the way people interact online, guys. You can't blame them, especially kids. Like, you know, they're like they're worried about it turning into a fight, and so they come out for throwing. You know what I mean? That's my experience of it. Anyway, sorry about the waffle there, guys, but that line just really the whole thing about Arthur not being trusted by Fudge, it annoys me. It really does. So Bill goes to warn Arthur about what's going on and everything. Dumbledore says he is, and also Arthur is going to be working underground for Dumbledore. It seems. Dumbledore says he is going to be interfering in the ministry in. Oh yes, yeah. So he says that's why Arthur needs to be warned and everything, because Fudge can't know that if I'm influencing the ministry and everything, and you know that's a. And so that's why they need to contact Arthur. But he's saying that in front of students. Now I know, guys, it's Harry, Hermione, and Ron. I still don't think he should be saying that in front of students. I really don't. That is a risk for a bisque, you know. Especially with Rita around, literally. My goodness. Dumbledore asks McGonagall to go and get Hagrid and Maxime to his office. It's very immediately obvious what the plan for them is, even though Hagrid doesn't admit it in the next chapter. Very good of him to not admit it. Pomfrey is to go and get Winky, or he says like a very distraught house elf. That is where Barty was dementified. He's in Moody's office, so he's in Barty's office, and so Winky is, sorry. And I got down here. I'm wondering if she is still there because that was his office, and so because she can't go back to the kitchens now because her master, you know, the master that didn't disown her, this was his office technically, and so that's why she's still there. God bless her. Oh, this is the last time we hear about Winky in this blooming chapter, isn't it? I'm sure we'll hear about her again, but it would have been nice to stop with her again one more time. God bless her. I'm looking forward to meeting her again, guys. I'm sure she will. She will be back. Dumbledore says that Dobby will look after her, which is very interesting that Dumbledore refers to Dobby by name and specifies Dobby, because, you know, it could have been, he could have just said take her back to the kitchens, and, you know, but Dobby is the one who's most likely to look after him, because he's kind of like, you know, he cuts against the grain, doesn't he? Oh yeah, the whole spew thing never got rounded up completely, did it? It did to an extent in the kitchen scene, which I will be bringing up next chapter. But yeah, it didn't really end the whole spew thing, didn't it? I mean, Winky has had a rough book. She really has, guys. I mean, like absolute living hell for Winky. From the very start, from her very first scene, she's terrified of heights and everything. God bless her. Yeah, she had a rough book, guys. Who is she? Hermione. We're getting through it, Woozle. We're getting through these notes. Dumbledore asks Black to transform, back to his normal form, and Molly instantly says, "Sirius Black!" And Ron says, "Mum, shut up." It's amazing. Snape to Black immediately says, "What is he doing here?" Which is an understandable reaction, you know. But this is the thing: Dumbledore's pulling all the strings, isn't he? And in the same way, actually, that's so interesting. In the same way that Voldemort doesn't let all the Death Eaters know who is and isn't a Death Eater, just so he has the sword of Damocles hanging above their heads at all times. Kind of what Dumbledore's doing to an extent, you know, for different purposes, but it kind of is similar. It's very similar, in fact. Obviously, for different purposes. Dumbledore says it is time for them to lay aside their differences, and it's very clear immediately that isn't going to happen. And so he says, "Well, I will for now accept just a handshake," and they blooming do it, guys. And what I like about this moment is that Dumbledore's like saying they're not willing to put their differences aside, because there is attempted death, you know, both ways. You know, we had Black not caring about if Snape would die as a student, and we have Snape wanting to planning to lead Black to getting kissed by Dementor, not by Snape. That must be a popular ship. Hang on. Snape, Black. Oh no, people call him Sirius, don't they? Sirius. What do they call it? What ship? Snerius, it's called, which is amazing. And there's the fan art, guys. I knew it. I bloomin' knew it. I knew this would be a popular one. I don't know how popular it is, but yeah, it's never dawned on me before. But yeah, thinking about it, it makes sense that this would be a popular ship. Oh, there's Blenheim Palace. Very nice. Anyway, yes, let's stop looking at the fan art. Don't worry, it was all clean. Don't worry, it was all clean. You know what the internet can be like, guys. Anyway, back to my notes. Sorry. But yeah, what I like about it is that it's very clear to Dumbledore immediately that saying you get over your past now is not going to happen. He says, okay, handshake, and they just do it. And it's not like they slowly step up and they it's like a sneeze in the hand sort of handshake. No, they literally shake hands, and I think that's so cool. That shows how much friggin' respect both of them, and we know the Snape has that much respect for Dumbledore, but we didn't really know that much about Black having that much respect for Dumbledore. Is that fair? I feel like that's the case, but I really like the fact that they just do it, because I didn't think that they would. I genuinely didn't. And so Black is to go and get the old crowd and says Lupin, which made me very, very happy. Very interesting. He says the old crowd. I think Dumbledore refers to them as the old crowd. So Black leaves. He says to Snape, "You know what I must ask of you." Both of which Dumbledore and Snape look reluctant, which is interesting, guys. So Snape leaves, and Dumbledore is literally silent for a few minutes before saying anything more. So you'd imagine that this is Snape going to go underground and going to go and speak with Voldemort. My God.
I can't. I mean, that is something which I cannot wait to hear more on. Seriously, I don't know if we will, but that was an intense moment. Like I say, Dumbledore's just standing there, looking at the doors again, opening and shutting, and Snape slowly disappears into the distance. Doesn't speak for minutes. That's pretty powerful. So Dumbledore goes to see the Diggories. Presumably for the first time, after what's happened. Molly tells Harry to think about what he's going to spend the money on, to take his mind off things by thinking about what he's going to spend the money on, which is such a great parent thing to say in any other situation than this. But she doesn't know what Harry's gone through, what Harry thinks about the money and everything. She's like, oh, you got your money, did it? Yeah, what are you going to spend on? It's so nice that she's really trying. She's really freaking trying, guys. And it's just hurting Harry more and more, and she doesn't know that, and it's not her fault at all. I'm not being a Molly hater, guys. Again, she's doing her best, and her best is making the situation worse. It actually is. Harry says that she can have it, or anyone can have it, and that he shouldn't have won it. He says that he was the one who got Cedric to grab the trophy at the same time, and so he sees it as his fault that Cedric is dead, which is a big thing for a kid, guys. My God. I say a kid, I know that he wouldn't like that term, but that's life. That's life. Sorry. Oh, what was it? I said something really funny a couple of days ago by accident. Oh, that's right. I was going to tweet out about this. So me and my bro were talking about wrestling. We both watch professional wrestling, and professional wrestling is very good at the moment. And I was telling him that the pay-per-view, which used to be a yearly event called Armageddon, is going to be coming back. And I said how it's not going to be in December, because it used to always be in December, as in like the end of the year, the end of the world sort of thing. And my brother said, oh, that's kind of a shame that it's not going to be in December. And I said, yeah, I know, but it's not the end of the world. I didn't realise it. As soon as the second that I finished saying it, I suddenly realised what I'd said. That's so clever. That's so clever. Armageddon. End of the world. Ignore. We need to get through this, but like I said, the next chapter should be a lot shorter. Dumbledore leaves to see the Diggories. Harry says, blames himself for dead. Harry wishes Ron would look away. So this is the moment where he says that he wants to do something that he's been wanting to do for a while now, but he can't because Ron's looking. Oh, God bless him. Jeez, Harry. Does movie Harry ever bring Cedric up in this way? I know he absolutely doesn't. So that at least for the rest of this book, so for the rest of this movie, I really don't think it comes up in Order of the Phoenix, but I will be rewatching it as we do the next book. I don't think Harry ever sees any level of blame in what happened to Cedric. Now, I know he absolutely shouldn't, but it's so human that he does. So I'm pretty certain that he doesn't. I know there is a conversation between Cho and him. Caitlin Kerrigan from Arcane. She is so freaking good, guys. She is a fantastic voice actor. I mean, season 1 she was excellent. Season 2, Caitlin is so good. And the voice actor does an amazing job. I should say Pumpkin Pasty does the voice for Caitlin Kerrigan. She's a very talented voice actor now. She really is. But yeah, I know that there is that scene in the movie. I don't know if there is, if like Harry says, oh, I regret what happened and everything. But I don't know. But he certainly doesn't in this movie anyway. So it's so nice to hear it here. And I'm not being a Hufflepuff here, guys. He shouldn't feel any blame in this at all, in the slightest. I'm just saying it's very human that he does. Molly hugs Harry, and it says the weight of everything that had happened fell upon him. It also says that he's never felt like He's never experienced this motherly hug sort of thing before. Obviously, he would have done as a baby, but, never since. And it does seem like it's making him feel worse. That's my interpretation. Unless it's saying that it's freeing him of it, or again, it's finally that the emotion that he's been feeling can finally get released and everything. But my interpretation of it is that the hug is actually making him worse, and that made me actually really sad when I got to that part of the audiobook. So that was powerful. And the final note of the chapter: Harry takes his sleeping potion. We will do this blog where I ask for the best bits of the book to be voted on, and then we'll do the poll afterwards. I think this is definitely going to be one of the top ones. Just this chapter, guys. And the last 2 chapters were incredible as well, but I do feel like this might be the one that is the one. I know that the big Snape supporters, and I know there's a few of you, I feel like, this is such a moment for Snape. But just the different Dumbledore, Fudge being completely alien and actually insulting Harry to his face. Sirius and Snape shaking hands. Molly doing her best to console who she sees as her responsibility for some reason. And I mean some reason as in it is beautiful. Hermione making a noise, which we will get to. God, guys, tearing up as always. I'll say this, guys. I haven't decided yet because we've got one more chapter to go. But this chapter really has shifted the person who was in second place to being very close to the person who's currently in my top spot. I feel like this might be the time to do it, though. It might be the time to do it. I will think about it. In the meantime, let's get over to the final chapter of the Goblet of Fire, my favourite to this point Harry Potter book. Chapter 37. 37 or 30? It is chapter 37, I'm sure it is. Chapter 37, The Beginning. Some time has passed and Harry has actively been not thinking about the events of that day. Dumbledore has instructed all students to not ask him about what happened. Harry spends time with Ron and Hermione, who both understand to not broach the subject. Now there is no defense against the dark arts teacher. They spend that time slot going to see Hagrid. We'll get to it. Who says he has a special mission this summer which involves Maxime. Not like that. Cedric Diggory is honoured at the end of year assembly where Dumbledore also tells the students details of what's happened that the ministry will not be happy with. As the other schools set to return home, Fleur says that she hopes to return to England. That's not right. To Britain to improve her English. And Crumb has one final chat with Hermione. Ron also gets his autograph, which is fantastic. Which is so... I love that so much, guys. The Golden Trio. It's almost unrealistic, but I love it. It is so close to being stupid, but I love it. The Golden Trio board the Hogwarts Express once again, where Hermione announces that she is a psychopath and has Rita Skeeter trapped in a jar. Once again, Draco and Crabbe and Goyle come in to talk smack. But the second that they say Cedric, there is a blast from all directions, including Fred and George. Turns out they were planning to blackmail Bagman for money he owed them, after being shafted with a leprechaun gold. Bagman now being on the run from Goblin debt collectors. Harry insists that Fred and George take the winnings from the tournament, saying that they will all need something to laugh at soon. They all part ways at King's Cross, Harry telling himself not to worry about the future, as what would come, and he will have to meet it when it did. I mean, the whole chapter's brilliant, guys, but I love that. I love that line, guys, because I'm pretty certain that each book has ended with quite a funny line, because it's usually about, Harry's going to screw over the Dursleys, but no, this was our first, okay, now we're getting into the story sort of ending to a book, so
Fantastic chapter, guys. Obviously, my summary missed out a lot of details there, so let's go through it. So, like I say, some time has passed. At first, I thought it said a month had passed, but then later on in the chapter, it says that Cedric died a week ago, and so I'm a little bit confused. So I think what it might be saying is that that the month that continued, including them leaving Hogwarts and everything, it wasn't really talked about what happened. So then it's just saying, yeah, and then it goes back and says what happened in that month, you know. But yeah, like I said, later on it does say it's been a week since Cedric's death. So Harry has, like, been actively training himself to not think about the events of it. He actually, incredibly, the next day after the argument, actually met with the Diggories, which is not something which I would have expected. They both thank him for bringing the body back. Mr. Diggory Amos is sobbing, and it says that Mrs. Diggory, who I don't think we ever hear her name, is just, like, beyond sobbing, just, like, completely numb. Presumably they were told that Cedric won outright, because you get the impression that they actually had won. Sorry, that Cedric had won in this little conversation, but Harry then offers to give the money to Mrs. Diggory, and Mrs. Diggory was like, no, you earned that, it's yours. Which is a nice thought of Harry. You get the feeling that he's just desperate to get rid of what must in a weird way seem like blood money to him, which is insane. But you know that's Harry for you at this stage, guys. And so, but yeah, they just outright refuse it. Dumbledore has told the students to not badger Harry for info. No Hufflepuff pun there. Some students are like avoiding his eye contact and like kind of giving him a wide berth and everything. Harry thinks that some of them may be suspicious of him, and actually suspicious of how Cedric died. I think that is purely in Harry's mind. I think the great thing with Harry in this book, guys, is that because quite often in the previous books, I've said, well, Harry thinks that, but that's not the case and everything. And I'll often get comments saying, no, Veggie, I think it's meant to be at face value. In Goblet of Fire, we have absolutely had moments where it's clear that Harry is thinking incorrectly, you know? Like, think about when Cedric's about to get the cup, but then doesn't everything, and Harry's like saying, just take it and everything. He then thinks, oh, blooming Cedric, the person who got Cho Chan, and it's so irrational and everything. And that's what I really like about Harry, particularly in this book, is that we hear the kind of irrational stuff. I don't believe that anyone is actually suspicious of Harry killing Cedric. I don't think anyone is, but that's going on in his head, guys. And you know, at the end, not at the end, but in this chapter, we do get pretty much the entire school honouring his name, Harry's name. So it's my personal opinion that is just in his head. I don't think that anyone is actually suspicious. Obviously the Slytherins aren't, because, well, not the ones who don't say his name aren't, because they're most probably related to people who absolutely hate Harry Potter and are, you know, he's the one who got away from their parents, you know, or relatives. But even though that is going on in Harry's head, the idea that he thinks that people might be suspicious if he may have had something to do with Cedric's death, he actually doesn't care about it. He is, I mean, he's numb as well. He's just completely numb. It says how Ron and Hermione have like a silent understanding, no doubt from Dumbledore and everything, you know, saying about, you know, he needs rest and everything, and then seeing how much just talking about it a little bit in the hospital wing for Harry was so difficult that they just wouldn't bring it up at all. I think that's so awesome, guys. It's so cool when we have the Golden Trio really having each other's backs, and this is absolutely a great example of that. Because obviously Ron and Harry have gone through in this book. But it's really cool how reliable Ron and Hermione can be. It's like, you know, even to the point where, you know, if Harry just wants to sit in silence, that's fine. They'll just play magic chess, and, you know, he can watch and everything, you know. Molly had asked Dumbledore if Harry could come directly to the Weasleys for the summer. Obviously, you would need the Dursleys' permission for that, but the Dursleys would obviously be willing to give that. But Dumbledore says that he does need to go to the Dursleys first. So I think that we have had hints of there being an actual reason why he actually has to go to the Dursleys. I don't know if it's actually... I'm pretty certain it hasn't been completely explained yet. It certainly hasn't, because obviously Ron and Harry have no idea at this point. But we definitely had a couple of hints of there actually being an actual reason why he has to go to the Dursleys first. But he should be able to come over to the Weasleys later. When Ron asked about what the reason is for him to go to the Dursleys, Molly says Dumbledore has his reasons. Now, that's such an interesting way of putting it. So do you reckon... It's so interesting, guys, because that could suggest two things. Either Molly said, why not, and Dumbledore said, I have my reasons, and she's just repeating that. Or Molly said why, Dumbledore told her, and she realised, oh, okay, but I actually can't tell them that, and so I'll just say Dumbledore has his reasons. And so, in my head, I kind of get the impression that she might know, but I don't know how security safe that is, really. But yeah, that's very intriguing to me. So yes, guys. So the Defense Against Dark Arts teacher turned out to be somebody else and then got dementified. Moody's in absolutely no state to actually teach, and I'm not even sure he was even approached to teach. I think he would have been known. The actual Moody. I realise though, I'm pretty certain we don't ever hear the actual Moody say anything in this entire book, right? I'm pretty sure not, because he's unconscious in the case, in the chest. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that we don't actually hear him speak at any point. But yeah, so there's no Defense Against Dark Arts teacher, and so they just have that period free. Each week is insane to me. It really is. Because obviously, like, Hagrid took some time off when he was, dealing with the giant accusations and everything, and they got a substitute teacher in. I guess with the Defense Against Dark Arts, you can't do for whatever reason. I know that there is. I mean, you told me when I was watching the movies, guys, that there is some sort of curse on the Defense Against Dark Arts teacher, but I don't know how well that is known. I don't even know if Dumbledore knows it. And so, that could explain away why they're just like saying, okay, let's just not have a teacher for a few weeks and then end the year. Rather than, having them do their owls and everything. Did we actually get owls being covered in this season? Oh, no, not owls, but, exams and everything. I'm not sure if we did. The exams at Hogwarts kind of confused me. But I feel like they should have had some sort of exam at some point. I think they did in the last book. Anyway, doesn't matter. The free visit Hagrid. He says that he's been talking with Olymp, which is an amazing name. I straight away thought, okay, that's obviously Maxime's first name. I like the fact that he refers to her as Olymp there. It's almost like, yeah, we're friends now and everything, because he knows that they're not going to know who Olymp is, So I feel like it is kind of, bigging himself up, because when Ron says, Ron asks if they made up after their drama and everything, and Hagrid's saying, I don't know what you're talking about, and yet before he was so vocally upset about Maxime and everything, and make him feel ashamed of who he is and everything. So I think that's really quite adorable. Hagrid says that he knew that Voldemort was going to come back. And obviously, that's, I don't think he actually did. No, he's going to come back. But, I feel like, he's this... He may have suspected it, but he also, in my opinion, and I don't mean any disrespect to Hagrid here, he seems like the sort of person who would say, thought so, after the fact, after the event, So to say that he expected something to happen when he actually didn't, but after it's happened, it's like, oh, yeah, of course, yeah. That's my interpretation of Hagrid. Maybe that's unfair. Stop him before he gets a good hold of Dumbledore's power. Oh yeah. So Hagrid says that that he reckons that Dumbledore will be able to stop Voldemort before he gets a good hold of the Wizarding World. He says to Harry how with everything that he's been through and everything, because he like says, "Are you all right?" And Harry said, "I think Harry said yes," and Hagrid says, "No, you're not." And he says that you've done as much as your you've done as much as your father would have. I think regarding just dealing with it, I believe. It's so interesting that Hagrid would say that, because I don't think up to this point we've had any reason to believe that James and Hagrid would particularly have any sort of connection. Because it really is the Golden Trio and Hagrid, isn't it? Wouldn't it be amazing if, like, one time they go to visit Hagrid and there's 3 other students in there and says, "Oh yeah, I talk with these people as much as you guys," you know? It really does feel like they are Hagrid's posse, you know? It really does feel like that. So I don't know if James would have had any particular close connection with Hagrid, or maybe it was just, you know, Hagrid watching Quidditch, or like finding out about how the exams went and knowing who head boys are and everything, just knowing that James was this very talented wizard and, you know, very Gryffindor wizard, rather than actually being that him and James really interacted much at all. Because if they had, I feel like that absolutely would have come up before. Like, you know, it absolutely would have done. So I feel like that's just Hagrid knowing James for his reputation rather than knowing him as an individual. Hagrid has a secret job to do involving Maxime. You just immediately think that's got to be the giant envoy. And that's the thing, because he's keeping it quiet, but Dumbledore said this to Fudge in front of the 3 in the previous scene, which is amazing. Now, oh yes, so like the scene ends with him like saying, "Do you want to go and see the last Scroot?" As a joke, and I said, "Oh, I'm joking, I'm joking." So we never found out what they eat. I think it's each other, right? I feel like it has to be. I feel like this might be the end of the Blasted and Scroot saga. I mean, I can't imagine it's going to leak into another book. It could do. I mean, there's only one left now. Apparently, it must be huge. But yeah, I presume that they were eating each other, and so there can only be one, as it were. Harry's dreading the end of year feast. He's been eating in the Great Hall when it's at its quietest. I have here he could have visited Dobby. I know that Hermione, and no, just Hermione really, wasn't it? Was it just Hermione who really annoyed the house elves? I feel like Ron may have done, but I don't think he did. Maybe Harry did to an extent, but I feel like that would have been a good workaround, you know, because you'd imagine that Dobby has visited Harry in between the final task and the end of year. We don't hear about it, but that would have been a way for Harry to get whatever food he wanted and be completely alone, you know. Because I don't know, would Dobby keep asking questions about what happened? I don't think so. And also Winky might be there, and you don't want to upset Winky. Yeah, maybe, yeah, okay, yeah. I presume Winky's back to work. Poor bloomin' Winky, guys, seriously. So Harry's expecting the Great Hall to be in the colours of whichever house has won this year. We actually don't hear which house did. In fact, I almost get the impression that it kind of was a write-off, which seems odd to me. I don't really see the relevance of that. Sure, what's happened is very, very bad, but you got to think about the fact that all the other students at the school are just going around their normal student lives. And for this event to say, okay, we're not going to have a house win this year, seems a bit weird. It actually does. It feels like a bit of a... I feel like students will need some sort of normality, and to take away that is quite a big thing. So I don't know if any house particularly won. At one point, it sounded like it was going to be given to Bloomin' Hufflepuff, guys, because obviously in the first book, it essentially was slithering of one, but now Dumbledore will say why these 4 students have made it so not Philosopher's Stone. So Gryffindor won in Philosopher's Stone. Which still rubs you up the wrong way, guys. It really just feels like a really unfair scene, you know. Maybe Gryffindors see it differently, but I feel like everyone just feels like, okay, that's... I mean, one thing I feel like everyone can agree with is there was no need for Dumbledore to say, okay, Slytherin won, but he could have just said Gryffindor won because of this. So yeah, no. Not going all the way back there, but it's still, it just, even watching a movie scene, it's like, yeah, great. It really does feel unfair. Because again, all the other shoots are just going amongst their daily lives, and it's like almost there's no point in trying to get your house points, because if one of the superstars does something brave, then they're just going to be given it. You know, that's based going on Philosopher's Stone at least. So I have no idea which house won the House Cup in Goblet of Fire. I wonder if I can look that up actually. That feels like the sort of thing which may have been answered later. Which house won in Goblet of Fire? It'll say Harry and Cedric, won't it? Gryffindor won the House Cup in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Well, there you go. Apparently Slytherin came second. I don't know what this is based on. I'm not sure how true that is. I feel like it's just not mentioned, which you get the impression that either it was written off as, okay, we're just not going to have one this year, which again, seems like such a strange thing to do. It really does. Or another house won and it's just not mentioned, which I feel like is a bit of a shame, but, you know. Give it to Ravenclaw, guys. Ravenclaw needs something more than just Cho-Chan. No offense, but they really do. So, where were we? Need to be removing my notes as I go. So yes, there's black drapes, I should say, in the Great Hall. Moody's there. He's looking very, very nervous and twitchy when everyone talks to him, and I think, obviously, understandably so. Maxime is sitting with Hagrid, which is very nice. Snape eyes Harry, and obviously Harry's like looking at Snape, and like Snape like averts his eyes and everything. And it's so interesting. It says that that Snape's expression is hard to read, which is so fascinating, guys. It's also fascinating that Snape is there as well, but obviously, you know, maybe he just touched in with the date fate, if indeed that's what he did. But yeah, I feel like this is a nice little reference to what might ultimately happen, where Snape is eyeing Harry potentially with a degree of concern, but Harry's so unused to that he finds it very hard to understand what expression he is pulling. Maybe, no, maybe not. Did we actually ever hear Moody at all? Yeah, I'm not sure if we ever actually heard actual Mad-Eye Moody speak in this entire book. But, you know, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure I'm wrong. I'm always wrong, guys. Harry thinks Snape might be a double agent, as in for Dumbledore. So like, exactly what I'm expecting maybe is what he's up to. Dumbledore eulogizes Cedric and like says how much of a great Hufflepuff he was. I really like that, guys, because in the movie, Dumbledore says about how brave and loyal and how much of a good friend Cedric was, but he doesn't equate that to Hufflepuff. I don't think he does. Correct me if he did. But here he actually said he was the absolute pinnacle of Hufflepuff. He was a great friend. He was hardworking. He was loyal. He believed in fairness and everything. And so I really like the fact that they put that. So at that point, I thought they were going to say, so 100 points to Hufflepuff, they win House Cup. But again, it's never really mentioned who won it. Dumbledore tells the students that Cedric was killed by Voldemort. The Hall is in shock. Some parents obviously will not be happy with that, which is actually what Dumbledore later on says. In that, in the movie, they don't really look shocked because they look concerned and a little sad about the fact that Voldemort did it. Whereas it's meant to be this whole thing of this mythical creature that we would have been told of as kids to make us go to sleep, not to misbehave and everything, is back and he's real and he could be coming for you. And so, yeah, in the book, it definitely feels like there is a bit of a panic in the hall, whereas in the movie, they all just kind of look a bit sad. And like I say, Harry nods his head and everything, which seems out of character in the moment. But, book Harry, movie Harry, very different beasts. So yeah, this is obviously going against the Ministry's wishes to actually say this, and it's actually quite a dangerous thing for Dumbledore to be doing. Draco is muttering something to Crabbe and Goyle. We don't know exactly what that's regarding. Presumably saying about, oh my father's going to be furious about this or something. Dumbledore then raises a glass to Harry, says how brave he was and so on. He doesn't specifically tag it to Gryffindor, I don't think, but he basically says the bravery of Harry going through what he did. The vast majority of the hall does actually honour Harry by saying his name and raising a glass. There are some Slytherins who don't. Again, relatives and stuff. There have to be some Death Eaters that aren't Slytherin. There just have to be. They can't all be frickin' Slytherin. At this point, obviously. In the previous war, there would have been. But you kind of get the impression that... Or maybe it's just the ones who... I don't know. And also, some Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuffs would have been born to Slytherins. And so their parents still could be Slytherin Death Eaters. So... But no, it's just the Slytherin students some of the Slytherin students that don't do it, but that's fine. Sorry, guys. Very nicely, Dumbledore says that anyone from Beauxbaton or Drumstrang are welcome at any time back at Hogwarts, and really says how important the bond of sticking together is going to be going forward. Really like that line, because like I say, going into this book, I did expect there to be more socializing between Drumstrang, Beauxbaton and Hufflepuff, whereas they really were more segregated in the book than they were in the movie, guys. Because at least in the movie, at the Yule Ball and everything, you have them all interacting and everything. I feel like Crabbe and Goyle are getting in with the Drumstrangs, in fact. So yeah, the importance of them working together against a greater evil and everything. I think that Crumb is looking particularly nervous regarding this, because I feel like I think it says that he looks like he's worried that he's going to get told off or something at this point. Basically, obviously regarding Karkaroff's behaviour and stuff. So it is said that it happened a week ago. To what happened to Cedric and Harry. And Dumbledore says to the whole assembly that it's important to do what is right than what is easy, which I thought I'd heard before, guys. But then I watched the movie scene, and it's what Dumbledore says to Harry in the in Gryffindor Tower, which I quite like, guys. I quite like seeing Dumbledore there in the common room, I should say. I feel like that was a nice touch, but I also like the fact that in the book he is saying it to everyone rather than just Harry, so I thought that was cool. And also in the movie he really isn't hiding the fact that he is distraught and exhausted and angry about what happened, whereas you really get the impression that Dumbledore, despite the fact he is saying all this very provocative stuff, is saying it with the usual calmness of Dumbledore. Dumbledore said calm. We go to the last day now. Fleur makes a beeline for Harry to tell him that she hopes to be back so she can improve her English to get a job there. In fact, I don't know if that means at Hogwarts or in Scotland or in Great Britain in general, but yeah, she's hoping to be living near, basically. Harry says that her English is already very good, which is nice, guys. That feels like it's the first... Because even... throughout the entire book, these two have had tension between each other. And so for... they really have. And obviously most of that's been, Fleur being very unpleasant, as she was to everyone at the start of the book. But then, obviously mellowing on him after the second task and everything. But even then, there is this, awkwardness between Harry and her. But for him to say that is actually really, really nice, that they'll actually pick her up on her English. Hermione scowls at this. Oh, she freaking hates Pope Barton. She really does. But particularly Fleur, obviously. It'd be very interesting to see if that continues, because I obviously do expect Fleur to come back eventually. But if Hermione's attitude towards her will have changed at all, you would hope so, because a lot will be going on in between, I presume. Ron questions if Karkaroff was the one who steered the ship, and if there's not going to be anyone to pilot it on the way back. And Crumb says that Karkaroff would always just be in his quarters, and he got the students to do it. I don't know if that's suggesting that there's any corruption going on there, what Karkaroff is doing in his quarters. I think it's just saying that he would make the students do important things like this to learn how to do it, so they're able to do it in the wild and everything. And so it's obviously a very different approach to teaching in Drumstrang. So I like that little detail. Krum asks to speak with Hermione. They go off and have a talk. We actually don't find out what exactly it is. In the movie, he says, "Please write to me," or something like that. Ron is stretching his neck, trying to look at what they're up to and everything, which is amazing. It ain't any secret anymore, guys. It really ain't any secret that Ron is interested in Hermione. We obviously have had a few bits here and there of Hermione feeling the same way. Krum says to Harry. It's so interesting that Krum says this to Harry, because it almost feels like Cedric, in a weird way, is Harry's responsibility in the fact that Krum says to Harry how kind Cedric was and how polite he always was. And the way that Krum words it, it almost sounds like he was surprised by that sort of treatment. You get the feeling that Drumstrang really appreciated how very, very different this Hogwarts is, which is very nice to see. Obviously, going on what we know from Bo Barton's, the few times that we heard about them, they may have been the opposite. But it's really nice. I really like Krum, guys. I think he's a great character. I really do, and he's so basic in the movie, and he's very different in the movie as well. But we talked about it all book long, haven't we? Apparently there is no new headmaster yet, which is very interesting. I wonder if that will ever pay off. I don't think so. I feel like we're kind of done with Drumstrang now, but we will see though, guys. I'll be very interested to hear if we do hear about them in the future. And so as they're parting ways and Krum goes to walk off, Ron, after it almost builds up as if he's going to say something about Hermione, but no, he just said, "Can I have your autograph?" Which is amazing, and I love it so much, because it's sort of okay, so he's going now. He's no longer a threat to Hermione, a threat to me regarding Hermione. I'm now going to go back into fan mode, which is amazing. I love that Krum is surprised, but just smiles and does it straight away. I think that's so cool, really, really. So I'm delighted by that. We got a bit of old Ron, right near the end of the book. So we are on the train back to King's Cross, guys, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione are now able to talk a lot more freely about what happened, without any. It's so good, guys, because they're just talking about it as, they're just talking about the facts and, what could happen or like that. They're not, talking about what Harry specifically went through or, how Harry's dealing with it and everything. They're just talking openly about the events of it now. Harry says that Dumbledore's speech to the school kind of unblocked his ability to address it, which is amazing, guys. So I just love the fact that these three are now just so openly just talking like they would about any other subject, just about, what could potentially be happening, what Dumbledore's plan could be, and all this sort of stuff. Also, you want to keep that quiet considering who else is in the room. Although she can't write anything for a year, though, apparently, which is a very odd limitation, but yes. Hermione gets the Daily Prophet out. Harry looks like concerned at it, but Hermione says, "Don't worry, there's nothing about you in this, Harry. In fact, there hasn't been anything since the end of the tournament about you. It just said that you won the tournament. It didn't even mention Cedric," which is so cold, guys. It really is. You wonder. The Ministry most probably got in contact with the Daily Prophet to say, put this over. Now, Amos presumably still works at the Ministry, so that must be a freaking horrible. I don't know. Is that much of a horrible thing? I mean, obviously it's no worse than what's already happened, obviously. But yeah, the fact that the Ministry are pushing this, the thing that Harry was the only winner of the tournament. Harry mentions Rita Skeeter, and Hermione says that she hasn't written anything since the third task, as I say. And you get the impression that when she says that, she's sitting in silence, but she's just waiting for Harry or Ron to say why. Ask why, I should say. And so as soon as I think Ron bites and says what's going on, she says that it was the bugging idea, and she realised that Rita Skeeter was an unregistered animagi. I got down here another one because it's like one of these things where what else was it? There's something else in Harry Potter which is meant to be. Oh yeah, that's right. People have escaped from Azkaban. Yeah, it's sort of like no one's ever done it, but now 2 people have. And Black wasn't even the first one to do it. But then also, these animagi, they're only incredibly talented wizards can do them. It's super rare, and once you do it, then you're on register. But then we find out there are a bunch of animagis already in the story. So yeah, I didn't for a second think that that's what Rita Skeeter's gig was, guys. And her animagi is a beetle, which is actually a pretty good one. Not really. I mean, for the line of work that she's in, it's brilliant. I mean, it wouldn't be great if it was a black dog, would it? And so, yeah, it's... apparently, the design on the beetle is in the shape of her glasses as well. So, I should write down here, guys, the fact that Hermione actually caught Rita Skeeter, and that was the commotion that was in the hospital wing, which is amazing, guys. I think that's something so comical but significant happened completely in the background in that scene is amazing. I freaking love Hermione, guys, but my god, she scares me in this chapter. So yes, that was the sound in the hospital wing. The design on the back is similar to Rita's glasses. I can't quite remember, but I know that Harry in Divinations was looking at the windowsill, and I honestly can't remember if he actually saw a beetle or not. I think he may have done. And if that's the case, guys, my goodness, that must be a satisfying bit of the book to go back to. It must be so good to know what's going on in that scene. And that's going to be amazing in the TV series. Like, all the book readers are going to be watching thinking, ah! Well, everyone else is not knowing it. That's going to be special. That really is. Yeah, I 100% didn't guess that this was going to be the outcome regarding Rita, guys. I thought it was going to be the quill, because it, Harry really eyed it up, and, obviously Rita, at least in the movie, I think she says in the book as well, it's say to ignore the quick quill. No, actually, maybe not. I think it was that when Rita said, "Are you okay with me using a quill?" Harry said, "Oh yeah, okay," and Rita was visibly happy about that. So I got the impression that maybe the quill was flying around Hogwarts and everything, hiding in places and everything. But no, it was Blim and Rita herself doing it, which I absolutely did not get. Apparently, Hermione will release Rita when they get to London, because I was worried, guys. I was genuinely, because the thing is, she must have been in there for a while already. Obviously, the thing is, Hermione must have just... what Hermione must have done is say, okay, make me these promises and nod 3 times to agree. Because obviously, she can't turn back in the jar. That would be horrific. Imagine that. Jeez. And she obviously can't speak as a beetle. We never had an animagi speak as in the form of the creature. I don't think. Unless I'm thinking of a really obvious one, but I'm pretty certain that we have not. And so yeah, it must have been like a sign language thing for her. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We are nearly done with this book. She's promised to not write anything for a year, which is such an odd way of putting it, guys. I'm guessing that means anything at all. But you'd imagine that Hermione's also said, and leave Harry alone ongoing. You know, that can't be just a yearly thing, surely. Because you'd imagine, just imagine the stories that Rita's going to be writing about Hermione and Harry in a year's time. You know, they're going to be absolutely horrific. And so you'd imagine that was also agreed upon as well. But my goodness, what a twist, guys. That's absolutely wild. I hope Hermione remembers. My god, imagine if she forgets or drops it. Actually, dropping it would be alright. Well, it depends where. Drop it onto the railroad or something. Yeah, so presumably she's also not going to be writing about Harry or her again. In walked yet again. I think I remarked upon it where well, like Draco Crabbe and Goyle would have been really sad that Ron and Harry weren't on the train in Chamber of Secrets because they didn't have anyone to walk into and be smug to. And so it's amazing that yet again we get Draco and Crabbe and Goyle coming in being smug. And they're smug about the return of Voldemort, guys. And like Draco's like, say, you know, I told you that you needed to pick the right side and everything, which is going way back. That really is. That's crazy. Yes, Eli says about how, you know, hanging out with mudbloods and mudblood likers and everything is not the right side. As soon as Draco mentions Cedric's name down, he does say Cedric rather than Diggory, I'm pretty certain. Like, I'm not even sure he gets the whole word out. Pardon me. There is instantly just a flash. It's just a flash, and it turns out that all three of them, who are Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who are presumably all holding their wands already, just absolutely nuke him. And Crabbe and Goyle straight away. So but the thing is, they're used to Crabbe and Goyle and Draco coming in, so obviously they'll be getting their wands ready and everything. But also Fred and George who are doing the same as well, which is awesome, guys. You gotta love that. You gotta love that. Older students doing it to younger students is a little bit more iffy. But, you know, they had it coming, guys. You can't talk about Draco in that way. Not Draco, sorry. You can't talk about Cedric in that way. So, yeah, Fred and George enter the carriage. They are careful to tread on Goyle and Draco, which I love that term. It says George was careful to tread on Goyle, which is amazing. All of them kick Crabbe, Goyle, and Draco out of the carriage. Which again, guys, I really want to see that in the TV show. We don't talk much about the TV show this time, have we? It seems to be like a regular thing that we do. Harry, it's really interesting that Harry is the one to ask about the whole blackmail thing, because obviously Ron's been the one who's been kind of badgering Fred and George about it, but Harry, you know, obviously getting back into being himself and everything, is the one to actually ask, so what was going on with the whole blackmail thing? And they say, well, it doesn't matter, it fell through and everything, but, you know, it is revealed that it was Bagman, which I did predict, guys. I did predict that it would be Bagman. I think that it was obvious that it was because they were like trying to speak with him and everything like that. The reasons for it was different, guys. I thought it was because he was gambling with underage students. Which is actually an argument that Bagman uses to say why he shouldn't have to pay them in real gold. And so they said, okay, well, just give us our original money back, and Bagman won't, which is obviously completely screwing them over. It's their life saving, or their savings at least. So yes, the bet at the Quidditch World Cup basically shafted Bagman even more. He's basically doing very, very badly for gold at the moment. It's a shame, guys, because you get the impression that he is this big celebrity. Obviously, back during the trial and everything, he was super popular, so you'd imagine that there would be work that he could do to try and pay off his debts, but I'm guessing he's just going down, like, the rabbit hole of just getting to worse and worse debt and everything, and, you know, trying to get that big win, but it's never happening. Stealing money from students and everything. Because presumably when he was making those bets, he never had any intention on actually honouring them. Because he would have already been in dead stuck, as they say. Friend George asks for the money back. He refuses. Lee's dad also did not get a payout from him, and so it wasn't just students that weren't getting it back. So it's clear that Bagman was completely just a charlatan. Bagman's in trouble with the goblins. That's why they've been following him. That's why they were in Hogsmeade, in the bar and everything, looking over at him. Because you got the impression that they were looking at Harry to an extent, but no, they were just keeping an eye on Bagman to not actually do a runner. And Bagman eventually has now done a runner, and so that's why Bagman was really trying to get Harry to win. It had nothing to do with country or Hogwarts pride or anything like that. It was purely just so he would make his money. And you'd presume that going in, the betting odds would have been the best for Harry because of his age, you would imagine? Maybe? You'd think so, because maybe. It's a hard one, actually. I don't know if they would be or not, because obviously Harry has this history and everything, but if you look at it in a logical way, he is the younger student, he would know less, and so he would be the least likely to win, and so the betting odds would have actually been better for him. So Bagman probably would have made all his money back if he was the only one who won, because obviously Harry did win, but Cedric did as well, and so the goblins were like saying, well, then Harry didn't win then, which I'm actually with the goblins. That is not a straight up Harry win, and also it's gambling, guys, so any excuse to get out of a bet will be taken, and Bagman is now on the run. So God knows if we'll ever see him again, guys. I have no idea. I'm guessing maybe not. But Bagman, in a way, ended up kind of being like our... Well, no, because Lockhart turned out to be like a criminal, didn't he? But, well, Bagman's a criminal as well, but no, on a very different level, obviously. He's a desperate man, whereas Gilderoy is just a desperately unpleasant man. I love him, though. Yes, the Bagman is now on the run. At this point in my notes, sometimes I just make like overview points, like mid notes and everything, although we are very near the end now. I just say how I really loved this last chapter, because it's so clear that Harry has really healed since that talk, since the speech in Hogwarts by Dumbledore. He's really opened up. He's able to talk with Fleur and everything. Say your English is very good and everything. Whereas before he was basically a broken boy, he is really on the mend now, and he is getting right back to how he was. So I love this last chapter. I really, really do. They arrive in King's Cross with Crabbe, Goyle, and Draco still unconscious. It's amazing. I hope someone finds them. Seriously, actually, that happens in the book, doesn't it? In the movie, sorry. Which movie is it when... Who is it that's frozen? Is it Harry that's frozen, or is it Draco that's frozen? I feel like it's Draco, and then he gets stabbed or something? I can't remember. I genuinely can't remember. But there's something when they arrive at Hogwarts where I think Draco is frozen. I can't remember. We will get to it, guys. If it's in the next book, it's in the next book. We shall see. I'm not sure. Anyway, moving on. Because we've got Luna Lovegood to meet soon, haven't we? That is... Yes, of course it is. So Harry basically shoves his winnings in Fred and George's hands and say, "You take this," and everything. So they can work on their experiments and everything, and make their tricks and everything. And George says, "You're mental." It's amazing. And Fred says, echoes it later on in the scene as well. Harry threatens that he'll throw the money down the drain if they don't accept it, because at this point he just wants rid of it now. That is like the final, not the final part of his healing. He'll never fully heal from it, but the final part of getting past it is getting rid of the blood money. Again, guys, it's probably the way he sees it, And so he threatens to pour it down Dren, and he says, "I could do with a few laughs. We could all do with a few laughs. I get the feeling that we're going to need them more than usual before too long," which is such a brilliant tease to what's coming up, guys. It really is, but it's a really nice way. But it's also saying, because soon things are going to be getting very bad. I really like that. He says, "Take it or I'll hex you," which is amazing, and also orders them to buy Ron some new dress robes. Now, I'm not exactly sure when Ron will be using the dress robes again, because obviously they haven't come up in previous books. Maybe, we shall see, guys. It would be very nice if we hear about the new dress robes. And, you know, unless Fred and George have bought some horrific ones, maybe, for him. But it'd be, I'd like that line to be paid off. I really would. But I'm not exactly sure when they would be used again, though, you know? Hermione kisses Harry goodbye, which is very adorable, guys. Vernon comes along, obviously in complete silence. They don't say a word to each other as Harry is... oh, God, guys, we're at the end of the book. Oh, this has been so good. So they walk in silence as Harry gets into the back of the car, and he thinks to himself that there's no point worrying yet, as he got back into the back of the Dursleys' car, as Hagrid said that what would come, and he would have to meet it when he did. Again, I feel like that is the first non-really light-hearted last line. I remember the first one was, "Is this going to be the best summer ever?" or something like that, wasn't it? Or something like that. And you know, and how the Dursleys' life is going to be hell or something like that. I feel like they want at the end of the chamber. I'm sorry, guys, I got a little bit emotional there, but this has been such a good book. It really has, and I love that line. I love the last 4 chapters, last 5, 6, 7. Basically, the end of this book has been perfect. It's been so good, guys. It's just been banger after banger when it comes to just fantastic chapters. It really has been an absolute freaking joy, guys. It feels so long ago that we were talking about the Quidditch World Cup and everything, and, you know, Ron getting furious with Harry and everything. Albeit, like, you know, all the way to, like, you know, the different tasks and how different they were, the Niffler lesson, the moody teases, all the Bagman scenes, which were fascinating. I really didn't know which way they were going. The conspiracy around Barty Crouch Sr. and everything. Just everything, guys. It's been freaking brilliant. It really is. And I'll say this. I've really enjoyed. Every single book has been brilliant so far. This one is by far my favourite so far. Now, the thing is, guys, I worry that I'm doing... what do they do it? Like, I'm not sure how to word it, but, you know, recency bias. Is that a term? Recency bias, I feel like, is a term where, you know, of course I'm going to say this is my favourite. I've just finished reading it, you know. But I do feel like that it is so good, and so much my favourite, that it would outdo that, even if like in like a year's time I think back which one of my favourite is, I do still think it's going to be Goblet of Fire. I loved all the different... I remember at the start of the book I was thinking, okay, there are a lot of new characters, and I know that was the case in the movie, but you can double it at least in the book. So many new characters, and I remember thinking, as a kid, I would not have been able to keep up with this. I'm so impressed that you guys were, but with all these different characters and everything, remembering who's who and what the name is, I know that I would have muddled up Bagman and Barty Crouch Senior a lot. I just would have absolutely muddled them up, guys. You know, if I hadn't watched the movies and everything, and so I know that I would have had a bit of struggle keeping up with it all, but being able to, I mean, obviously it's you know, it's introducing all these different characters because, you know, the readers are aging as well, and so it is for a more an audience which is going to be able to take the dark scenes. And my God, they were dark. Take all the violence, because there was violence throughout this book. But also be able to cope with the fact there are a billion different characters. So many questions being raised all the time throughout. We have the usual tiffs around, you know, the famous 3 guys. And obviously we have Hermione and Ron really clearly having affection for each other now. We had the progression of all the different professors and everything. The Snape stuff was fascinating throughout. We had the moments where even the most ardent Snape supporter will say, okay, here I didn't like this. And so it's so cool that we got to this point where like there's so much going on, but it's so well done. Fleur is so much better in the books. And I mean that as in she's a lot more unpleasant. She's basically a blank canvas in the movie. She just is, guys. There's just nothing going on. Not criticising the actor at all. The actor is excellent. She was in Bruges. Pretty sure. With Moody and Grindelwald. And Crumb. He was so different that it took me so long to pick up on how different he was. If that makes any sense. I remember when we hear about him diving into the lake shortly before the second task, and it's saying how skinny he was. I remember thinking, well, hang on, that's not right. But it's because I was still thinking about the movie one, and the movie one is completely freaking different, guys. Again, he's just like this. I wouldn't say that he is a blank canvas, but he also was just like this very, very confident, strong guy, and that's it. The movie scene that annoyed me the most, I think, still. I mean, we could do that, guys, but I feel like it'd be a bit negative to do a which is the worst interpretation scene from the movie. And I know that a lot of people would say Dumbledore said calmly. Naturally, it's the most iconic and everything. The movie scene which annoys me the most, and I'll be honest, guys, even when I was watching it for the first time, it annoyed me. I didn't say it, sure, but it honestly did. Where it's when Bo Barton and Drumstrang come into the Great Hall. It's almost the stereotypes of those characters is almost an insult, and I don't mean from like a French or Bulgarian standpoint. I mean from just like a what it is to be a female, what it is to be a man. I found that so patronising, you know. Ron going and the Drumstrang's buttocks. I mean, that's what happens in the movies, guys. You can't criticise me for saying that. That happens in the movie. Ron like goes like what's his name? Not like Sid James, but the guy who actually looks a little bit like Confessions of a Window Cleaner. I've never seen these movies, guys, but the star of it was kind of known. Robin Asquith. There we go. He looks a little bit like Robin Asquith, Ron. In the movie, of course, I'm talking about. Not really. I feel like there is a little bit of Robin Asquith with Rupert Grint. I actually do. Maybe he could bring back the Confessions of a Window Cleaner movies. But they were kind of notorious, very sexual 70s comedies where basically, basically like every single 70s sitcom where the young male character is trying to get his leg over and everything keeps going wrong. Apparently that's what they're about, guys. And so yeah, that really felt like an old school 70s sitcom moment where like Ron is looking at I was gonna say the A word, but at bumps. Depressing. I don't know why they're all going ha. I don't know if that's a reference to the feelers. Why is Bob Marley Fleur Delacour's grandparents' favourite musician? Because they got together and feel alright. I came up with that joke when I was driving, and I swear to God, I nearly lost control of the vehicle. I was laughing so much. And then you get the Drumstrang saying, "We are manly," and like banging their sticks and dancing around and fire. At least we get Filch looking exhausted as he's running in. Which apparently, actually I saw this recently, I feel like it was on Instagram or something. Apparently, when he would like run up to Dumbledore in his like wacky way and everything, and he would whisper something to him, apparently they would change what it is each time, and apparently it'd be like really rude insults and everything, apparently, which is amazing. So that, to me, is still the scene which bothers me the most about the movie.
Let me know yours in the comments, guys. I get the feeling... the tasks are definitely... The first task, I know, rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. It really did. Second task, not so much. The third task absolutely would. So I'd imagine that those will get a lot of votes. I know that that the Dumbledore said calmly moment will get a lot of passionate lines in it, as annoyances as well. Neville instead of Dobby, I feel like we all kind of accepted it. I feel like none of us are that furious about it, but for me, the biggest change is that scene where they're coming into the Great Hall. I find it depressing. I honestly do, guys. God. Anyway. And now that I know how interesting and different Fleur and Crumb are, it makes it even worse. It really does. And so... I've got to say, no, when I was first watching the movie, I wasn't like, this is horrendous during this scene. I still enjoyed the scene and everything, but once the movie was over, I did think back and think that scene was a bit stupid. Like, this real stereotype whole thing of, anyway. But yes, guys, so that little rant aside, like I say, I will post a blog in the coming days for you to suggest the differences that you did like in the movie, and then we will do a poll at the start of the next book review. We will do the results for that. But this is the moment, guys. This is the moment where I pick my favourite character from this book, and I got to admit, guys, it has changed in this recording. It has. It just has. Again, recency bias could really be taking effect here, but then again, the previous one was recency bias as well. So the person who I was, the person who was at the top, I said there was someone who's kind of level pegging below, but there's one who's at the top. The one who's at the top, who is no longer my favourite character from this book, controversially, Barty Crouch Jr. I thought his story arc was fascinating. The pensive is, I think, my favourite chapter so far in his books. It was so good. And I think there's some confusion, guys, regarding about exactly what I think regarding Barty Crouch Jr. I completely accept that he is a wrong-un and he's done terrible things and he is absolutely in Voldemort's pocket. What I was wondering is that maybe at the time of the trial he actually wasn't, and then because with like, with Imperious curses and all that sort of stuff, but because of what happens at the trial, he did then change and became this very Death Eater sympathizer. We know that Black could see. He couldn't see his cell, but he saw Barty and his wife going to visit. And so you'd imagine that Azkaban, you can see other students, other prisoners, and so you may be able to interact with them. So maybe he was put next to the Lestranges, one of the Lestranges cells, and so then they did talk. That is me doing a lot of heavy lifting there, guys. And the most likely thing is that he was acting in that scene. But it's still my favourite chapter so far. It was so bleak, and yet it was mixed with the humour of Bagman's trial and everything like that, and the intensity of Karkaroff's. Amazing stuff. But the whole conspiracy regarding Moody was fascinating. Every scene with Moody was great. And then the twist ending I thought was so well done in the book that Barty did temporarily, I got to admit, temporarily become my favourite character from this book. That is no longer the case. So massive shout out, second place, to Barty Crouch Jr. He was very nearly our second villain to get in the favourite book characters, guys. But my favourite character, guys, it has changed, and this feels like a healing process for me, because obviously I've had strong opinions of this character in the past, and I feel like that during those times, that was when I was getting comments saying, hey Veggie, you don't seem to be enjoying this book very much, and like that. And I'm sorry, guys, that was during a very, very hard time in my life, and I was really emoting that into my videos, and that's not good. It's really not good. You guys shouldn't be having to put up with that. And so for the longest time, I would obviously give this character a lot of shtick where a lot of other people wouldn't, for stupid reasons, for loyalty reasons, all that sort of stuff. The character's progression in this book, I'm getting emotional, guys. The character's progression in this book has completely changed that for me. Now, I said about it earlier on how I would have takes on this character, and people would say, well, Veggie, that's not what's on page. It's not what's being apparent. You know, what's going on in their head and everything is very often just what's happening. You know, like say if they think that a certain character is looking at them in an odd way or all that sort of stuff, I think, well, maybe that's down to the character's paranoia. And I would get comments saying, no, Veggie, it's because the guy's looking at him in an odd way. It's not because of the character's paranoia. I think that this book is either the start of that sort of thing actually happening with paranoia, or you know, or worry or fear or that sort of thing, where it's happening. It's not actually real, but the character is feeling it. That absolutely happened in this book. There's no two ways about it, guys. Regarding Cedric and Cho and, you know, and Rod, quite frankly, you know, all these different, you know, these conflicting emotions where at that age you're going to be having all these things where, you know, life isn't exactly how you see it, and you're going to have like paranoia and all these worries and everything. And so that's being absolutely apparent here, I think, is fantastic. I gave an example in the last chapter of everyone looking at them in a way where they're worried that no, they're not worried, but they think that the other students may be thinking that they had something to do with Cedric's death, which I think is something which is in their head, but isn't actually happening. And so I think it's pretty obvious by this stage, guys. His progression in this has been brilliant. It's the first time in these books at all where I've actually felt fear for him. Because up to this point, it's been this whole, you know, he's going to save the day. He's going to win the Quidditch match. He's going to save the day. He's going to get the house winning and everything. I don't know if it's because I'm an adult, guys, and I don't know if you would have felt this as kids, but there is a Molly feeling of you don't want this character to be going through something so bad. Oh my god, guys, I didn't expect to get this emotional, so I'm sorry. Where, you know, as a kid, you're probably thinking, oh my god, imagine what it's like to be in that situation. Whereas, when you're a bit older, you think, I really don't want that kid to be going through this. That's how I felt during the excellent chapters that we just had. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't expect to get so emotional. I'm sorry, guys. You know what I'm like. You know what I'm like. So, it's very obvious, guys. My favourite character in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is Harry Potter. And that is a really nice feeling to say that. It really is, guys. It really is. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I just burst into tears there, guys. But I think it's because during the scenes where all these terrible things are happening, and then not even so much those scenes, not even so much at the graveyard, but what followed, him talking with Mad-Eye Moody, him turning out to not be Mad-Eye Moody, him talking with Dumbledore, him having to relay everything in front of Black, Molly desperately trying to make him feel better, but can't, and actually ends up kind of making him feel worse. Which I'm wondering if people are going to disagree with me on that, guys, but that was my interpretation of the scene. Sirius Black, with his face in his hands, as Harry talks about his best friend helping, you know, and nothing, and Black not able to do anything, you know. Dumbledore absolutely disgusted with Barty Crouch Jr., what he has done and what he has done to Cedric and Harry. Ron and Hermione being the best friends ever and just treating Harry like nothing's going on and just giving him the time to heal and everything. And then in final chapter, for Harry to have healed so much and being able to talk about all this stuff before they break up for the year, before going back to the Bloom Dursleys. It's like basically threatening Fred and George to take the money that he won. In such a positive thing of saying that we're all going to need a laugh was such a beautiful sentiment. And the fact that he was able to do that so soon after everything that happened is fantastic. So there you go, guys. It's a long time coming. My favourite characters from the books have been Hermione, Gilderoy Lockhart, Remus Lupin, and now Harry Potter. And I'm glad it happened, guys. I really am, because I did worry it wouldn't.
But it did. It did. Harry's my favourite character from this book, and I absolutely... I'm so glad that has now happened, because I was worried that it wouldn't, but he's my favourite character from it. And again, recency bias may very well be a part of that, but you know what? That's how I digest stuff. So that's my answer. Let me know your favourite character in the comments, guys. Now it is time to get over to the book club and see what your thoughts are on the final 2 chapters. Imagine if you guys hated the last 2 chapters. That's all what the book club said. That'd be amazing. Okay, guys, so this is the book club. This is where you're able to add your comment to the discussion. Lots of comments on the last chapters, guys. Gotta say, there's quite a few very long comments, guys. Now, I think that's kind of to be expected at the end of a book, but if you could, if you do join the book club, try and keep your comments relatively shorter, just so we can get through it. But thank you so much for all the comments. So I'm sure that people have got a lot to say, like I say, regarding the last chapter. Oh, that's the last video. So we're starting off with Alex then, guys. So we're 3 hours into this video, guys. Now let's get the book club underway. So Alex, hi Veggie. Hard to keep this short, but I'll limit it to 3 quick points. Oh, you kept it very short. 1, the sad fate of Barty Crouch kept replaying in my mind every time you mentioned his potential involvement in future books last time. Well, of course, yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh my god, that's a good point, Alex. My goodness. I was saying, you know, is he just going to go off to Azkaban? Because in the movie, that's exactly what happens. He says, I'll be seen as a hero there. Fortunately, in the book, he doesn't blow and make it. 2. It's interesting to start seeing the dark side of Hermione. Well, that's a good way of putting it as well. I know Rita is a C word. What? Cedric? But how long is it acceptable to keep her prisoner in a jar? No, absolutely. The thing is that she's an unregistered animagi, so she can't go to the auras and say, "Hey, she kept me she kidnapped me." But at the same time, Rita has been doing some very bad things. She's basically been trying to ruin Harry's life and Hermione's life as well, and Hagrid's. A lot of people's lives are trying to be ruined, and so it is definitely a dark side of Hermione, though, which I did not expect coming. It was a shock when I got to that part of the book. 3, Fred and George investment is my favourite part missing out of the movie. That I mentioned would be a spoiler last time. That was it. Oh, very interesting, Alex. Yeah, because I said about doing the poll in this video, guys, but then many people pointed out, well, Veggie, there's going to be stuff in the last 2 chapters that are really good and might actually be worth voting for. And so that's very interesting, and that is the one thing, though, Alex. Well, there you go. I'm sure that'll be appearing in the poll. Thank you so much for your comment, Alex, for kicking off as well. Jake, Samai Veggie. Apologies for the longish comment. Next time it will be shorter, I promise. Chapter 36. The way Harry friends stay with him overnight in a hospital wing is so heartwarming. It shows such a deep level of care and love that words can't express. Absolutely. And also they wouldn't be able to relax without knowing that Harry is okay as well, you know. So in a way, it's almost that they're doing it for themselves as well, but they're definitely awesome friend zone. And Bill barely knows him, you know, but, you know, he wants to be with Molly, who absolutely wants to be with Harry, so... Show Fudge the graveyard in the pensive. Oh! Is it okay to take memories out of students? I guess it would be. That's very interesting, Jake. That's very interesting. In the first ever divination class, Ron looks at Harry's tea leaves and says, "This way, it looks more like an acorn. What's that? A windfall, unexpected gold." Well, there you go. That one came through. It's so cool. Is it everything that they say in the divination class comes up, or is there some things which are just straight up wrong? Because in the movie they say about you're going to suffer but you're going to like it or something like that, don't they? But that I believe does come true. What does Harry get for winning the tournament he was unexpectedly entered into of 1,000 galleons? Couple this with the danger of burns, losing the treasured possession, and come off worse
in a fight predictions is confirmation that flippant Ron should be a divination teacher. Well, I don't know if teacher would be right, but yeah, he should be a spectacle for them, absolutely, or a shining example of success. Dumbledore getting serious. I suppose mass murderer to transform into transform in front of everyone is such a dramatic gotcha moment. The headmaster is clearly after another job. Presenting Noel's house party. Oh my goodness. Next thing, he'll be announcing Mr. Blobby as a new defense against the Dark Arts teacher. Okay, there's a lot of British references in that comic, guys, but that is amazing, though. Yeah, because obviously he doesn't transform in front of Fudge, because that would have been bad, wouldn't it? But, transform in front of Marty. I mean, Marty was horrified when she saw who it was. But then Ron told her to shut up and it was all okay. Great point. Chapter 37. I love Hermione holding Rita Skeeter to ransom. Technically also kidnap. Yeah, that's the way I see it. She admits she's blackmailing an adult despite condemning Fred and George for it earlier. I mean, the thing is, she didn't know who it was. And, you know, how bad it was that they were doing. If they had said, it's fine, Hermione, it's Rita Skeeter, she probably would have been fine with it, you know? And so, in a weird way, that kind of balances itself out. But yeah, that is a good comparison, though. The fact that she was against blackmail before. Not to mention... not to mention joining in with the much-deserved hex of Malfoy and Crow. Well, absolutely, they had it coming, guys. Seriously, they really did it in that moment. But she is definitely evolving, isn't she? She really is. Chapter 37. It's one of the first signs she's not the wholesome Mary Sue that the movies portray her as. Do they portray her as a Mary Sue? I'm going on the literal definition of Mary Sue, not just the flippant reference. I mean, there's absolutely things that she can't do. She's scared of flying. She's no good at making friends. That's her story arc in the first book, in the first story. Sorry. I don't know. I don't think that she. I mean, she's certainly a lot more capable than Book Hermione. In ways that in things that Hermione just isn't, but we definitely see insecurities regarding Hermione in the movie though. So I wouldn't say she's a Mary Sue per se, but I know what you mean though. She's a lot more capable than our Book Hermione, I should say. So yeah, I think I can see that. On screen, we only really see Ron's bad side, which makes the other two one-dimensional, in my opinion. Well, I see that. I do see that, but because obviously Ron inherits moments from both of them, but obviously a lot with Harry. Yeah. I mean, the fact is, guys, they got all the characters, all three of the main characters, very different in the movie. I still really enjoy them, but I mean, Harry stands out more as a Mary Sue character than me in the movies than Hermione. But maybe I'm thinking wrong there. Yeah, I do see Harry more, you know. His ability to fly like an expert out of nowhere, you know. Which, granted, is because of his father and everything, but it's the ability to pick up stuff immediately. That's what Mary Sue as characters are apparently reference to, which I personally think is more Harry, but obviously there's reasons for that, but we find that out way down the line though. In the books, everyone is far more nuanced. There's much more of the trio's bad side still to come, but for now, mischief managed. Excellent way of ending your book review of Goblet, well, your comments on Goblet of Fire. Thank you, Jake. Thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate it. And like I say, I'm expecting these comments to be long, guys. But in future, if you guys could keep them shorter, just so we can get through them better. Some people make their comment and then edit it right down afterwards. That's something which a lot of people seem to be doing. If you smell wonder what Veggie is cooking. Yes, I can do eyebrows. Yes, rock. Andrew, thank you very much. It's been a while since I've had vegan bacon. Actually has, actually. Maybe I need to rectify that. Chapter 36. It is my favourite in the book. I get anxiety just reading it. So well written. Dumbledore mobilising his army without a stutter is a stunning scene. And it feels like we're on the brink of war. It definitely feels like a very bad times are coming, yes. It gives me chills every time. Yeah, because in the movie we don't get this... We don't really get Dumbledore's retaliation to what is happening. We just get Voldemort happening, don't we? And so seeing the different, the different chess pieces being moved around was awesome. Two of my favourite lines in the book. Dumbledore to Snape. I know you know what I must ask you to do. If you are ready, if you are prepared. Wow, it makes you really feel nervous for Snape and the situation he may be in. And Dumbledore shows a level of care for Snape here. And I love that interaction. Yeah, and like I say, Dumbledore is literally silent for a few minutes before he says anything after that, which is powerful. The most heartbreaking line in the whole series. He had no memory of ever being hugged like this, as though by a mother. Poor Harry, it's such a powerful sentence. The weight of everything he had been through came down on Mrs. Weasley's shoulders. I think I've misinterpreted that line, haven't I, then, guys? Because because it says about the weight of everything that he's been shouldering. I thought it said came down on him, but if it meant came down on Mrs. Weasley, then it actually did relieve him then. But I thought it actually made him worse, though. Yeah, okay. Andrew, I'm glad that you said that, because I feel like that is a correction which will be made in the comments. On a brighter note, Hagrid's joke shows that even he knows the Screwits are a nightmare. Well, that's true. It's probably Maxime who said, by the way, what's up with these things? And you thought, all right, okay, I actually need to this again. I don't know if you can see her, guys. You can't, but she just do one again. Right, monkey noodle. But yes, maybe it was to do with Maxime or a lip. But yes, it's just me who's day one-ish. Absolutely. I'm guessing that maybe you made that edit after the Royal Rumble. Maybe, Andrew. I did a review for the Royal Rumble on the wrestling channel, which is called Veggie Wrestling. I like the fact that Jay won. I have some reservations about it, and so if you want to go and find out my thoughts on the Royal Rumble as a whole, my highlight of the night was Alexa Bliss coming back. That was such a surprise. But yeah, if you want to check out my thoughts on that, you can check out Veggie Wrestling on YouTube. Steve. Ha, Veggie and Woozle. We're finally here, the end of my favourite book in the series, chapter 36. Fudge is such an idiot. Well, that's what this chapter should have been called. Why would you allow a Dementor to perform the kiss on someone he believed had died in Azkaban? I get the impression that once the Dementor saw Junior, there was nothing that Fudge could really do. And also, Fudge is mostly looking out for himself, wasn't he? And so, yeah. For all he knew, Sirius Black could have used the same method to escape. This sudden shift into denial is portrayed far better in the book than in the movie. This sudden shift into denial. Absolutely. Well, I mean, obviously we don't get it at all in Goblet of Fire, do we? Whereas it starts in the next book for Fudge. But yeah, getting it at this stage was actually awesome. Maybe thing is, with movies are weird, guys. With the final action scene, you don't want the movie to go on too long after that, you know. Whereas in the book, it's a lot easier to do, and so that's, I'm guessing, why they made the decision. But you know, there's lots of decisions that we disagree with when it comes to the movie. I really wish that scene had been involved in the film. It sets up what's to come so well. The handshake between Black and Sirius is a fantastic character moment for both of them, showing them set aside their grudges for a shared goal. Absolutely, and also for Dumbledore as well. But actually, that is actually very, very true. And the fact is, you'd imagine that Snape still doesn't trust Black, you know, as in, although he would know that it was Wormtail at this point, wouldn't he? That was behind it, you'd imagine.
Or maybe he just wouldn't believe it. But yeah, that's very interesting. But yeah, that is a great character moment for both of them. Chapter 37. And also it really shows, like, Draco and Harry would never do that, ever. Whereas it's showing two adults doing it who were like Draco and Harry. It shows how, people can not so much change, but, get over past rivalries and stuff. Chapter 37, you were absolutely right about Bagman. Hang on. Yes. You're absolutely right about Bagman. The name Ludo comes from the term ludomania, which refers to a gambling addiction. I didn't know what that was called. Wow, ludomania? And Bagman is an old term for a travelling salesman. Oh, bloomin' Nora. And I remember how we were first introduced to him taking bets at the Quidditch World Cup. Yeah, the bets at the Quidditch World Cup always stuck in my mind. It really did. And so I did feel like it was going to be about that. Now, granted, I didn't get it completely right. The whole leprechaun golf thing, I would have got at all. But I did feel like it was to do with the gambling because it felt a bit iffy even back then. And he was taking money from anyone for the gambling because he wanted to pay off his debts. Also, I loved the idea of Rita Skeeter as a beetle, looking up. Pardon me. Looking up Hermione shaking her fist in anger at the jar. She can talk with other. Can she talk with other beetles? I'm not sure if that ever got confirmed. If animaggies can talk with their kin. Because it suggested that Wormtail was able to talk with rats, actually, wasn't he? So presumably, I don't know how beetles really speak, but rats do it via their bums, don't they? I'm not sure. But yeah, I would imagine so. Do you think the praise of this book was as deserved as we hyped you up for it? Well, it certainly wasn't. The hype. The hype just made me intrigued. It really did. It did not set my expectations because I'm always good at keeping those under check and everything. But it absolutely blew my expectations out the water. I absolutely loved it, Stephen. And so, yeah, they didn't ruin it, and they definitely got me excited to get to this point, and we are now completed with it. So, Stephen, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. Slim. Me listening to Veggie talk about Barty Crouch, also going back to Azkaban last episode. Oof, yeah, well, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. An interesting piece of trivia is that Barty Crouch Jr., played by David Tennant, died in Harry Potter chapter Parting the Ways. It's worse than death, isn't it? But yeah, I know what you mean. The Doctor Who episode where Christopher Eccleston passes the baton to David Tennant is also called The Parting of the Ways? What? And that episode and Goblet of Fire film came out in 2005. That's crazy. The thing is, the title isn't referring to Barty Crouch. Like I say, I thought it was going to be the schools departing, but yeah, it's to do with Dumbledore and Fudge. But that's absolutely fascinating. I wonder if that's a coincidence or not. I feel it can't be. Oh, they came out the same year as well. That's kind of crazy. I think Fudge is one of the most underrated and maligned characters in the entire series. Maligned, interesting. You don't expand on that, but maybe that's for spoiler reasons. We shall see. Dumbledore's immediate response to Barty Crouch... I presume that it's because it may be spoilery. Dumbledore's immediate response to Barty Crouch's kiss is to accuse... Oh, here we go. Okay. Accuse Fudge of trying to cover up Cedric's murder. Fudge has already experienced one Azkaban escapee slipping through his fingers at Hogwarts, with the result that the Quidditch World Cup was openly attacked by Death Eaters a few months ago. Well, I'm pretty sure that Fudge says that the Dementor is there for Fudge's protection, rather than to capture Barty Crouch Jr. Although they are the ones who take them to Azkaban, aren't they? The Dementors, I'm pretty certain.
And so that's very interesting. He tried to avoid the mistake he made with Sirius Black. I do think Fudge intended to cover up I do not think Fudge intended to cover up Voldemort's return. It was just an unfortunate consequence of his actions. Well, yeah, and also the not trusting Harry's story and everything. And he does talk about his reputation a lot in that scene. And so, yeah, that's very interesting, Steve. I like this take on Fudge. It's always good to hear different ones. And so, yeah, I'm fascinated to see more of him going forward. Dumbledore orders Fudge to make some pretty radical policy changes. Oh, absolutely. Dumbledore constantly browbeating Fudge and has been playing fast and loose with the truth. Oh, yeah, but then again, Fudge does often ask Dumbledore for advice, doesn't he? I feel like that is the first thing that we ever heard about Fudge, in fact, from Hagrid, I think. Maybe, or maybe I'm misremembering that. Dumbledore mishandled Fudge, underestimates him, and overplays his own hand. Fudge disbelieves Harry is Dumbledore's fault. Well, this is the thing. Fudge is being asked to do a lot with based on very little information. So I feel like that is actually an absolutely fair point. The Dementor thing does bother me, though. It really does. Dumbledore is making strategic decisions without proper intelligence of Voldemort's plans. From Fudge's standpoint, yes. I'll go with that, because obviously we know that he has a certain person that might be able to get some more information. Altering his plans on the fly and alienating one of 3 people he actually needs to keep on side. The consequences of Dumbledore's mistakes here will be felt throughout the rest of the story. Slim, I'm looking forward to seeing where that goes, actually, because that's actually a very, very interesting take on Fudge and Dumbledore. Because to be fair, Dumbledore was asking a lot of Fudge. There's no arguing that, but I feel like Fudge is also guilty to an extent as well. Like, great comments, then. Okay, Harry giving his winnings to Fred and George is one of my favourite moments. There we go again. Did I say K? I hope I did. K. Harry giving his winnings to Fred and George is one of my favourite moments. There are so many times in the books where Harry feels awkward about his own wealth and relation to the Weasley's poverty, and he finally finds a way to give something to the family that treats him like one of his own. Yeah, he was never going to give it to Ron, because Ron would find that an insult, unfortunately. But he does get at least them to promise that they'll be getting him some new robes. It also emphasizes the large point of Harry's revulsion towards his hollow win. To me, this is a huge moment for Harry's character development. Preteen Harry was annoyed by his notoriety. I think that's right. In Harry's character notoriety, but 14-year-old Harry seems to have some interest in fame earned through accomplishment. Well, he's always had the fantasy of, winning the Quidditch World Cup and all this sort of thing, doesn't he? But one weird thing which I like about this book is that when he was thinking about, oh, imagine if I was in the Goblet of Fire, but then when his name actually comes out of the Goblet of Fire, he's like, oh, balls, okay, all that just washes away suddenly. So, he fantasizes like any kid, Now he has the victory he once absolutely daydreamed about in the most horrific circumstances possible. I see this as a key experience for teen adult Harry's relationship with fame. I really like that, Kate. I really like that. And yeah, that's one of the more interesting aspects of his character in this book, is that the whole thing of, oh yeah, I'd really like to do that, but oh, hang on, I don't want to do that. And him just wanting to be out of it, but then him actually getting into it and kind of, and wanting to win, but then him sharing the cup and then it ending in such a horrific way. I really like that, Kay. That is a great little detail there. Thanks so much for making it. Alias. I love how excited Hermione was to tell Ron and Harry about
how she got revenge on her arch nemesis by putting her in a jar, it really shows how shows much more ruthless book Hermione is. Oh my goodness, she is brutal. She really is. And yeah, she basically ironically spews out what the gig is when Ron asks her, which is amazing. For all his faults, Snape doesn't hesitate to publicly out himself as a former Death Eater, even if that was already brought up a long time ago during the trials, to try and convince Fudge that Voldemort is actually back. No, you're absolutely right. He really is outing himself as it. I mean, he's outing himself as one in front of students that he despises, and they despise him, and so it is a huge moment. Even if Fudge already knows that he has it, there was no denying what Snape was saying, unless Fudge thinks that he is a part of the lie, because he does say, "What are you and your professors playing at, Dumbledore?" After that, with a blowing smirk on his face, guys. Outrageous. What mission do you think Dumbledore sent him to do? It must be very dangerous. Even Dumbledore seems worried for him in that moment. I think it's to do with going to see Voldemort, but that is actually huge, though. Or at least plant the seeds that he is still aligned with them, maybe. That's all I got. We actually find out about the fate of Barty Crouch Jr. What did you think happened to him in the movies? It went back to Azkaban. That's what they say. Take him back to Azkaban. I'll be seen as a hero, Junior says, and so yeah. He was such, hence why I was saying it so much last book review, he was such a devoted and competent supporter of Voldemort. It seems weird that he would not reappear in the story after this, if he wasn't taken out permanently in the book. I'll be honest, Alias, I was expecting him to come back in the movies. Because, they break out of Azkaban, so why is he not there? So yeah, absolutely. It just makes the story even more blooming tragic, guys. The entire family's gone now. They say about like a really old bloodline and everything, just gone. The position of the Ministry is also made pretty clear. While it's barely mentioned in Dumbledore's speech at the end of the movie, yeah, it brings up a little bit. Rita's article have been much more dangerous consequences than just creating drama. They have been used to discredit Harry's version of the events. Well, quite. And you know that once that year's up, guys, she's going to be out for revenge to an extent, but I still don't know if she's going to be talking about Harry, because the thing is, she's not registered, and so her gravy train basically relies on Hermione not outing her as a Beatle, not one of the Liverpoolian lovers from Liverpool. What? It's heartbreaking that Crumb and Cedric's last interaction was one using the Cruciatus curse on the other was under the Imperius curse. From what Crumb said to Harry, they seemed to appreciate each other. What are your final thoughts on the book version of Crumb? Yeah, he really the way that he says about the way that Cedric treated him, he does sound like he really wasn't expecting that from anyone, and so that's so sweet. It would have been nice to have more interaction between him, but then again, Crumb was never much of a talker, in the book or in the movies. I really like Crumb, and I feel like out of all the characters that we've met, apart from Barty Crouch Senior, his might be the most different. No, Fleur is probably more different. It's hard to say, guys, because so many of the characters were so blooming different in this book. But I really love Crumb. I don't know if we'll ever hear from him again. I'm sure we'll hear via Hermione a little bit, maybe, but we shall see. But either way, thank you so much for your comment, Alias. Always appreciate it. Me here, this time I will attempt to actually read all your comment in one video. Considering the gold we get in the book, I cannot call the ending of the movie very good. Considering the gold we get in the book. Oh, as in the good quality stuff, you mean. Okay, good. Right. Yeah, I thought you meant the literal gold. Priori Incantatem. Explanation. Isn't it nice when life-saving events are explained? Don't know why the movie makers didn't deem it important. It's true.
It's true, me here. As I remember in my movie reaction, I was just willing to just go with it, but there was so much context missing, you know? It did at least say that they were echoes rather than actual ghosts or anything. And also, when Harry says about the fact that he saw his parents, he like has a little smile on his face, which is so different than the book version. But then Dumbledore says, "I hope you realise, Harry, that magic can't bring people back," and then the smile goes. Whereas book Harry was distraught about what he saw, what happened, I should say. It's interesting that Ollivander messaged Dumbledore. Did he act on his own, or did Dumbledore ask him to provide details about Harry's wand, no matter what? What's their relationship? Oh, I thought it was to do with Voldemort's, the fact that Voldemort's wand was Phoenix. I see what you mean. It could have been to do with just Harry, but I feel like it was to do with the fact that it was the same as Voldemort. I feel like that was the big news. 3. When Harry is recounting the graveyard, and also the fact that it's Dumbledore's bird as well, you know. When Harry is recounting the graveyard scene, there's a moment where Harry thought he saw a gleam of something like triumph in Dumbledore's eyes. What's that about? I have no idea, but that was. I'm guessing that's paying off, but that was a very intriguing little moment. Sirius and Molly presence adds a lot more emotional impact to this moment, which would have added a lot to the movie. Oh well, I know it's so rushed, the end, guys. It really is. But again, if you're gonna have like an adventure movie like this, you can't have your last action piece and then have loads of more calm scenes, you know. But yeah, it is a real blowing shame. Dumbledore has great lines about Fudge putting too much stock into blood status and destroying everything they're trying to rebuild. Fudge is realizing his potential as a cowardly idiot. Here's another take on Fudge. Dumbledore reacting to it so quickly shows him his leadership skills and the importance of the situation. Yeah, it really is. He's just saying the facts, isn't he? I love Sirius Dumbledore. Me too. I really do, actually. That's actually a very good point, me here. I'm right there with you. Did you recognise the name Mundungus and Fig he dropped? Did he say Mundungus? That's odd, isn't it? Very interesting. Fig, I didn't pick up on either until, for some reason, seeing it written down makes it more apparent. I know exactly who Fig is, and presumably she's going to be coming into action next book. So because it's been a long time since we've heard from her, it really has. You're right, monkey. What a good girl you are. Bagman was a fun, interesting character and a great red herring along with Crouch and Karkaroff. Oh, absolutely. They're absolutely brilliant red herrings. I think the book needed them to round out the mystery. This book was a lot more morally grey than its predecessors, which Bagman's character, along with some others, helped to convey. Oh, absolutely. The HBO series needs him. Yeah, I just cannot imagine them not having it as a murder mystery in the series. They might say, well, people have seen the movie or read the book, so there's no point, but it's so important to it. Even if everyone watching it knows who it's going to turn out to be behind it, they're still going to want it to be portrayed as a mystery in the show. Absolutely. So that would be horrendous if they dropped that ball, but we shall see. Some other great moments: Snape showing the dark mark to Fudge, and Sirius reveal and the handshake with him and Snape. Oh, absolutely! I loved it. I love that scene. The whole scene was great, guys. But those are two absolute highlights. Why would you leave out these character and setup moments? I'm pretty much skipping the last chapter where we get more. Can't wait for Order of the Phoenix. Thank you very much, me here. No, I appreciate that this was a comment mostly in one chapter.
And what a chapter it was, so thank you so much. And I hope I actually managed to read the entire thing this time. I'm so sorry about missing part of it last time. Part of it, the vast majority of it. CD Mellow. Oh, hello. You're right, monkey. You're just off screen, monkey. Here we go. What a good girl you are. You gonna lay down? Yeah? Go on, go lay down. Good girl, lay down, monkey. Lay down. I know what you're thinking, but I needed to lay down for a bit. We'll go in a bit, and then we will finish this off. Salutations, Veggie. This is my first book club. You're very welcome, CD Mellow. But I've been following you since the Chamber of Secrets movie reaction. That's going back with me getting scared of it with the spiders. So, is that the only time I've actually forced myself to have another break because I was so freaked out? I didn't do it with Shelob, did I, from Lord of the Rings, which is worse. Shelob is worse than Aragog, guys. Believe me, if you haven't seen Lord of the Rings. They're both horrible. And of course, I've seen the real Azog in real life. I just wanted to say I love your content and I respect you shown to the story. It's a story that means a lot to me, so thank you for the appreciation and love you brought to it. That is so kind, CD Mellows. Thank you so much. That's really, really awesome. And those sort of comments really do mean the world to me, guys. They really, really do. Because obviously, like, very often I get things wrong in these book clubs, guys. And, naturally, inevitably, the comments are usually, no, Veg, you got that wrong, you got that wrong, you got that wrong. So it really does really mean a lot when to get a comment like this. So, really cool to see you in the book club, though, CD Mellows. Seriously, that's awesome. Now, onto the discussion. I have a few quick points I'd like to touch on. First, I really like Sirius in these chapters. We really get a sense to see the parental side of him and how much he cares for Harry. The moment he sees Harry walking into Dumbledore's office, he immediately checks to see if Harry's okay. Really stood out to me. It's sad that the movie cut this because it added so much depth to Sirius's character. It's so true, but it would have been impossible to fit him in at the end, though. He really wasn't in the movie barely at all, though, was he? He really wasn't. Because the thing is, I remember when doing the movie reactions, people saying that Sirius Black is their favourite character, and thinking, oh, really? Because he's not really in it that much. But I'm getting it now. I'm starting to really get it, in fact. Then there's Snape backing up Dumbledore. What a moment. That was literally my note for it. What a moment. When he shoves the dark mark in Fudge's face. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's clear he's had enough of Fudge's nonsense. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he is. He knows that he has the ace card. It's also cool to see how early Snape's role as a spy is being set up. Yeah, it really is. And again, and it being such a big moment for Dumbledore, it's so weird to see Dumbledore so worried about something, and that is the most worried we've ever seen him, I feel, when Snape is leaving. Lastly, I just want I just have to vent about Fudge. Completely natural. His stubborn refusal to listen and dismissal of evidence is infuriating. I generally want to reach into the book and shake him. His attitude sets up so much of the conflict for the next book, but it's maddening to read. It's unfortunate that so much of this setup was left out of the movie, as it ties up loose ends while preparing us for what's to come. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like many of us need to vent at Fudge, and luckily I do this book review lark, so I was able to. But yeah, I get it. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Curious to hear what you think. CD Mellow, thank you so much. That's so kind of you with the kind message, and it's really nice to see you a part of the book club. Hope to see you next time. Josh, another year gone. I've said it before, and I will say it again. The ends of these books are infinitely better than the movies.
I completely agree. I completely agree. Sometimes I wonder what the movie producers were smoking when they cut key moments, key magical, when they cut key magical explanations, reversal spell effects, and such for the book. Fudge, paranoid conspiracy mind, and very heartfelt scenes, Molly hugging Harry, and even entire character arcs for things that hold no relevance. I mean, they couldn't. It's just time. It's just they just couldn't do it because of time, and also, like I say, having all this stuff after your last action sequence is unusual for a movie. But it's so important stuff, such important stuff, that it's brutal that it was left out. But, you know, it just makes the book even better in my mind. I love how much these chapters feel like a war is coming. And yet there will be back to school next year. Just great writing. JKR really knew how to age the books with the audience. Absolutely. The next book is my favourite. It's also the longest one in the series. So hearing your thoughts is going to be especially interesting to me. Cheers, Veggie. That's interesting, Josh. I knew that Order of Things was notably larger than previous ones. I didn't know it was the largest out of the lot, though. Are we going to hit 40 chapters, maybe? I guess we are. Either way, Josh, thank you so much. That's a great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Kinsit. Most people have already covered most of the stuff, but I think one of my favourite things is Harry giving his prize money to the twins. Again, this is going to be doing well on the poll, guys, clearly. Molly sees the joke shop idea as something that will get Fred and George nowhere. Whilst it doesn't show in the books, we have either experienced or heard stories of unsupported parents, and it can have a lot of emotions and feelings. Yeah, absolutely. And I do like the fact that I feel like, was it Harry who says that Molly isn't going to want them to work in the ministry anymore anyway because of what's going to be coming. All they want to do is make others laugh, and they were good at it. From a parent's perspective, they just want to make sure their kids succeed and steer them to a more stable path. Stable is the big point. I really do feel like that. However, Harry giving them that money must have really made Fred and George know they were doing the right thing. Harry knew that with Voldemort's return, people would need laughter in their lives, and he knew just who could make it happen. So true. I really like that, Kenzit. And it's almost like a responsibility that Fred and George are being given there as well. It really like a big one, but that's it's really cool that they are now set on course to making their dreams come true. Great comment, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, Alexandra. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. I finally caught up in reading the books to the comments. I finally caught up in reading the books to comment on the book club post. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Alexandra. First, I want to say that I very much enjoy your reactions to these books and your opinions and tangents on everything. I appreciate the tangent bit particularly because, my goodness, sometimes I think, how are people listening to this? They provide me with a lot of joy. That's very kind, Alexandra. Seriously, I appreciate that. Also, in a previous book club, you asked what we do when we're listening to the reviews. I just want to say that I've been listening how to. I've been learning how to bookbind for the last year, so I'm usually doing that. That's so cool. That is, wow. I just feel like I'm going to be thinking about that in the future. Seriously, like the fact that you're bookbinding whilst doing everything. Because there's the is it Logan who's a boxer, and he says that he listens to them before matches and everything, and I always just think, is that to make him angry? maybe, obviously not. But yeah, I really appreciate that's amazing, Alexandra. I'd imagine that takes a lot of skill. It must do. Well, great work. Hope I don't put you off during it.
because you need to be concentrating on that, don't you? I really love these chapters and this book in general. I find Molly's reaction to Sirius really funny and honestly very realistic. Oh, absolutely. From Molly's standpoint, this is bad news that that bug has just appeared. I love Ron's immediate, Mum, shut up. It's amazing. You're right, monkey. It's okay, monkey. Every time I see Harry not really knowing how to react to parental affection because he really never really known it until a few years ago breaks my heart. Yeah, and I feel like that's where I may have misinterpreted the Molly hug, because I thought it was actually making Harry feel worse. Where it's more that he doesn't know how to react to it, and he doesn't know what to feel more rather than react. It just makes me think that Lily and James would be heartbroken to find out their son had experienced so much trauma and they haven't been there to help. Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, in my mind, even though they were echoes, in my mind, I still feel like that was them. And so, you know, if we get the scene with the ghosts in Deathly Hollows, I'm not sure if we will, that they would have no memory of that. Oh, maybe they would, because they are always watching, aren't they, I think. Oh, man, it's sad. It is sad. The movies always make me forget that Lily and James were only 21 when they died, 7 years older than Harry in the book. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. That's so confusing. That is so confusing. That's so sad. Jeez. And it's only going to get closer and closer, isn't it? God! That is sad. I also feel really bad about Crumb in this book because he had a really tough time, and I feel like it's very, very overlooked. Oh, again, he was just there as the stereotype in the book, wasn't he? Whereas I really like him. I feel for him, but also I think he's just really cool. I really do. I think Crumb is actually really pretty awesome, quite frankly, you know. I mean, the fact is, you could pick your favourite character as the thing which was not in the movie done right, you know, like Rita's storyline, you know, or that sort of thing, you know, or a more fleshed out Fleur or Crumb, you know, and so it's going to be interesting to see what does well in that poll. I'm excited for the next book because there is a lot of really great plot points that I can't wait to hear your opinion on. Oh, it's going to be a wild ride, I'm sure. I cannot wait as well. Greetings from me and my cat, Walter. That is an excellent name for a cat. From Canada. Alexandros, thank you so much for your comment. Thank you so much for your first book club comment. Nice work catching up, seriously, because I know these videos are long. But you're both very welcome. Thank you so much for your comment, just like Joe Winters said. Thank you so much for your comment. Joe Winters, here we go. Hello, Veggie. I hope the beginning of this year is treating you great. I can't believe we've ended this book already. Thank you so much for the work you put into the reviews. Thank you, Joe. That's very, very kind of you. I've just been exhausted. I don't know if it's like a health issue or anything, but I've just been exhausted this year. I really have. I remember like mid last year, I actually had a lot of energy and everything, you know, after, you know, bad things happening. I should actually say, hey guys, today is, I don't have to say it, but I'm going to say it, and today is, of the day we're recording this, is a year since my mother passed away, to the day. I haven't been thinking about that at all, because I know that I need to be focusing on getting this video. I will think about it later on. And I'm also going to see I can say... The thing is, I worry about saying this character because he does have a JKR bit in his comedy routine. But yes, later on today I'm going to see Stuart Lee, who I'm sure I brought up in book clubs before. And his whole thing of JKR is like, he keeps like saying that he's not going to talk about, like, you know, any controversy or anything like that, but like just like really, Stuart Lee's a very complicated character where he really draws out
like one very basic joke, you know, and that's what I really like about it. But yeah, so yeah, I'm going to see him later on. Looking forward to that. It'll be the third time I've seen him live, I think. But yes, it's and so with Christmas and with like, you know, the effort that I put into Arcane really did drain me. Like, I was getting those reactions out as fast as I possibly could. And then Christmas was very hectic and obviously a very different Christmas. And, you know, knowing that this day was coming up, I've been kind of in the down in the dumps anyway. But yeah, I really need to get my energy levels up. I've been thinking about trying Huel, but from what I gather, that's kind of a load of bobbins anyway. Like, when I look up reviews, there's people like saying, well, it doesn't really do what it's actually promising. And so, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, that's how. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because you asked that you said that the beginning of the year has been great. It's been good. It could have been much worse. It could have been much worse, quite frankly, you know. And so yeah, I appreciate that, Joe. I hope that yours is going great. Chapter 36. This chapter is a treasure of character data. That is actually a very good way of putting it. We see McGonagall visibly distressed by her hand. But her hand is steady. Sorry. She calls Fudge a fool. I hope they will include more of this in the TV series. They have to. In fact, episodes of things tend to be around 45 minutes now, don't they? I would want there to be at least one full episode after the events of the graveyard. You can't start the... yeah. Thing is... would a modern audience be okay with that, though? I feel like they need a... what do they call it at the end of a book? Epilogue is at the start, right? Well, the epilogue at the end of a book. Anyway, they need that. They need an episode to wind everything down and explain things, which is essentially what the last few chapters of this did. In fact, I would say that it would be good to get an episode post-Barty Crouch getting demented. I would like that. I don't know if we're going to get it. I think that's unlikely. But either way, great bring up McGonagall, by the way. That's the first time anyone's brought up in McGonagall in this book club. But yeah, she is very different in the scene from what we've seen her before. We see Dumbledore's voice shake slightly when speaking about Cedric's parents. Very well noted. Yep, absolutely. We also see how weak Fudge is and how committed he is to comfortable cowardice. That he dismissed the strong evidence that Snape showed him is insane. Yeah, that was the bit where he when he's like saying, "What are you and your professors playing at here, Dumbledore?" with a smirk on his face. Oh my goodness. How can he explain the dark mark otherwise? The beauty moment of that's the thing, he can't, so that's when he leaves, isn't it? That's basically the end of conversation moment, isn't it? The beautiful moment of connection between Harry and Mrs. Weasley was so moving, he got to be a child for a moment. Yeah, I misread that scene. I clearly misread that scene, so I apologise to anyone who's already corrected me in the comments. But yeah, I thought it said that the weight crashed down on him, but it must have been said on her shoulders. But it's still like something that he's just absolutely not used to, though. Do you have the theory as to why there would be a gleam of triumph in Dumbledore's eyes as Harry told him about Voldemort using Harry's blood to be reborn? I guess it could be because in the state that Voldemort was currently in, he couldn't be destroyed, so it required, unfortunately, Harry to die. God, I need to rewatch the what's it called? Snape's. It's the scene at the end of not the end, but near the end of Deathly Hallows Part 2. Snape's something. I need to rewatch that scene again because it's so freaking beautiful, guys.
It's the best. It's the best moment. Like there's a certain shot of Dumbledore's face, which is literally my favourite frame from the Harry Potter series. Like literally, it's when he says Lily after all this time. Ugh, God. Ah, jeez. And it's because we don't get these different versions of Dumbledore that much in the movies. That in the movie hit even harder because it's like Dumbledore not knowing something, or not realizing something. Where it comes to that's kind of my theory, but I'm not exactly sure where that's going. But we shall see though. The connection between, and obviously if I was just a book reader, I wouldn't have guessed that at all. The connection between the wands makes total sense here, but not in the movie, where the wands there always are shown to connect. I feel like that made movie magic a bit more boring. Yeah, and it really isn't explained as well. The thing is, when it comes to movie magic, they just want it to be visually impressive, don't they? The same as like the dragon task and everything. They just wanted like a big set piece, like, action on screen sort of moment, rather than anything that meant anything any deeper, which is definitely unfortunately. Chapter 37, Hermione is wild. I love this development in her. Holding Rita hostage in a jar is so unhinged and genius. That's so true. Do you like her character development in this book? I do, and I find it weird that the spew thing wasn't completely. Maybe that is it now with the spew thing, but in my head it didn't really get tailed off completely. But I every single book, I really appreciate Hermione. She's always right up there with my favourite character. She really is, guys. In fact, she probably wasn't number 3 in my list for this, but she would have been top 5, I think, definitely. She's great. She really is. What do you think Malfoy here versus movie? I feel like he is more vile here and more of a comedy relief in the movie. Yeah, the confidence of him basically saying, "Yeah, Voldemort's coming back, Harry." Like, he didn't say it like that, but yeah, that's essentially what he is saying when he enters the carriage. We wouldn't have got that in the movie. I mean, Draco is really not in this movie much at all, isn't he? And it's purely comedy that he is in this episode. It's like the weasel scene. That is the Stinky Potter scene as well, I'm pretty sure. He really isn't in it much, is he? He's at the Yule Ball, isn't he? But he doesn't say anything. Yeah, really not much. But yeah, in the book, he's certainly much more fleshed out. Which is good, because you feel like the rivalry between him and Harry is a lot more visceral and real, whereas in the movie, it's sort of like, it's just Draco trying to take down this invincible Harry, and whenever Draco isn't in Harry's presence, he doesn't think of Draco at all. That's kind of what I got the impression from the book, from the movie. But as I've said it a million times, guys, Draco lives rent free in Harry's mind. He really does in the book. What's your favourite moment of these chapters? It's so nearly Snape showing the Dark Mark, because I thought that was such a great moment. But I gotta admit, guys, I really like Harry being Harry at the end of the book. I really do. And, that's in time, and that's tied in with the Fred and George thing. Not particularly the Fred and George thing, but the fact that he's talking about what happened so much more openly on the way back on the train really raised my spirit. It really did. And so I feel like that is probably it. But it's so hard to pick. Every single bit of these last 2 chapters have been fantastic. Joe, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. John. Even though Amos Diggory hasn't been the nicest guy to Harry throughout the book, I do feel bad for him and Cedric's mother after losing the sound. How couldn't you? How couldn't you? It's so... he's just been petty. That's really it. But he doesn't deserve this, though. It's like the worst thing that can happen to a person, really, isn't it, I guess? Harry offered them his gold, and it makes sense that they declined. Oh, yeah, I didn't expect him to take it at all. No, absolutely. And glad Harry gave, but at that point he's just trying to get rid of it, And also, and there probably would have been some sort of logic where he's thinking, well, Cedric deserved this, so it should be theirs. Harry offers them his gold, and and it makes sense that they declined. I'm glad Harry gave his gold to Fred and George, especially after Bagman refused to play fair. Yeah, and also to not give them their money back as well, which is just brutal. Presumably, he didn't have it anymore, though. Also, bold move of Hermione to kidnap and blackmail Rita Skeeter. I mean, that's it. That is literally what it is. You predicted that Rita was an animagi, and you were correct. Did I? Okay, I'll take it then. Okay, cool. I mean, the thing is that I feel like that was not the most hard thing to predict, if I did. But the context of it and it being the beetle, I definitely didn't. So yeah, that definitely still got me, and I love that reveal so much. John, thank you so much for your comments. Greatly made. JW. Howdy, Veggie. After 3 years of the book reviews, are you excited to finally reach the beginning? Like Red Dwarf. No, sorry. The first episode of Red Dwarf is called The End. Ignore me. I guess books 1 to 4 are just the preface for the real story. That's so interesting that you put it like that, JW, because it really does feel like that. Because the thing is, they've been fantastic, but the last chapters in this book are basically like saying, okay, now the story's going to begin. So they haven't been precursor until those chapters at the end, if you know what I mean. And so it's basically saying the story's going to open up and go in very different ways. And I'm all ready for it. I really am. Hermione is clearly the criminal mastermind of Hogwarts. Absolutely. Kidnap and blackmail. Maybe a little time in Azkaban is in order. I mean, the thing is that Rita can't say anything about it, but if she did, they would both be going down. And you almost get the feeling that Hermione would be in more trouble. I don't know, guys. Breaking into a school and listening into conversations is pretty bad as well. But kidnap and blackmail are also fairly bad as well. My goodness. Get a cell next to... well, I can't say... Not Barty Crouch Jr., is it? Jeez. Anyway. Now that you know more about what Dumbledore knows and suspects, what do you think of his actions throughout the book? Did he use Harry as bait to draw Voldemort out into the open, or was he really bound by magical contract of the Goblet to let Harry compete, mastermind or incompetent? I don't understand the whole... and I've brought it up before, guys, and some people like said, Veggie, it's magic, you know, it's obvious what it means. But they basically said, oh no, we can't go against what the Goblet said. But they're not explaining why and what will happen if we do. And so that has always been a confusion. I was expecting it to get explained in the book, and it just didn't. And so if it was Dumbledore just, you know, keeping a magical contract and everything, I feel like that's where I am. I don't feel like Dumbledore was actually using Harry as bait. In the movie, Dumbledore does say that he apologized to Harry and that he had put him in a lot of danger over the last year, and so the movie straight up say that he did. In my mind, it is the other where he was just seeing where it was playing and was able to act in time when it actually finally played out. Luckily, because of Harry's decision making and skill to get back. Either way, JW, great comment. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Florin. You're right, monkey. Okay, yeah, we'll go in a second. I'll just do Florin's comments. Hi, Veggie. I bet you did not expect Barty Crouch's fate to be addressed so soon. No, absolutely. Like I say, that was my OS moment. I couldn't believe what he was saying. And having it in such a panicky way with McGonagall and Fudge having this argument was actually inspired as well. That really made it really panicking. What do you think about Fudge's refusal to listen to any of the threats listen to any threat to his career? Well, yeah, he does bring up the career a lot. I really like the comment that we had earlier on, like really kind of defending Fudge, because I feel like there probably is more to it. And it is a lot that Dumbledore is asking him to do. But it's certainly frustrating. And the Death Eater thing, it really frustrates me, guys. You saw my reaction just now about talking about Barty Crouch Jr. Yeah, it does bother me. Why do you think Dumbledore insist on Harry going to the Dursleys at least for a time. I'm guessing so some sort of magic can kick in. That's all I got. That's all I got. But that's where I'm at with it. So some sort of magic can happen. But what it is, I don't know. Maybe it's to do with the blood relative sort of thing, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But Florent, great comment. Greatly appreciated. Okay, Woozle, before we get to Digo, I'm gonna take this noodle out. And I will be right back. Digo writes, Deeper Veggie! I think that chapter 37 perfectly shows the complexity of Snape's character. Throughout the last 4 books, we've constantly seen that Snape is not a particularly nice or decent character in his day-to-day life, seen by his treatment of various students like Neville and Hermione. But this chapter clearly shows that he is willing to stand on the side of good when it actually matters. Oh yeah, definitely. I see it more. Yeah, you're right, Digo, absolutely. But I do actually see it more as him standing on the side of Dumbledore. I actually really do. I feel like it's that oh, I haven't done my ball. Sorry. Okay. So a little bit behind the scenes stuff here, guys. My camera is a certain type where I need to play around with the settings every single time to make it look half decent. It's very annoying. There we go. Yeah, so I would have been a little bit choppy for a few seconds there. Anyway, yeah, I see more as being on the side of Dumbledore, but I absolutely see what you mean, though. This chapter clearly shows that he is he shows that he's ready to risk his reputation, showing Fudge the mark and reminding everyone that he once was a Death Eater, and showing Harry, let alone, as well, which you'd imagine Snape is thinking, what is that going to make Harry think about me? The fact that I'm so cruel to him, but also the fact that I was a part of the thing that essentially killed his parents. A part of it, I should say. Make that part very clear. Sorry, Digo, I'll keep on interrupting. Showing and his life going on Dumbledore's mysterious and dangerous mission to help the right cause. That's why I always like to say that Snape is not a conventional good person, but he's clearly heroic and on the side of good when it matters most. Absolutely, I like that interpretation, and that's exactly what makes him such a complex and fascinating character to me, and why I actually really like him as a character. I feel like I won't say everyone, because I don't think that's true, but I feel like everyone appreciates Snape as a character, right? Or are there some people who think that the books would be better if Snape wasn't in it, or if Snape was completely different but still had the end twist? I think he's a great character. I think he's brilliant. I would be terrified of him if I was one of his students, though. And so yeah, it depends what you mean as a like him as a character. It's very interesting. On another note, to me, the leaving out Dumbledore's explanation of how Priori Incantatem works is not the most disappointing chance from book to movie, but it's clearly the most confusing. Yeah, it gets mentioned, but very briefly. Why wouldn't you want to explain to the viewer how and why the ghosts in the graveyard appeared, and especially why it wouldn't happen again between the other two wands at some later point in the story? That is actually a very good point. That's actually a very good point. I wonder if it is going to happen again in the books, in fact. That's fascinating. I can understand why you would leave out parts of the book's story to make the movie shorter, easier to understand, but why would you choose to then not explain something that you decided to leave in the movie? Yeah, now that's interesting, because what they could have done is just not have the ghosts appear and have Harry escape by his own cunning. But that's
but the ghosts, the echoes appearing is really important to this scene. So they did it, but they just didn't explain what the heck happened. Yeah. Also, props to you for figuring out what happened between Ludo Bagman and the twins. I was half right. I'm certainly not going to say I was all right, because I thought that what Fred and George was doing was actually a lot more morally not great. Because I thought they were essentially saying, "Hey, Ludo gambled with juniors. We don't want to do this, but we need the money to start our business. Let's see if we can get something out of it," which is actually very bad. So the fact that it was actually they have every single right in the world to be demanding this money is something which I didn't. But I feel like I was half right. Anyway, thank you so much, Diego. Great comment, Maddie. No, I can't say that because it was spoiler arcane. Anyway. Matty, you got a very cute doggy, by the way. Hey, Veggie and Pretty Woozle. And we've reached the end. It has been fun journey revisiting the story with you and you. I believe it was at least over 2 years before Order of the Phoenix came out, so you can imagine the anticipation and the frustration of waiting years to find out what happened next. Now that Voldy's back, that's so true. But you know what, Maddie? In the weirdest way, I feel like this is the best point to do that. Because it really does feel like, at this point, one story is ending and one story is beginning with Harry, growing up and everything. And so, but yeah, I can imagine it was very frustrating, though, yeah. These final chapters really tie everything together, so nice, tie everything up nicely. All our questions are finally answered satisfyingly, and better yet, we also get more sweet and heartbreaking moments that add more flavour to the end of the story. Yeah, that's actually the best thing about the last 2 chapters, is the fact that you have all these moments which really, they're not so much required, but they really add so much to the situation and the characters. Absolutely. And lastly, like that scene, I like the scene between Fudge and Dumbledore is a really good setup for what is to come. Really looking forward to Order. Yeah, me too, Maddie. Yeah, because the whole Fudge thing, I was expecting to start kicking off next book. I really did, because in the movies, it's non-existent, isn't it? He is there, isn't he? I think when Cedric's body is found. I think. Maybe he isn't. I'm honestly not sure. But it's just nothing. So Fudge has already been propelled to being our B-level villain, right? He just is now, right? He's absolutely he is straight up. Antagonist is definitely the right term. He's definitely an antagonist already, which I did not expect happening. Maddie, thank you so much for your comments. Greatly made. Happening so early, I should say. Adara! And now here come the 3 juicy books. My favourite is still a book away. Interesting. But I like Order nonetheless. For me, both Sirius and Snape show they are both incredibly young, 35, 36, and both are not really grown up due to circumstances in their life. Yeah, I mean, people will hold a grudge throughout their entire lives, won't they? They really will. Although they did shake hands. One would think both understand that they are on the same side now, yet both cannot really let go of what happened 17 years ago. Yeah. Again, it's actually very real, unfortunately. It really is. Especially with Black going to Azkaban and everything. And them being completely segregated in that way. It is like they're basically back to being at school again, or at least the last time that Snape and Black would have interacted, which was probably at school, let's face it. And so they're just reverting straight back to that student mentality. Very realistic, unfortunately. Yet again, it needs Dumbledore to make sure they even decide to not kill each other. Absolutely, yeah. And he does convince them to shake hands, which I was actually shocked by. Said it before, I was bullied at school by a group of girls, and that
included shaving my head bald overnight once. Jeez, that is... Dara, if you mentioned that before, I'm so sorry. That's horrific. I mean, I feel like bullying is too light a word for that, you know? That feels like assault to me, but jeez. I never needed encouragement I never needed encouragement as a grown-up to be normal to them. Or our kids who I used to teach for that matter. Oh, wow! Very interesting, wow. I mean, I never needed encouragement as a grown-up to be normal to them. I mean, that's amazing, Dara. Seriously, I don't know if you realise how impressive that is, because like I say, a lot of people, unfortunately, will hold grudges their entire lives. They really will. Which shows that Snape, as much as I love him as a character, as well as Sirius, might need a therapy. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah. Both of them, quite frankly. Brilliant comment, Dara. Seriously. What a fantastic attitude you have. Seriously, that is brilliant. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your comment. Howdy doing? Hey, Veggie. It's so very frustrating that the Dementors perform the kiss on Barty Crouch Jr. They are unable to get any information out of him. Yeah, that was my first go-to. It was like, Fudge, what have you done? And he doesn't even seem to acknowledge or at least entertain the fact that he may have screwed up, you know? Politician, guys. This chapter sets up the next book nicely, as Fudge is already not believing Harry because he is a Parseltongue. Fudge is very discriminative indeed. It's so weird that he'd be discriminative. He's discriminative against muggles to an extent. He's not that vocal about it. He's more about the pride of his own. Half-bloods he has an issues with, according to Dumbledore. Parseltongues, I would imagine all Parseltongues are purebloods, right? Although it is obviously extremely rare. Jeez. Also, I'm not sure if I'd be very interested to rewatch. I really cannot wait to rewatch that scene at in the jury in the court. Sorry, at the start of Order of Phoenix, the movie, because I can't remember if he mentions anything about like Parseltongue or hallucinations and all this stuff. If he's trying to discredit Harry in that scene, I'm actually really looking forward to rewatching that and finding out if it's in the book. Which, quite frankly, with this current setup, it may not need to. Although I'd imagine Fig is going to be back. It's very interesting that Fig's getting contacted because she's a squib, isn't she? I'm pretty sure. Well, we'll find out next book. He says that Harry is having hallucinations and made up the story about Sirius Black the year before. I guess it somewhat makes sense why he doesn't believe him. But boy, what an idiot. I think that when a student is dead, you should entertain all possible avenues and not just go with what's easiest, as Dumbledore would say it. Yeah. Yeah. But it's not Fudge's responsibility, is it? Oh, God. Even McGonagall calls him a fool in the situation. Well, yeah. Yeah. And I know we had some Fudge, someone, putting the side of Fudge across, and I get it. It is a lot he's asking us to do, but I do that the Dementor thing was a step too far for me, I'm afraid. In the last chapter, we finally revealed how Rita Skeeter got her information. Who could have seen that coming? Certainly not me. Certainly not me. Although apparently I did say that she may have been a Animagi. We also find out Harry gives the twins the money to start their joke shop. So good, so good. Edit, you asked about the Fistrals in the last book club. Only in the movies does Harry see Quirrell die. He was passed out in the book. Yeah, no. How do you do? That is actually my question. So yeah. In the movie, why doesn't Harry see the Fistrals? That actually, I probably worded it badly, but I think that actually was my question, because in the book, it makes sense. I mean, you could argue he may have seen his mother die, but that's a bit draconian. I like the word draconian, guys. I fit it in whenever I can fit it in. I do, but in the movie, there's no excuse. He should be seeing Fistrals straight away, shouldn't he? Because they're the things that are up on the cards, right? We'll find out next time. There's a really weird bit where in the next movie, where even when I was watching it for the first time, I was really confused. And we're talking about Emma Watson earlier on, guys. This is one bit which I think it was. Oh my goodness, I'm bleeding. Where am I bleeding from? Is it there? No, I got like a little puncture mark in my palm there. That's not good, is it? I mean, there is a condition where people get that, which I'm hoping it's not that. It should be there, though, if it's accurate, not there. Ignore me. Get some thing bobbing on it. What the heck was I saying? I'm sorry, how are you doing? You're used to what I'm like, though, aren't you? I was talking about the Fistrals. Yeah, that's right. I mean, we'll get to it in probably a few book clubs' time. But when Looney, I said Looney, when Luna Lovegood shows up, there's a bit where Hermione says, "Oh, this is Luna Lovegood," but her performance, this is not criticising her as an actor, guys, but I remember having to go back and watch the scene several times to actually work out what actually happened. I am bleeding somewhere. I've not got a nosebleed, have I? I don't get nosebleeds. My mum used to get loads of nosebleeds. No, it is there. Gold. Okay, I've got a cut on my hand there. Jeez. It's right on the knuckle as well, which makes me look like a psychopath, like Hermione. Hermione's got like all knuckles blistered by the end of the next book, I bet. Anyway, yeah, God knows where that come from. I must have just scratched it. Anyway, yeah. So we're like, so she says Luna, and then like goes, Looney Lovegood, like that, and I was thinking, is she a ghost or something? Because it's almost like it's meant to be like a really scary scene. It's really weird. Maybe it's not like that, but that's how I remember it. So it'll be interesting to revisit that scene when we get to it, which will be in a few chapters' time, presumably. Anyway, edit Eagles to the Super Bowl. Yes, absolutely. When is the Super Bowl? When is the Super Bowl? Oh, it's tonight! Okay. Well, there you go. I just spoiled something there, guys. I've been breaking this video up into parts. Like I said earlier on in the episode, my energy levels have been very, very poor lately, and so I've had to break this up into parts. And so I have now seen Stuart Lee last night. Very, very good. Very, very strange new show. But yes, it's Super Bowl tonight, guys. So there we go. I guess go Eagles, because the Chiefs have won the last 2 Super Bowls, haven't they? So I usually root for the underdog, hence why I'm a Rams fan. How are we doing? Thank you so much for your comments. Grace! Hey, Veggie and Woozle. First time comment. Grace, you're very welcome. Nice to see you. I just want to say the book Hermione is unhinged. Yeah, again, the knuckles. And I could never imagine movie Hermione doing something like that. No, it's true. It's true. There's some fan art out there of Hermione looking at the jar with an evil smirk and her face and it's brilliant. That sounds amazing. That really, really does. And obviously the beetle has to have the design on the back and everything. I can't wait for Order of the Phoenix, there we go. Especially because one of my favourite characters gets to have more of a prominent role. More of a prominent role, which means they've been in it before. I don't think it's going to be Cho, because from what I gather, people don't like Cho in the books. It could be Cho, why not? Neville, of course. I wonder who it's going to be. Colin, maybe? Or the other one? We shall see. We shall see. Very interesting to find out, though. Filch, maybe? Especially... And it's not Neville, just another character who hasn't been very involved in the last two books. Ginny. Thank you, Grace. That was the clue I needed. Of course, Ginny. I'm looking forward to it because when I was checking out the movies, Grace, I need to call you Ginny. I got lots of comments saying how Ginny was their favourite character in the books, but she's not just hard done by in the movies, and really not. I'm still not to that point, so I'm really looking forward to it. So maybe this is where we're actually going to start. Excellent. Grace, thank you so much for your first comment. Greatly appreciate it. Hope to see you next time. Connor. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 36. What did you think of Fudge in this chapter? I mean, we covered it, but I'm frustrated with him, but I'm interested to hear defences of it. I really am. I enjoy hearing Dumbledore assign everyone their duties after Fudge left. It felt like he meant business. Yeah, it really did. It's almost like he's like a general sort of thing, rather than a headmaster. And that was in the case, when Cedric's body was found and everything like that, he went into directing mode and everything, didn't he? Especially when Moody took Harry away. I love that the moments between Molly and Harry when he hugs him, he felt like a mother was embracing him. It's such a sweet moment. It is, Connor, and I now realise that I misinterpreted that moment when I did my notes, which it just happens, guys. I apologise. It's not as egregious as some mistakes I've made in the past. So, chapter 37. I appreciate Dumbledore's speech. I felt a sense of hope that it would have given the students. Absolutely, yeah. And again, the movie version is so much more darker, where there is this sense of hope with that, and it obviously it unblocks Harry, as he says. What do you think about the reveal of Rita Skeeter? I certainly did not see it coming. It's wild. I wonder what it must be like to be hit by 5 hexes at the same time. I wonder if it's going to be serious Split says it's just like falling asleep. Gold. Because it must be a lot. It must be a lot. I feel like you just wouldn't feel it. To me, you'll probably feel it when you wake up. What a book. I really enjoy reading these series again and listening to the audiobooks for the first time as allows me to focus more. Absolutely. That's how I do it. If I read the book, I will read the words, but none of it will go in, It's my dyslexia, guys. I've picked up on things I missed previously. I can't wait to start reading the next one. Connor, I'm right there with you. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Emberin. My goodness, I love anti-character McGonagall screaming with dishevelled hair. Can't imagine dignified Matt Smith to go that hard. Though who knows? Well, I know that she kind of can, because I mentioned it before, guys, where there's there's been footage found of a 1960s version of Much Ado About Nothing, and she plays Beatrice, and I think the only scene that's actually been published so far, because it's black and white, she's very young now. The only scene they've posted of it so far is the scene where Beatrice and Benedict are in each other's presence for the first time, and they hate each other, guys. And so they start saying really snide comments and everything at the end of it. It's the only version I've seen of Beatrice losing her cool, because normally she's just frustrated at the end of it, but at the end of Maggie Smith's version, she screams at Benedict, which was actually really fascinating, and so that was a very interesting take. I've also this week watched the 2013 or 2012 version of Much Ado About Nothing, which I really enjoyed, because I realised it stars my 2 favourite angel characters. The actors for my 2 favourite angel characters are Beatrice and Benedict in it, so that was amazing. I really enjoyed that version, actually. Anyway, sorry about talking about Much Ado About Nothing again. Also, they had put in the movie Raging Gambon Dumbledore reprimanding her Minerva. I'm surprised at you when he heard the ruckus in the hospital ward. Would be movie exclusive. The pot calling the kettle black. Sirius Black. On second thought, he reprimanded her mostly for not standing guard. It's true, but that's when he that's when he doesn't realise that there's a reason why there's no point in standing guard anymore, and that's the way that McGonagall puts it as well, which you know, it's not exactly. It's almost been sarcastic, isn't it, to Dumbledore? It's like, well, there's no point in doing it now. Amazing. And speaking of her. Except yet again, fun time with her in Order of the Phoenix. Sorry. She is the unexpected highlight of the book when it comes to humour. Yeah, even more than the twins. None of the books she is so present as that. Wow, I'm looking forward to that. God, that mother embrace scene with Molly. If that was in the movie, I might have choked up for a second. First was Harry's interaction with Dumbledore after Amos screaming of grief. Bookwise, it's the first time Harry explained stuff in the presence of Sirius, grabbing his shoulder. Honestly, we got 3 chapters back to back such powerful payoff. Oh, absolutely, of a roller coaster of a book that, at face value, being about a tournament, would mostly action and adventure. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, we wouldn't have had the embrace in the movie because Harry deals with it very well in the movie. He just does. I know he's upset for a bit, but he does kind of deal with what happened to Cedric a lot better in a book than he does in the movie, guys, which obviously the book is a lot more realistic. The final shout of Diggory's memory got me as well. On one hand, Crumb's respect for him, and another Draco's worst moment, in my opinion, so far, in an unfinished diss to the deceased, who he should have held nothing against. I raised my wand to curse him too, increasing the blubber he becomes. Amazing. See you next time. Ember, and thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. I need to give it a like. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay. Guguru Parasu. Hopefully that's right. Guguraparasu. Gugurapasu. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. Hello, Veggie. First time joining the book club. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you didn't try to pronounce my username. Well, I'm going to edit that bit out then. That does seem does seem the fate of Barty Crouch Jr. makes you wonder if there are other characters who had fates that weren't addressed in the movies. Just a suggestion to keep the stakes up or something. There's definitely going to be characters who I'm going to wonder who I wonder how they're going to end up. Definitely. But Barty Crouch Jr., I just assumed he was going to be going back to Azkaban, you know, especially based on what he says in the movie. Jeez, it's so dark. I have long suspected that Rita Skeeter is somewhat based on a real person, but I wasn't going to say anything until the truth about how Rita was doing it out. The top gossip columnist in the early New York days was named Lorna Parsons. She was loose with her facts, but in the pre-TV days, tens of millions read her column religiously, which made her very feared because she could destroy your reputation if she reported you. She also allegedly had method of getting information she shouldn't, that I consider even more despicable than Rita Skeeter. Wow, okay. Yeah, I've never heard of this person. Maybe I need to look her up, but it sounds like you're on the money though. It certainly sounds familiar to Rita. Instead of turning into a beetle, Louisa's Luella. Is it Luella? I'm terrible with names, I really am. Luella's third husband just happened to be a urologist who specialised in venereal disease. Was also the medical director of 20th Century Fox, and personally did the treatments for a lot of big celebrities at the time. It has been suspected she used confidential information from him to break stories about high-profile affairs among the stars and such. Wow, okay, that's absolutely not... I mean, that's illegal, absolutely. There was... I mean, the husband is the one doing the illegal thing there, really, isn't he? There was no Hermione to bring her to justice, though, onto my favourite book next. Oh, excellent, I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Wow, that sounds... Maybe it is based on her. I mean, you'd imagine that all the characters are loosely based on certain characters. And so, yeah, that's... I think you might be on the money there. I need to look this character up. Anyway, Gugurapurasa? Sorry. Thank you so much for your first comment. Greatly appreciate it. Hope to see you next time. It's another thing. Hi, Veggie, and of course the lovely Woozle, who currently is not here. I gotta tell you how excited I've been for the reveal of Rita's source. And it's not even a source, is it? She got what she deserved, in my opinion. What are your thoughts? Were you surprised? Absolutely surprised. I can't get over how extreme Hermione's being, but you know what? Rita has been absolutely putting her and people that Hermione loves through the mill, and so she's getting what Hermione feels like is deserved, at least, definitely. And what Fred and George have been up to for all year. You were right about about that, Veggie. Bagman is not a very good guy, but I love how Harry gave the twins the winnings at the end. Harry really knows how to take care of people who take care of him. That's actually very true, because it is almost like a repairing, isn't it? In a way, but it's also just Harry just trying to get rid of the gold. The last chapter is probably one of my favourites in this book, but now let's go on back to chapter 36. I really appreciate Dumbledore did for Harry in this chapter. Sometimes it is easier to talk about a trauma immediately. This is interesting. And I love seeing the response that Dumbledore has to Harry. I don't think he was shining him on. I don't think he was shining him on at all. I think Dumbledore generally feels that way. The thing is, it's a nurse thing. I feel like he absolutely does care for Harry, and it is definitely partly that he wants Harry to be able to get through this trauma in the fastest, healthiest way. But I do feel like his main concern right now is getting the information out of Harry. I really do. Maybe that paints me in a bad light, guys, but that's my interpretation of the scene. But it is also that he is concerned for him. I love Harry's connection to Fawkes. I've also been waiting for this bit. Although connection he has to Moldy Voldy, excellent term, but I like this. Fawkes is amazing. I wonder, because we've only ever heard of Fawkes healing Harry, haven't we? I presume it works on other people. But yeah, there certainly is that connection there, obviously, and Voldy as well. Finally, what the F, Fudge? He's such a pompous moron. I'm starting to think his brain is made of fudge. Very good insult. He reminds me of a certain orange thing that will be taking office in the White House soon. Sigh, I fear the next 4 years in America. I also fear for the Wizarding World with Fudge in office. How do you feel about it, Veggie? Until next time. I can certainly tell you what I feel like about Fudge. And I feel like, yeah, it's... I really appreciate that comment earlier on, which was basically trying to give the viewpoint of Fudge. And I do get that, I actually do. Because it is a lot for him to handle. And the fact that, it's not exactly that surprising that he is
unwilling to accept everything that's happening, because it is a lot of stuff happening, but at the same time, he really needs to, you know. Regarding the other stuff, it's a nurse thing. I do try to avoid getting into politics in this video. I'll say, I feel like I was saying it earlier on. I was saying it earlier on, wasn't I, in this video? I think it's very, very important that we don't start seeing everyone as, you know, people around us as enemies. And I feel like there is a lot of different forces from all different directions trying to make us fear just any other opinion, you know? I mean, just go on to the internet, guys. You know, I do feel like it used to be the case where people could have an argument about their opinions and it would be left there. But now it's like if you have a certain opinion of something, then you are the worst version of whatever that could mean about you, you know. And so I feel like we actively have to fight against that. I really, really do. That's why whenever I whenever anyone like accuses me of something or questions anything and suggests that I am potentially a more extreme version of whatever it is that I have an opinion on. I mean, I'll give you an example, guys. It's I've said this story many times before, so excuse me, but I went into a fast food place to try out their new vegan burger, which was very exciting. And you know how fast food places have the screens now? And so I went up to that. There was a guy at the counter, but you know, I'm autistic, social anxiety. That option's there. Quite frankly, that guy probably wants me to use the screen anyway. And so I'm going to go to the screen and use that instead. And then, you know, the people behind it can get the order and then it will all be dandy. And so I go in, vegan burger. I think it was just the vegan burger that I could have because I don't think their chips were vegan. And bought it. And obviously it came up on his little screen. Okay, one vegan burger and everything. Now, this is the whole story. I haven't left out any information at all, guys. This is the information. I went to the screen, chose vegan burger, paid for it. It popped up on his screen as that's what the order to get the next customer. The guy behind the counter went, "Oh, I'm vegan. I'm vegan." I didn't say a freaking word. And so this is what I mean. It's like, you know, if you have a certain opinion on something, that means that you are the worst version of that. Because I was ordering a vegan burger, that means that I'm really pretentious and trying to tell everyone that I'm vegan, even though I didn't say a freaking word. And so it's insane. It's insane. Any sort of difference, we're being taught that we need to fear it, and it's somehow corrupting everything, and it's going to be end of civilization, you know. And so that is not me, you know, criticizing one side of any sort of political spectrum, guys, because it is happening across the board. It's like oh god, it really is. And so there are certain people who are using that to their advantage, and I feel like it is very important for us all to acknowledge that and try to fight against it and try and understand that just because someone has a different opinion than you, then it doesn't mean that they are literally the anti-you and they must be stopped. That's my opinion. So, I hope that wasn't too political. I certainly didn't want to represent or degrade any particular side, because again, that would be against what I'm saying. You know? Like, I could have gone up to the counter and said, oh, you sell meat. That's the equivalent of this guy saying, vegan. I don't care, guys. The people I love the most in the world all eat meat. They all eat meat. I don't care what your diet is. I really don't. It used to be the case where a lot of people would in the comments, and if you've done this, then this is not a criticism at all. I appreciate it. But you like say, I really like your videos, Veggie. I could never be vegan though. It's like, okay, I don't really see why you need to tell me that. It means absolutely nothing to me. It's something that I have decided to do for myself. And I'll tell you this, guys, it's a blooming nightmare. A blooming nightmare. I can't have eggs. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Maybe I'll wish it on Fudge. No, because the thing is that Fudge... I really appreciate that early comment about a Fudge, guys, in this book club. And the fact that it was early as well. Because it's making me see all these other comments through another filter, and I really appreciate that. And again, I'm taking other people's opinions on board and challenging my own with them. So, it's an Earthquake. There's my opinion. But that being said, I like to avoid talking about politics and stuff like that, guys, because I want this channel to be somewhere that people can escape to. I know that I've had many DMs over the years from people saying that these book reviews in particular have really reignited their excitement for Harry Potter and everything. And I really want that to be the thing, guys. I want it all to be. If you've had a bad day, I want you to be able to come to my channel and watch me talk about Much Ado About Nothing, usually, or Persona 4, or Arcane, or Willow from Buffy, or Cornish Pixies, or Cornish Pixies, or Cornish Pixies. Or Cornish Pixies. All the other Cornish Pixies which I've got up there. Isn't this thing? There you go. There is my opinion of the state of play. So thank you so much for asking. But regarding Fudge, yeah, I'm still furious. I am. The Dementor thing. There must have been another way, you know, another way of confirming that Fudge would be safe. Because presumably they've taken the wand off Moody. I'd imagine that was Junior, I should say. I presume that was the first thing they did. Anyway, it's this thing. Thank you so much for your comment. I apologise about my rant. Lucy Love. Happy New Year, Veggie. My resolution is to keep up with the book club this year. Excellent. I mean, I hope I can keep up with it because I'm so blooming late this time. Now that I'm not planning my wedding, so it should be easy. Oh, excellent. Okay, here we go then. Phew, what a finale. I completely agree. Is it the best finale, though, Lucy? I think it is. I felt so many emotions in the last few chapters. I feel like it is. I just got to say, I love Fawkes so much. Underrated character is Fawkes, isn't he? The reveal that it is Fawkes' feather at the core of Harry and Voldemort's wand is amazing. I did not... I feel like I just presumed it was, but to have it actually on the book was actually a surprise, weirdly enough. It makes the Phoenix song during the graveyard showdown make more sense. Fawkes always supports Harry, both physically and emotionally. I'm sorry, there's a tiny little fly. I'm going to try and get rid of it real quick. I'll be right back. There we go. I put it outside, guys. I find it very difficult to be able to talk when I see a little fly in front of me, because I think it's going to go in my mouth now. God, what a vegan! Sorry. Sorry about saying that. That's my go-to story when people say about how vegans are pretentious. It's like, even when a vegan doesn't say the thing, you know. Anyway, let's get on with it. I'm sorry, Lucy, for interrupting your comment. Fawkes always supports Harry both physically and emotionally. A total MVP. Yes, the most valuable theme. Very good, Lucy. The whole of chapter 37 is just so intense. Plot and character-rich moments delivered with such emotion really had me tense during the reread. Absolutely. And what's so cool about it is that the rest of the chapters are kind of like a relaxation of that tension, aren't they? So good. I really appreciate Hermione's distraction at the end, and of course, I knew where that was going, and it makes me smile. How long do you think Rita was eavesdropping on the windowsill? Did she hear the whole scene between Fudge and Dumbledore? I think I brought that up earlier on. Yeah, I presume she must have done. God, what a good time for Hermione to blooming catch her. But you know what? That was probably when Rita was also probably letting her guard down the most just so she could get the story. Wow, that's crazy. Finally, it's if you ever wanted to listen to the audiobooks again, I have found an excellent YouTuber doing a great voice work and also rocking an awesome beard. Oh my goodness.
I hope you're okay with him shout. Oh, absolutely, of course I am. Okay. It's okay to shout him out here. His name is. It's not Stipe, is it? It looks like Stoic. Stoic. Thing is, guys, it's gonna look like I'm mispronouncing it just so you don't go check out this channel. I really want you to go check out this channel. That looks to me like Stoic. Stoic Johnson. And he really puts a lot of work into making the voices authentic to the book descriptions and the characters. I love his voice for Draco. Oh, excellent, fantastic. I hope that's because I've heard about people who read the books in their channel getting their videos blocked because through copyright and everything. But it sounds like he might be adding enough into it to make it his own, though. That sounds really cool. Everyone go check that out. Absolutely, that sounds brilliant. I wonder what his Draco's like. I guess I can check it out, can't I? I can go and have a look. You know what? Instead of throwing this up and down, I'm going to throw my my old molder. Sorry, I'm talking rubbish. Philosopher's Stone. There you go. Right. But yeah, that sounds really cool. Go and check out I presume the channel is called that. Stoic. It looks like Stoic to me. I'm so sorry. Stoic Johnson. If the channel's called that, guys, please do go and check it out. It sounds awesome. Anyway, looking forward to the new year and the new book. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Lucy. That's very, very kind of you. Great comment. Really appreciate it. See. Okay. So playing around with the Philosopher's Stone might be a bit of a mistake. I always feel like I'm saying Sorcerer's Stone for some reason. Anyway. Hello, Veggie. Chapter 36, The Parting of the Ways. Finally the chapter I've been waiting for, and honestly one of the reasons I actually joined the Patreon. Wow, that's crazy. I hope you enjoyed this video then. The parts of the Parting of the Ways is my favourite chapter in the entire book, in this entire book. Possibly the entire series, and I hate that basically none of it is adapted into the movie. Literally, yeah, absolutely. At least with me in the Pensive, we had one of the stories, and it was obviously very different. I feel like in several ways, this chapter shows so much of my favourite characters at their best. Dumbledore taking charge in a way we've never seen before. Dumbledore taking charge in a way we've never seen before. Okay, I've already lost my place. I'm so sorry, CW. He is commanding and authoritative. Fudge is showing how weak he is, and McGonagall losing her temper. Snape is decisive and direct when too busy to hate Harry. That is a great summary of that. I love it. I love how almost when he's at his most busy. I love how almost every character is written in this scene. I feel like it's because things are finally getting rather serious. And we're not just reading a children's book anymore, so the characters are also gaining complexities. Yeah, and I also really like the fact that Ron and Hermione are so quiet is actually really awesome. I'm sure Ron tells his mum to shut up at one point. Oh, it reminds me of Dominic Mysterio and the build-up to WrestleMania last year, guys, where he just screamed "shut up" in his mother's face. I know it would have been the year before. Dominic Mysterio is a great heel, guys. Like, a great bad guy, I should say. He's absolutely amazing. I love him. But I said, "Mum, shut up!" And Rey Mysterio, his dad, is there, and obviously he got that's when he interrupted. It was he did something to his sister. I feel like, did he like pour a drink over her head or something? He's great. I think, and obviously they were in on it, obviously. But yeah, Dominic Mysterio is awesome. He really is. I saw his heel turn live. Saw him kick Edge in the balls, which if you don't know wrestling, probably sounds very odd. Talking about balls, guys. This is a great intro to the story. I was on Instagram and I saw something that made me giggle for way too long. It really made me giggle for way too long. So it's a video, and there's a guy on it, like texting on his phone, and a woman walks past and like slaps him on the bum like really hard and walks off. And then it cuts to a close up of the guy, and he like says, "I bet some of you thought that was funny. Let's see it sorry, let's do it again. I bet some of you thought that was funny. Let's see it the other way around." And then it cuts to him texting again, and she slaps him in the balls. That made me laugh for way too long. You know what? I should really shout out the comedian, because he was a comedian who posted it, obviously. But that made me giggle for way too long. The account is on Instagram. I don't know if he has a YouTube channel, but it's a very short clip, so maybe not. James Clements. No, sorry, Maxwell James Clements, apparently. That made me giggle for ages. And the way he says, some of you may have found that funny. Let's see it the other way around. Really serious and accusatory. And it's like... Sorry. It made me laugh. It made me laugh for way too long. It really did. Okay, calm down now, Veggie. Jeez. Anyway. My favourite sitcom's Bottom, guys. There's a lot of balls getting hit in Bottom. So it's my kind of humour, I'm afraid. Right, calm down. I always say with Bottom, guys, if you're going to go and watch the 90s sitcom Bottom, you have to, remember, you're not meant to like the characters. They are both lowlifes, okay? Also, the first episode may seem like it's a bit too inappropriate, you know? So it may be worth watching some other episodes before the first episode. I love the first episode, but it may not be the best introduction of the show. I would definitely say check out the first two seasons first, because they are the best. The third is good, but it's just not quite as good. Rick Mel had a serious injury before it. And also, if you're not into comedy violence, stay away, because it gets brutal. It gets brutal, but I love it. It's my favourite sitcom of all time. Starring Peeves. No, the person who should have played Peeves. And the guy from Star Wars, who I still cannot believe that Adrian Edmondson was in Star Wars. Anyway. Oh, I'm sorry, CR. I got so sidetracked with the whole ball thing then. I'm so sorry, I really did. Snape is a disciple director. Yeah, I love how almost every character is written in the scene. I feel like it's because things are finally getting rather serious, and we've not just read the children's book anymore, so the characters are also getting complex. I hate that this chapter wasn't in the movie. Absolutely, I'll be back for another one poorly done in the next book. Oh really? Oh my, poorly done. So it is in there then. I'm fascinated to see, because this whole book review of Goblet of Fire has been, the book's so much better than the movie. I'm wondering if that's going to change at all. Because the fact is, guys, the movies do some scenes really well. And there have been bits where I thought, actually, I really like that decision in the movie, you know. Granted, not that much in Goblet of Fire. Hope you're doing well. Until next time. CR, thank you so much for your comment. And I'm so sorry for how long that took me to get through it. I really appreciate it. So sorry for getting sidetracked, as I usually do. Just looked it up, guys, and it is Stoic. My goodness, he's a good-looking chap. Yeah, go and check out his book reviews. They look awesome. Stoke Johnson. Johnny. Hi, Veggie. Fudge is the first to show his true colours, isn't he? He's so scared to deal with Voldemort's return that he is willing to do anything to discredit Harry and Dumbledore, including letting the Dementors destroy the only proof of what really happened, and this is just the beginning. Oh, including letting the Dementor... Now, that's interesting, Jenny, because I was just about to ask you a question then. I wonder if anyone thinks that Fudge is under Voldemort's thumb at this point. Now, sure, in the movie, we obviously had the famous, my God, he's returned, or whatever he says. But at this point in the books, was anyone suspicious that Fudge may be one of the Death Eaters, quite frankly, you know? Maybe. I'd love to see you comment if that is the case, guys. And this is just the beginning. There are so many moments in these two chapters that I'd like to talk about, but I'll mention just a few of them. First is a very upset McGonagall, which is such a huge contrast to her usual stoic. So it is literally the word stoic then. I'm sorry, guys. My dyslexia looks at that word and thinks that can't be how stoic is actually spelled, but it clearly is, though. I'm an idiot. And stern behaviour. I love that. We also see that Hermione is not afraid of anything when it comes to revenge. Quite frankly, yes, absolutely. Including kidnap and blackmail. I can't imagine movie Hermione doing that. Yeah, you're not the first to say that, Johnny. That's so true. I didn't think about movie Hermione, but that is completely out of character, isn't it? I love that Harry gave his winnings to the twins and their reaction. You're mental. I hope they will really buy Ron new dress robes. Yeah, me too. And I'm just wondering when he's going to need them. But at least he'll have something to fall back on if there is ever. I guess if there's like weddings and stuff like that, that's when they're used, isn't it? Maybe. I'm not sure. Anyway, Johnny, thank you so much for your comment. H. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. 36. I suspect you were happy to get a bit more info on Cedric, the Potters, etc. Coming out of Voldemort's wand in the graveyard. Echoes retain their appearance and character. Yes, but they cannot be brought back, as Dumbledore said. I love Dumbledore giving Harry some proper compliments. I also like that he properly calls Fudge out for what he is, and at the same time appealing to how much Fudge cares about the other people. Thinks maybe mentioning how well remembered he would be as a minister of magic if he dealt properly with this. Yes, stroking his ego again. Which I wonder, again, guys, that goes back to the whole Harry thing, if there is an aspect of... Because you brought up the Harry getting complimented. I wonder if there's an aspect of Dumbledore doing the same with Harry. I just feel like, because Dumbledore's absolute top priority is finding out what's happened in that scene, you know, guys. And then Harry being the priority being, you know, a very close second. But I wonder if there is an aspect of that. Maybe it's just my interpretation of it. Shame he really already stopped listening a while ago. I'm not sure he would have listened to any argument here, since they're trying to appeal to both his ego, logic, without any luck. Well, quite, yeah, he is just shut. Even Snape's Death Eater mark. I'm not a fan of Snape as a person, but I think this might be my favourite Snape chapter in the entire series. Unlike the end of the previous book, he is on the right side of the truth this time, and he's being brave both by standing up to Fudge and of course also by taking on the mission he's asked to do. I really don't get why they removed this important chapter from the movie. I know they removed the mysterious plot, which is a bit like making the Bible into a film and removing the God character. It is the main through line of the book, isn't it? So I see what you mean. But this chapter would easily work in the film, and it would be a great moment for a lot of characters, like the reactions to Sirius and Snape showing his dark mark to Fudge. I still find that funny. I shouldn't. Maggie Smith shout out, absolutely.
37. The whole Rita plot just stinks of the author fantasizing about doing something like that to a journalist that annoyed her at the time or something. Well, maybe. I mean, a lot of people write about things that they don't like and everything, so why not? I can see that potentially being it. I like that Harry found a way to use his money to help Ron by making the twins buy him a dress robe for him. Yeah, absolutely. Ron would never have just taken the money, unfortunately. Ron finally gets Kron's autograph. It's just lovely. I loved that so much. That makes me very, very happy. Yeah. Because it almost feels out of character, but it's just Ron reverting back to how he would have seen Kron before the year started. Amazing. Hey, thank you so much for your comments. Gothic Llama. Oh god, don't drop it again. Have a drink, Veggie. I don't need any liquids yet. I haven't participated in the book club for a while, so I need to catch up on the previous ones. Oof. That's okay, Gothic Llama. Thanks so much for being a part of it, though. Chapter 36. I love that we get more moments with Sirius. I wish he was in the movie. Yeah, absolutely. He's in the fireplace, isn't he? That's the only time we really see him in this book, in this movie. And I honestly didn't expect Snape to just go and show Fudge his mark. Yeah, what a moment. That was my notes. We get a tiny bit of reminder that Harry is not a normal teenage boy who doesn't want his best friend to see him cry. I guess it's embarrassing for a boy to cry. It's embarrassing for a boy like Harry to cry. And it obviously shouldn't be, guys. In fact, on SmackDown, LA Knight had like a really good speech about men crying, which I really appreciate. He's a wrestler. What do you think is Dumbledore's plan for Hagrid and Madame Maxine? It's got to go and be an envoy to the Giants. I'd imagine it has to be, but we shall see. I mean, it makes logical sense, doesn't it? Chapter 37, and now the secrets of Rita Skeeter and Ludo Bagman are finally revealed. I really like that there are some minor plots that you kind of forget while reading them. You get a reveal at the end. It's very satisfying. Yeah, and like I say, it's like in the last 5 minutes. I was looking at the time thinking, wow, they need to wrap this up quickly, and they bloomin' did, guys. But in a really satisfying way. So we finished with book 4. Yay! I can't wait for Order. I think I've read it the most since it's the longest, and I would bring it every year to summer visit my grandparents in Bulgaria. That's lovely. Okay, well, I cannot wait. It must be a very nostalgic thing for you then, Gothic Llama. I love that. Okay, we will be starting it soon. I cannot wait, and I hope to see you there in the book club, and hope you're able to get caught up soon. Thank you so much for your comment. Grace, hi Veggie and Woozle. Woozle's getting a lot of love in this video. Chapter 36 notes. Dumbledore must blame himself immensely for Cedric's death. Yeah, I feel like it must be his death under his watch. Speaking of, I don't like Dumbledore much, and I'll explain why later, because he truly is a morally grey character. But that gleam of triumph Harry noticed on his eyes is very important. I felt it must be significant. Yeah, I'm very interested to find out more about that. I can see why you thought the echoes were the souls of the dead people. They act like how the person who have in that situation. Yeah, but it's also the fact they have their knowledge and their cunning, which is something which still is interesting. It's not just their appearance and their personality. They're also able to reveal what they would have done in a certain situation, which is a bit crazy. Fudge is an idiot, rah. Excellent. And honestly, his views can be parallel to that of many people in America where I live today. I mean, I could go on for ages. I'm sure you could, Grace. I'm sure you could. Yeah, I mean, I give you my points about all things that, you know, about the political situation and everything in the world and stuff.
I love Mrs. Weasley here. Harry deserves a mother, not a petunia, well, quite. Chapter 37. I feel for Hufflepuffs in the Great Hall. Over the past 3 years that I've been at high school, there have been a couple of students that died. The school was like this for days. My God, I don't think. Oh my God, Grace. I never experienced anything like that, I don't think. Oh my goodness. No, I don't think I ever did. No, I definitely didn't. My goodness, Grace. That must be shocking for everyone. On a lighter note, it sounds like Fleur will be coming back soon. Absolutely, yeah. I'm a big fan of her character now, guys. Hermione is a freaking psychopath. I'm glad that you said it as well, Grace, because yeah, that was my go-to word as well. I love Fred and George. They deserve all the gold. I hope your January went well. Much love to you and Woozle. Thank you so much, Grace. I'll go and give Woozle your love as well. But yes, I hope your January went well as well. And great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Okay, Woozle has joined us, but we need to get through this because this is looking like it's going to be the second time one of my videos has gone over 6 hours, guys, which makes sense. There's such a good ending to this book. Gaffnob, greetings, chapter 36. So Frogs is evil. His wand picks Voldemort 100% of the time. Voldemort himself and the part of Voldemort's power that is Harry. Well, is the creature responsible for the acts of the wizard? I mean, going on what Dumbledore says, no. The whole, you aren't born what you are, it's what you grow up to be. Why didn't McGonagall Patronus, the Dementor, she surely is more loyal to Dumbledore than Fudge? I guess it's how fast the whole situation happened, quite frankly. I just imagine it being in a very, very tight room, you know? That's a good point, though. Very good note, though. The free drop, and also maybe she can't do it, because not every adult can do it. You'd imagine McGonagall can, though. You really would imagine McGonagall could. 3 drops of Vertasium would clear up the list of Death Eaters and the rest of the story. Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely. It absolutely would have done. My goodness. Chapter 37. No defense against the dark arts. They should have a substitute, or Dumbledore could fit in. Is that not a part of his job as headmaster? Well, yeah, I was like, what's going on there? But I'm wondering, I don't know how because I know there's a curse of some kind, guys. I don't know how well this is known, or if it's known at all, and so I can't really answer that. But yeah, it definitely raised question marks for me, yeah. If you have to make the choice between what is right and what is easy, remember what happened to Cedric, and choose the option that saves your life. Now you know how the twins got their story. The store. The movie never touched on it. Yeah, it's true. And the thing is, this is one of like Harry's like nicest things that he's done. Like really appreciative things that he's done. Whereas there's no real moment of him paying back the Weasleys at all, is there? Oh. You could say he saved their daughter. In Chamber, but it's a really nice moment, and a lot of people have brought that up. So I wonder if that's going to be the most loved moment from the book, maybe. Again, a great comment, always appreciate it. CJ, g'day Veggie, happy new year, and hope you have a great 2025. You too, CJ, thank you very much. Chapter 36, I have never wanted to punch someone in the face more than Cornelius Fudge in this chapter, and no wonder the Ministry is so corrupt. Look how many Death Eaters work there. Yeah, that's the crazy part of it, the fact that it is just riddled with Death Eaters. Props to McGonagall for screaming in Fudge's face. It would have been strange to see Maggie Smith do that. Yeah, that's what the previous comment said, but, she's a great actor, guys. So, it would have been unusual for the McGonagall that we have seen, but that's the whole point, though, isn't it? Is that this isn't your normal McGonagall. Molly hugging Harry as as if a mother made me cry. As if by a mother made me cry. You forget sometimes that Harry is only 14 years old. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I feel like that's what these last 2 chapters really do a great job at reflecting the fact that he is just a kid. And everything that he's gone through, no kid should have to go through. Really well made point. Hermione is ruthless. The words that we've had to describe Hermione in this review, guys, have been amazing. I wish movie Hermione had that edge to her. The horseless carriages are mentioned in this chapter, which I believe will be Fristrals. Well, that's a good point, though. Why wouldn't have Harry seen them then? I'm confused. I'm clearly confused, but you know what? I'm looking forward to the Fristrals anyway, because they are one of my favourite Fantastic Beasts. Love from Australia. Thank you so much, CJ. Very, very awesome comment. Thank you so much for making it. Mel! Hello, Veggie. I wonder why Dumbledore didn't ask Harry to put his memory on Voldemort's return in the pensive. It's true. That feels like a bit of a loophole. I've never thought about that. So I can understand why he thought he'd have to verbalise it first. Although then again, you can affect your own memories. So that's probably where Fudge would go next, wouldn't it? To verbalise it first, to realise what had happened, and even if Fudge was so stubborn that it might not have made him any difference, but first realise what happened here. But we know that Dumbledore likes to investigate by delving into other people's memories. We're at a crucial moment with the Lord's return, and even if he takes Harry's word for it, I would have thought that he would have liked to see and analyse every detail. That's actually very true, but maybe because it's taking it out of a minor, that's maybe his issue, maybe? I'm not sure, but you're making great points. Do you think that's something magically difficult to do, and that's why they didn't do it? Well, the thing is, I also feel like it is removing the memory from the person as well, right? I think. I could be wrong. And maybe he just didn't want to do that to Harry, you know? You know, removing a traumatic memory could actually possibly have really bad ramifications, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know how to explain it, but it's a great question, Mel. My favourite scene, Dobby bring Harry Christmas presents, and the scene where they go to see Sirius in the cave with Buck. I would have loved to have seen them in the film, especially the one with Sirius. Awesome choices, Mel. Like I say, I will put a separate blog, and if you could put those comments into that as well, then I'll have them all in one place. So yeah, I should do that in the coming days. Now that we finished book 4, and unless you want us to wait until the end of the saga, what is your favourite book so far? And your favourite characters still the same? Have you changed your perspective on them? Harry, my perspective has absolutely changed by this book, and I'm delighted by that. I really have. Favorite book? It's this one. It's been such an absolute bloomin' treat. Perspective, not really, but I still really enjoy Hermione and the way that her character is adapting, and obviously Ron as well. And all the characters, guys. But yeah, Harry is definitely one which I have absolutely done a 180 on. Very excited to dive into book 5. One of my favourites with this one, and 6. Excellent, Mel. Well, you've got a lot of videos coming then, so thank you so much, Mel. Greatly made comment. Thank you so much for making it. Q. So much to say in these chapters, but I'll try to narrow it down to just a few things. I love the warmth and care that so many show Harry in chapter 36. The way Dumbledore asks Harry about what happened is so gentle and, I dare say, charming. The way he tells everyone else not to interrogate him and chastises Fudge for bothering him. Sirius tries to defend Harry from having to tell Dumbledore, even if we agree with Dumbledore and that waiting would make it worse. comes from a place of such care and concern, and I love that he stays with Harry as a dog in the hospital wing until he absolutely has to leave. Yeah, absolutely. He really is just trying to get Harry away from the trauma, isn't he? Serious. And Dumbledore saying, no, we really need to push it. And of course, Molly. I love that she tells Harry it's not his fault. I love everything about their interaction in this chapter. Absolutely. I'm not like saying, try and think about your winnings and stuff. Ah, jeez, it's so heartbreaking. 2. You fail to recognise that it matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. I would like to put that quote inside of Rowling's eyelids. It's a great quote, and I really like. It's rare that I write down sentences from the book into my notes, but that and a few others from these ones I just had to, because I just loved the way it was worded. It was so freaking powerful. Once again, I love Hagrid and Harry's relationship. I love that in a situation like this, Hagrid knows what to say to Harry. It's true. That's actually very true, because I was wondering where it was going to go. He doesn't believe or try to convince Harry that he is all right. He doesn't deny how hard the future is likely to be, or panic about it. He's steadfast and confident in Harry, and that's something Harry really needs. And he also makes a joke, which is rare for Hagrid. It actually really is. So that joke about the blasting the Scrooge is amazing. Anyway, congrats on finishing Goblet of Fire. Thank you very much. I hope the end was as satisfying as the beginning and the middle seemed to be. It was better. I feel like the ending of this was the best part of it. I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much, Q. Well, you already have, and thank you so much for making a great comment. Simon, hello. What's a nice girl like you doing with an old cow? I'm taking her to the bull. Well, couldn't your father do that? No, it must be the bull. Amazing. That, I believe, it definitely sounds like Carry On. I think it's Carry On Camping. That would make sense. Is it Charles Hawtrey? I swear it's Carry On Camping. Great quote though. Great quote. Simon, I appreciate these. They definitely test me sometimes. Lots going on in this in Parting the Ways. You get to see a lot of character development and the future set up, and also the sense of how petrified Fudge is of the implications of Voldemort returning that the movies never conveyed. What's with everything that happened in Parting the Ways, it's a good point of the character that Fudge still prefers to bureaucrate, I'm not sure, duties of giving Harry the prize. Oh yeah, absolutely he does. He still gives him the money. I imagine lots of people will listen to the chapter and on the what want to see in the series adaptation. I fully see that bit being on there. Absolutely. You finally have the answers to all the mysteries. Rita Skeeter, I think Hermione may need help from a professional blackmail when she breaks the rules. She sure breaks them. Absolutely. Well, the thing is that the good thing is that she has Rita banged to rights because of the whole unregistered aspect of it. But yeah, it is brutal. Luda Bagman and how the twins got the money for their joke shop. I wonder if any of them will have any implications for later books. Best prepare yourself for all the changes to come. Thank you, Simon. I am nervously excited for it, in the same way that I was at the end of this movie, weirdly enough. But yeah, I really am. It's gonna be a wild ride. Dream myself away, or dreaming. Hi, Veggie. I'm really late, and so much has already been said, but I joined at this specific point because I wanted to be here for chapter 36. Thank you so much, Dreamy, and you're not the first one as well. Thank you so much. That's awesome. easily is one of my favourite chapters in the whole series, and for me, it makes the turning point of the story. In just one chapter, so many characters get so much more depth, and I really love that Sirius is there for Harry in this horrible night. Harry is surrounded not only by his friends, but by caring adults who stand up for him and show him the love and comfort he needs here. And I really love Bill in the book. In the books, he always feels like a big brother to Harry. Yeah, it's true. It's true. He really he is awesome in this scene as well. Also, there seems to be so much set up for the future in the way Dumbledore handles things. Absolutely, like moving his chess pieces around, isn't he? Chapter 37, lots of things to get tied up or explained as usual. And my favourite is Harry getting the prize money, giving the prize money to the twins. You're not alone there, Jamie. I feel like that's going to be right up there with the voting. I know you probably mentioned it, but who is your favourite character in the book series so far, and why? I'm doing it per book. I don't know if I could really do an over one. If I'm going to, it would be at the end. But honestly, I don't know if I could. I really couldn't. I mean, Lupin is my favourite Harry Potter character, but that's based on the movies as well, though. So we shall see. But maybe we'll do that at the end, eventually. I can't wait for the next book. It's the most chunky one, but I finished re-listening to the German audiobook and I can't wait to explore the English version. Awesome, Dreamy. Yeah, it's so interesting hearing the differences between the audiobooks, guys. It really is, because some of the changes are kind of wild. They really are. But either way, Dreamy, thank you so much for your comment. Thank you so much for making it. Pardon me, Jacob. For the moment, there looks like a gleam of triumph on Dumbledore's eyes. Looks like a throwaway line on first read. I love that Harry gave the winnings to the twins. Absolutely, Jacob. Well, the thing is, I did note that line in a book. The one which I didn't was Hermione making the noise in the hospital wing, which is amazing. But yeah, I'm very interested to see where this is going to be paying off. Either way, Jacob, thank you so much for your comments. Catty, so happy to be back. Nice to see you, Catty. It is Catty. Yeah, it is Catty. I think it's Catty. I'm so sorry. You know what I'm like with reading. Had to take a break because I had a baby. Catty, congratulations. That's amazing. And it's not our first. We've had a couple of book club babies, haven't we? Well, blummin' Catty. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're getting some sleep, quite frankly. But congratulations. That is amazing. So much in these chapters. Dumbledore looking triumphant. Fudge getting rid of a key witness and refusing to listen. Yeah, I'm wondering if some people were mega sus at him, actually. I forgot how mad that made me the first time I read. I was about 11, if I remember correctly. Well, I was furious, and I was certainly older than 11 when I first listened to it. Also, not Hermione kidnapping a reporter and using blackmail. I know Hermione's going to be a force by the end of these books. She really is. Until next time, R.I.P. Cedric. Yes, Catty, thank you so much. Well, congratulations, Catty. That is amazing, seriously. And like I say, I hope it's all going well. And yes, yeah, I hope it's all doing well. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your comment. I really appreciate that. Annette writes, everyone else pretty much mentioned everything that I want to say, so I'll just say this. Fudge is a stubborn coward. Molly Weasley's the ultimate mother figure, and Hermione is vindictive when crossed. Oh, absolutely. That's a great description of her. When she decides to break the rules now, she just goes all in. It's very true. I think Harry and Ron are a bad influence on her. I feel like she may have even gone beyond, I really do. Annette, great comment. Thank you so much. Terry, hi, Veggie. I'm not sure if this has been covered yet, but I want to clear up a question you had in the last book review regarding Frank's comments about he really is a wizard. In the first chapter, the book, Frank is eavesdropping on Peter and Voldemort and overheard them talking about what he just assumed they were talking about some kind of code. Keep up the good work, and I absolutely love hearing your takes and look forward to every video. Much love to you and Woozle. There you go, Woozle. Thank you so much, Terry. That's very, very kind. Yeah, people point that out in the comments, Terry. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's the first time that anyone's mentioned it in the video, though, but it's one of those things where I just wasn't going to remember that. I'm sorry, but yeah, thank you so much for the clarification, because it's good that it's actually in the video as well. Jonas, cheerio, which usually means goodbye, at least in English, anyway. Veggie and Woozle, which we're nearly done. I think it said at the end of Chamber of Secrets that the books are so much more realistic with the mental damage done by the things that have happened to the children. For example, Ginny in Chamber of Secrets. I think you can see this here again with Harry. Oh, even more here. I mean, I mean, Ginny went through a horrific events as well, but obviously we didn't spend that much time with her after those events, though. Also, Rita is some kind of brilliant with what she does. Terrible person, of course, but brilliant. Cheery bye. It's true. It's actually so true, Jonas. We don't actually give credit to the fact that Rita is actually a very talented witch. She really actually is to be able to do that. So thank you so much, Jonas. Thank you so much for your comments. However, Sirius said Dumbledore, turning to Snape, "You know what I must ask of you? If you are ready, if you are prepared." "I am," said Snape. This is the exact moment that Snape became my favourite Harry Potter character. He is reminded so. He has remained so ever since. It's also my favourite serious moment of all 7 books. Wow, that's amazing. And that means a lot because he has so many great scenes and quotes. Well, even just him getting the Dark Mark out was a huge moment, and that was in this same chapter as well, so I can believe it, however. I admire bravery even more so because I am not a very brave person myself. I wish I was, but I'm not. And I especially cowardly when it comes to physical pain. We all know how Voldemort treats his Death Eaters who fell out of grace with him. Oh, absolutely. And Sirius knows it too. He used to be in Voldemort's service. After all, he knows what he's like. Absolutely, yeah. And in fact, he's going to be even more vindictive now, you'd imagine. You can say he's petrified, looks pale than usual, and his eyes glitter strangely. Well, and Dumbledore looks worried as well. And yet he says, "I am, and I am ready. I am prepared." Such a simple answer, and yet so powerful. Sirius truly is a brave man. Bravest man Harry ever knew. Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if that line's going to be in the book. I'm interested to find out when we get there. Sirius shows his Dark Mark to Fudge is another great scene. Finally, it's a badass moment. Secondly, it happens. It's another example of Siv's bravery. He's putting himself into a very vulnerable position here. And thirdly, it's yet another clue to his real allegiance. So true. And the fact of who he's doing that in front of is very significant as well. Because obviously some people would have known, but some people absolutely didn't. If Sirius was secretly on Voldemort's side, why would he be helping Dumbledore on his efforts to convince Fudge? It doesn't directly against Voldemort's interests. To me, Sev's behaviour makes sense only if he genuinely wants to bring Voldemort down. Unless it is some sort of crazy long game. But no, absolutely, I'm with you, however. It's because this moment and the faux glass, we never doubted Sev's true loyalty. I know you didn't find the faux glass argument convincing last time, so I'm very curious to hear your opinions on this one. Well, I loved him in this chapter. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I would love to say a lot more about this chapter, but I ran out of space as usual. Oh well, belated Happy New Year, Veggie. Thank you so much, Howard. I was looking forward to your comment on this, because I was very interested to see what your interpretation of this moment was, because it's a great moment. Suzzington, hi Veggie. Not too much to say in these chapters, but I'm so excited for you to start Order of the Phoenix and the Half-Blood Prince. I've to say till about the third one, the movies stay mostly true to the terms of information, even if they did cut some great things out. And as much as I love the movies, I am so frustrated with the Goblet. Oh, well, absolutely, Goblet. They just did such a poor job and gave the audience enough info to understand the story. Order of the Phoenix is probably my favourite book. It's just got so much packed in and a character development. It also has some of my favourite chapters in it, especially 37. Very interesting. I think it's why Deathly Hallows is my favourite movie, because even in 2 movies they weren't able to link a lot of the things that like in the book, because they didn't start planting the seeds earlier in the movie, so they just sort of feel like a waste of time. Yeah, because things are left out in this, it's going to affect the rest of them, isn't it? Looking forward to the next one and introducing one of the greatest villains in my opinion. Yes, I am very intrigued. I'm very, very intrigued when it comes to the villain of the story. Absolutely. Savage Kim. Hi Veggie. Many folks have covered my comments, so I'll just say that the sheer quantity of character detail in these chapters is amazing. Something I often forget watching the films, or quite. Black Molly, Bill, Dumbledore just show Harry so much in tenderness and caring. It's lovely. And yes, I don't cross Hermione, and she will rest. She won't rest until you pay back. And also don't mess with her friends. I feel like that's the big thing, isn't it? It's the whole thing of you mess with Hermione's friends, you're gonna get got, quite frankly. Jolt! Hello, I'm new. Welcome, Jolt. Thank you so much for being a part of the discussion. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Loving the Evie icon, I believe it is. Well, of sorts. Sort of. I started following your channel early in Harry Potter movie reactions around 3 years ago. I've been very busy over that time, mostly for good reasons. Excellent, I'm glad to hear. But I decided finally had time to contribute to the book club. This comment is long, but I'll try to keep them shorter in future. This is not too bad. I mean, some of them are very long, Jolt, so I appreciate that. Of course, Jolt. Evie, I get it. Chapter 26. Just in time for my favourite one of my favourite chapters. Much as I've been about Priori Incantatem explanation, Molly's hug, McGonagall's fury, Fudge's cowardice, but I want to focus on the headmaster in this chapter. As soon as Dumbledore has gathered enough intel, he is ready to prepare for war. It's like he already knows what he was going to do beforehand, wasn't it? Kind of. It does feel like that, doesn't it? This is Dumbledore, the master tactician. Sure, flesh, blood and bone is Voldemort's resurrection, but in my opinion this chapter officially begins the Second Wizard War. It is clear that Dumbledore already has an opening move planned and trust with his allies immediately acting gives me chills every time. It is amazing, isn't it? And Dumbledore's always kind of 2 steps ahead, isn't he? And so this is no exception here. Also, Snape finds out that Sirius is Dumbledore's side. Keep it in mind that Snape thinks Sirius got Lily killed. The fact that Snape and Sirius shake hands here, although briefly, shows how much they trust, respect, and prepare to even fear Dumbledore. I really appreciate you tying that back to Dumbledore, because that's exactly how I saw it. Definitely, I like that, Jolt. Chapter 37. He had his wand out, and so did George, so who was carefully treading on Malfoy as he followed Fred inside. What a beautiful end to a tragic book. That is amazing. I love the careful to tread on him. Jolt, thank you so much for your first comment. I hope to see more in the future. Thank you so much. Liz. Hey, Veggie and Woozle. This is the worst year of my life, and it's barely begun. I hope you're doing okay. Liz, I'm so sorry to hear that. I really am. Oh, bless you, Liz. I hope it gets better for you. Seriously, because it can feel like it's never ending sometimes. But I hope you're doing okay, Liz. Chapter 36. Oh, Fudge is such a weak coward. Won't listen to a single word that doesn't fit in his perfect delusion. Also, of course, Harry is naming old Death Eaters. How would Voldy have recruited anyone new? That's actually extremely true. Mrs. Weasley is so amazing. He had no memory of being hugged like this, as though by a mother. It brings a tear every time. How has a 14-year-old boy never had a hug like this in his life? That is a very good point, and that's a very good way of putting it, yeah. Did you figure out what Hermione did? She could have been a bit quieter, though. I'm sure Harry would have had a long hug from Mrs. Weasley if Hermione hadn't not been so loud. She just kind of interrupt, doesn't she? But I love the fact that it's interrupt, because it's such a beautiful little moment, because it's such an important moment. It really is, considering what Rita's learning at this very moment. It's blooming crucial, guys. Chapter 37. It's not surprising Harry couldn't remember much from those from following days. He was traumatized in the graveyard. Malfoy makes me angry during this speech about Cedric, even more so what he did on the train. Oh yeah, when they're talking, yeah. Did you guess that Rita's secret? Apparently I speculated, but I certainly did not see it coming though. So much makes so much more sense in this chapter. Proper light bulb moments, haha, especially for those who watch the movies first. Well, quite. One of my colleagues saw the movies first, like you, then read the books, and she was astounded by all the stuff that wasn't included in the books. It is baffling, isn't it? It's such a shame. And what about the reveal about Fred and George were doing all year? How close were you? I think I was. I feel we've decided that I was halfway there. And I love that Harry gave the Tri-Wizard winnings to Fred and George. That is a popular moment going on in these comments, guys. Yeah. I mean, Liz, yeah, you summarised it perfectly. What a brilliant end to this book, and the book as whole. I really hope things get back better for you, Liz. I'm so sorry that they're so rough right now. Okay. Snurfura. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's been a little while, hasn't it? Hi, Veggie. Could you imagine movie Hermione kidnapping a person in a glass jar for a week or more? Yeah, it's definitely for more, isn't it? I'm a little bit confused by how long it is actually, but it's definitely at least a week, isn't it? Which is incredible. I hope she doesn't have any like massive responsibilities, Rita Skeeter, quite frankly. You get the feeling she doesn't. Sorry about my name being so hard to pronounce. It's not your fault. Icelandic names are really hard to pronounce for someone who is not Icelandic, or maybe also Norwegian. Direct translation of my name is Snow and Beautiful or Fair. Oh, that's lovely. So you can call me whatever you're comfortable with. I think Snow is a lovely name. So if I'm okay to just call you Snow, I'll do that. But yeah, don't apologise. It's my fault. I should be, for one, I should be looking up before recording. But thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Elizabeth. Veggie and Woozle, the fact that Draco was wearing a support diggory badge earlier in the book, but then goes on to disrespect his death is deplorable. Yeah, it's only just dawning on me why Harry was so annoyed. It's because they were talking during that moment, wasn't it? But also what he said tried to say on the train. I was so mad, so glad Malfoy and his cronies got good smack from the trio and the twins. Hopefully this shows Harry that he's not alone, heading into a much bigger fight ahead, which is absolutely crucial, isn't it? It's pretty wild how worse Fudge behaviour is in the books, and how he used Rita's slander as a basis for disbelieving Harry's account of the events in the graveyard. That scene is totally frustrating, but I love to see Dumbledore, McGonagall, and others take a stand against those in power. And Snape, it's got to be said, and Snape. It's been an absolute joy experiencing Goblet of Fire with you. I can't wait to hear your final thoughts. Your book club has been a bright light in my life, and I couldn't be more excited to get to Order of Things. Elizabeth, that's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Doing these book clubs has been an absolute joy, and reading your comments is the best. Reading your guys' comments is the best part of it, so thank you. It's so interesting how Fudge in a movie really is much like almost just the comedy character, where here we actually get an actual reason to actually despise him. Snow Speeders, if it's okay, Snow Speeders, I might just read your comment rather than reply, because I'm up against it time-wise, and it is long. I notice that you do acknowledge that, so I do appreciate that. Thank you. Hi, Veggie. We are at the end of Book 4. I hope you enjoy Goblet of Fire as much as I do. Absolutely. I swear I'm trying to keep these notes short, but there's loads of these chapters. I apologise. Yeah, I'll try and reply to a couple of it. Chapter 36. There is something so assuring about Fawkes, not just this scene, but in the series as a whole, that I can't really place. I know you are probably supposed to focus more on the fact that Sirius is present, but I find myself thinking for some reason that Fawkes is probably the best thing for Harry at this particular moment. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, it almost is like a part of Harry in the weirdest way, isn't it? With like, you know, the wand and everything. But yeah, we've had a lot of Fawkes love in this book club. I appreciate it. It is revealed to us that Phoenix Tail is both Harry and Voldemort's wand from Fawkes. I really like this. This is just my thoughts. I feel free to contradict me, but one represents Dumbledore's greatest failure, Voldemort, and the other his greatest success, Neville. I'm joking. Harry, I like it. Greatest success. I feel like that's fair. Considering what Harry's gone through here, I really like that. I really like that comparison. I wish I could say I didn't expect Fudge to use the Dementor on Crouch, but it was inevitable. What makes me think is the motive behind it. Fudge claims he brought the Dementor for his own protection, but I think it was kind of an insurance policy. Think about it. Mr. Crouch's disappearance, Carcross fleeing, and then Harry showing up, clutching a dead Cedric Diggory, and claims Voldemort has returned. This is trouble enough without the added concern of the escaped Death Eater, and a dangerous one at that. I personally think Fudge brought the Dementor to purposefully eliminate Crouch so that he can keep it under wraps and prevent a panic. Oh my god, that really... Now that is fascinating, because that's not even saying he's a Death Eater, that's saying that he's something else. Jeez, I like that a lot. Snape shows Fudge his dark mark. Was completely unexpected for me when I first read it. I loved that moment so much. Chapter 37. Good on Ron for sort of getting over his jealousy and asking Crumb's autograph. Yeah, I feel like that's a kind way of putting it. I wonder if he ever repaired his action figure and got right at the start. I think so. He wouldn't have chucked that away. Especially with how, you know, poor the Weasleys are and everything. I don't think they're a family who throw away stuff easily. Hermione figures out that how Rita Skeeter bugged people is brilliant, although I do wonder what she would have wrote had she not been caught up in a hospital ring. It would have been Dumbledore maybe even getting fired, quite frankly. Or removed, I guess you'd say. Jeez. So or attempted to be arrested. So happy Harry gave the money to Fred and George. It's clear he did not want any of it, and I can't think of anyone who deserves it more. Yeah. I love that Harry makes them promise to buy Ron a better set of dress robes. It's true. It would have been cool for Ron to get it, but he just wouldn't have accepted it, though, would he? Goblet of Fire has always been one of my favourites in the series, purely because of the sheer amount of stuff going on, from everyday school stuff to the nail-biting scenes. I feel like it goes so much more in depth in the previous books, and than previous books. I really like it because of that. Absolutely cannot wait for Order of the Phoenix, which is my favourite book in the series. My goodness, I am looking forward to it as well. This is like at the end of Azkaban, being able to say, "Oh, my favourite's next." It's like it feels like it again. Snowspeeder, thank you very much. I'm sorry I was a bit short on replying onto it, but thank you so much for your comment. Rhea. With all the phenomenal stuff in this book, for me, I really think these last two chapters consist of the saying peak book exclusives. Everything from Harry's retelling of the story to finally understanding how and why Fred and George got their startup loan. So much good stuff. Fantastic, yeah. And, of course, one of the most heartfelt moments is Mrs. Weasley comforting Harry. I get misty-eyed just thinking about it. If you ever wonder why so many people across my demographics literally around the world love these books. I think whenever you feel well reading it, that Udder is part of the reason. I'm just saying, yeah. And also the way that Harry just feels so much back to himself at the very end of the book really felt good for me. It really did. Heads up, super excited to share Rhea exclusive at the start of the next book. The story is a very first time I attended a Harry Potter premiere, the midnight release of the book. Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm oh, don't say that, Rhea. Gather around, kids. Until then, thank you, Veggie, and everyone else for participating in the reviews. You all are awesome. I love the fact you're thanking everyone else. That's awesome, Rhea. No, seriously, you guys absolutely deserve a massive round of applause as well. Thank you, Rhea. Said, hi, Veggie. Everything has already been said, ironically, but for me, Dumbledore just took it to another level beyond what we have seen from other characters. He's just amazing. The way he handles the situation in these chapters is what made me understand what was meant to be by Dumbledore being the only man Voldy could ever fear, and why he was known as the greatest wizard of all time. Thank you for the book club as usual. That's actually very true. I mean, all up to now it has been the very kind, lovely Dumbledore, but this is a whole different side of him. Thank you, Said. Mortimer, I just want to say that the scene where all the hexes hit Draco, Crabbe and Goyle on the train is one of the most satisfying things that's happened in the book. They are 100% deserved. I cannot imagine, even because I know Draco has his fan base, I can't imagine anyone disagree with that, Mortimer. I love it. Thank you so much. Gary, not Jerry. Hi, Veggie. I'm just really impressed with the correct predictions that you made. I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head when it came to Bagman and Rita. Apparently I did with Rita. I honestly don't remember it, but Bagman I was half there, I feel. Although you were missing detail that Bagman paid them in Leprechaun Gold. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that. Definitely not. Shouldn't Harry have been asked for a stake in the company? He would be a rubbish dragon in Dragon's Den. That would, no, because that would be bad. Long term, it'd be bad for Fred and George. Not really. They wouldn't do that, Gary. That's terrible. How dare you? I love that comment, though. Gary, thank you so much. Rod. Hi, Veggie. Just in time for a quick rant. Excellent. What is Rita Skeeter in the movies? If you're adapting the movie, you have to pick what to cut and to keep in the book because of the time limits, and that's okay. You can cut the whole side story with Ludo Bagman, or keep the whole side story. Like Harry's crush on Cho. What makes no sense to keep that part of the story and then drop it mid-movie? I guess it's to kind of introduce the Daily Prophet as a personification in a person, maybe. Because obviously, down the line, it becomes very significant. But that is actually a very good point, Rod. It's kind of like starts the story, then just jumps off, doesn't it? Eurytus has a whole story arc in the book, beginning, middle, and tragic end with Hermione. But I added that. But the movie only kept a handful of scenes, and then she disappeared completely. Nothing she does in the movie matters. It's just wasted runtime. It's true. I can't disagree with that. Although I'm so glad the actor was in it, though. If they'd cut Rita from the movie, they'd have a few more spare minutes they could have gone to. Bringing Sirius back, absolutely. Bringing Dobby back, whoa, that would have been like one scene though, maybe. Yeah. Actually talking about what happened with Neville's parents instead of just mentioning it, fair. Exploring Priori Incantatem, which is a popular one, and having Harry Dumbledore conversation. We did have one, but in the dorms, didn't we? But it is brief. Have a final scene with Fudge and Dumbledore as a teaser for Order of the Phoenix. Yeah, I feel like that would have been very useful. Any of those could have been much better used in the character, introduce a character and then forget about her. Sorry for the long comment, but waiting the whole book to say it, Miss Chance. That's okay, Rod. It's pretty spaced out, so you're absolutely fine. But yeah, I appreciate your passion regarding that. So you may have noticed I've been talking quite quickly, guys. It's because I really want to try and keep this video under 6 hours because it gets confused on YouTube. So if I've skipped over comments or missed out parts of them, I'm so sorry. Let me know and I'll address them next time. But this has been a chunky video. Harry Pothead. Hi, Veggie. This book really builds up Voldemort's return and really shows how devastating a combination of fear, power, hunger, and misinformation can be. It feels more relevant than ever. I feel like the movie didn't build up anything and felt very random when Fudge and the Ministry had turned completely against Dumbledore or Harry at the start of the next movie. I love the title of these chapters, Parting the Ways and the Beginning. It's exactly how it feels. Like we're parting ways with innocence, happy discovery of Wizarding World, and not again, Weasel, and the beginning of the main story. I'm so excited for the next book club. Yeah, me too. It's going to be a wild ride, but I am definitely nervous about it. Oh, Harry Potter, thank you so much for your comments. You're always wonderful. Emery, hi Veggie. I just wanted to give age context to some of the characters as we brought up this between book and movie, last book club. Don't get me wrong. I think Alan Rickman, Gary Oldman, etc. did a phenomenal job in the roles, but they were significantly older than their characters were written. Lily and James were only 20 when Harry was born. Snape was only 31, Harry's first year in Hogwarts. Lupin 33 in Prince of Azkaban. McGonagall was 25 years old. 25 years older than the Marauders, very interesting, and Molly Arthur 10 years older than the characters in the Marauders. Sirius was put in Azkaban at only 21 years old, and the book I think has matured. Maturity and decisions often reflect on the way that he was. We don't always see in the movies. It's true, and also his personality is not there really in the movies. Not really, is it? It will be interesting to see how the cast of the HBO series age-wise. Sorry that's not directly related to the Goblet of Fire, but thought I could be a good context for the next book. So excited for you to begin it. No, absolutely. And you know what? I feel like the actors were fantastic. I'm not too bothered about the age tightness. And also Black could look a lot older than he actually is because of what he's been through. But it's not something that bothers me, but it's definitely something that's come up before in comments. And so it will be very interesting to see. Okay, right, final comment. Weasel, not now. Camilla. I see that you're hearting comments, absolutely. So I don't know if it's too late or if you're refreshing page. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm going through a tough time. I know, Camilla. I appreciate that. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. And having the book reviews to look forward to something is something that helps me a lot. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for saying that. That means the world. It really, really does. And also the comment earlier on about like, this year's been horrific and everything, guys. If this book club helps you in any way, it means the absolute world to me. But it's only the series really beginning, in my opinion. Well, quite. That's the last chapter was called the beginning. This is going to be an exciting moving forward. Guys, I need to do the shortest outro of all time. Thank you so much for your comments. This book club has been phenomenal. With the chapters being so good, the book club being so passionate, which I really appreciate, and also me adding my favourite character in, this video has been extremely close to 6 hours. If it goes over 6 hours, YouTube gets very, very confused, so I'm going to leave it at 6 hours. Thank you so much for your comments. So sorry that I was speaking so quickly at the tail end of this, but I really appreciate every single one of you, and I cannot wait to start the next book. Please like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm a Veggie Gamer, and I'll see you next time.